John.
Afternoon, Bear.
Afternoon. I think we are back up and running.
Hey, sounds good.
Yeah, it's all a bit kind of... some strange things are happening that are doing my head in a little bit. But it doesn't seem to be affecting you guys.
Teething problems, I think.
Well, yeah. Yeah, indeed. Well, they're coming back out there.
And all that.
Yes.
They are, indeed.
Who's supposed to be commentating, by the way?
You are.
Oh, okay. I'll do some commentary. Actually,
it's you.
You know what?
I'm summarising.
You know what, Tone? Can you grab me a beer out of the fridge? I think I need one. I think it'll be
needs a beer to commentate with.
I think it'll be the wise thing to do. Oh, I'm actually broadcasting this. Hold on a minute.
Oh dear, that wouldn't be good. Are we actually on? Yeah.
Yes, we are broadcasting.
Oh well, that's good.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you very much. Although I can't see us actually on our channel.
Oh dear. Well, that's not so good then.
Which is a bit weird.
Oh dear.
Us. Oh no, there we are. Yeah, right. We're live.
We are here.
Just a super chat. I think Tone's going to be back with us in a second. I just got the wrong seating plan up. Hold on.
Chaos. Absolute and utter chaos. In the Gorilla Cricket studio.
Tone's been a bit overworked this morning. Poor lad. That's what happens when there's not many people in the studio and something technically goes wrong.
Yes, it means you have to go and fix it.
Exactly, which I didn't really want to happen. Oh, we got some spin straight after lunch. First ball is just played back to the bowler by Ducket. And the bowler is...
Yeah, this is Raza, isn't it?
Yes, Sikandar Raza. Didn't he play? I seem to remember him being quite good in the T20 World Cup. He wasn't the kind of all-rounder type dude, wasn't he?
I think
he was a bit of a standout performer. Probably in T20s, maybe not in Test matches. He's got a jingle that goes like this, though.
Sikandar, watch your story.
Second ball, his right arm round to Ducket, smashes it into the offside, but it's a deep set cover, and there will be no run. What do we reckon to the Zimbabwe side?
Well, it's looked fairly friendly so far.
It has, hasn't it? I mean, my worry is that their batting comes up against some quality bowling, and even though they beat Bangladesh away, which is pretty interesting in its own right. It says something about Bangladesh more than Zimbabwe maybe, as that's driven up to long off and there's a single. That they struggle against. Although bowling attack's only got 13 fucking caps, hasn't it? Or something like that.
Well, yeah. So it's raw. I think we would say.
Yeah, but you wonder whether the difference in the pace at some of the speedier guys.
But
might be interesting. It's generally what happens with these sides. That's worked into the leg side by Crawley, and I'll just get a single out to square leg. I mean, you're probably more a stats man than me and probably follow county cricket, but as usual, Crawley's done fuck all, hasn't he? He scored a couple of scores and bugger all else.
Well, he's not done a lot. He's certainly at the beginning of the season he was struggling first innings and scoring a few runs second innings.
I do wonder if he's one of those players, Crawley. Drives that up to long off once more. That's Crawley, Ducket, sorry. Drives that up to long off and it's a single. I do wonder if he's one of those players who sort of picks up his game a little bit when he's playing higher opposition. He kind of maybe he needs it, you know what I mean? It's just...
Yeah.
Rather in last ball of the over, played up to mid-on. Scrambles across, fields it. And there is no run. Ducket has to make his way back hastily to the non-striker's end, and that's the end of the over. England 133 for none after 27 overs. Run rate's 4.93. There's only me and you in the studio, so.
Well, there you go. I know that Crawley's first four first innings scores this year were 0, 1, 0 and 6, which wasn't great.
He does tend to start seasons like that now every year, doesn't he?
You know, hey ho. But I was going to say about Raza. He's the one that wanted to be a fighter pilot.
That's right.
He wanted to be a fighter pilot, and he failed an eye test in his third year at Air Force College. So he finally played first-class cricket for the first time when he was 21.
Wow. Was he born in Zimbabwe, or was he?
He was a late developer. I'm not sure about that. That's a good question.
Right.
I think he was because he. I think he was out in the sticks somewhere, and his family moved to Harare to help him get started in cricket.
Okay. Well, we have a bowler at the other end who I can't remember if he bowled.
Oh.
Is that out? Has he got a wicket with his first ball? No.
Well, he's appealing.
Well, everyone's appealing.
It's certainly the
But
best ball he's bowled, because he bowled a pile of trolley before lunch.
Yeah, I don't seem to be wanting to. Are they going to review this?
They're having a debate about whether to review, aren't they?
And they've decided not to.
And they've decided not to bother.
Again, that's the third one.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the LBW before lunch was a wise decision not to review, wasn't it? Because it missed the stumps by quite a bit.
Yeah. Oh, it was miles away from his bat, though.
It's a lovely ball.
Yeah.
First ball up after lunch, it has to be said. Angled in.
No, it's flicked.
A little bit of bounce.
Flicked his jumper, hasn't it? On his back hit.
Yeah, I think so.
Full and outside off stump. Flays at it, does Ducket. Can't beat the man at cover. And there is no one. We have had one of these, though.
YouTube Prime Super Chat.
And it's from Muttley. He says, love and sausages primates. Thank you very much. Yeah, hit his back thigh.
Muttley. Memories of cartoons from my youth.
Yes. Dastardly. Never catching the pigeon.
Yes.
Defended.
Indeed.
To the bowler, and there's no run. You're doing a Champions League final, aren't you?
Guilty as charged.
Yes. You didn't do yesterday's Europa final.
No, I'm glad I didn't. I never.
You're an Arsenal fan.
Well, no, I'm a United fan, which makes it even worse. I never do. I never do games involving United for that reason. Because I'm too
partisan,
and you can't really do it objectively.
Fair enough. Around the wicket.
I don't do Liverpool for the same reason, because I can't abide them. So
wow, champions.
So that's just part of my own rules, really. My commentator mentor is actually trying to get me to do a United game, because he thinks I could do it, but I'm not sure about that. We'll see.
I don't know. Talk sport manage it, don't they? To be a little bit.
But I could have done with Barcelona making Champions League final, because I've covered them a lot this year, but sadly not to be.
Now Archie in, and that's driven out to cover, and there is no run by Ducket. You've been a little cautious after lunch. I mean, what do you think? What do you think England do here? They go hell for leather this session and beginning of the next session, and declare with half an hour to go. Bowl them out twice tomorrow.
Let's not have any of that nonsense again. Let's not revisit the Ashes nonsense of.
Well, whatever. I do think that you've got to move the game forward, and if you think you can take on the attack. Oh, no, he's got an edge there though. There's Ducket, but he's a bit fortunate. There's only one slip. He's about third slip, and there's a sort of second gully, if you call him that, or forward maybe. Short point, but
a kick of frustration from Nauchi at the ground there.
But anyway,
that's the best over he's bowled today.
Scooted through. Everyone got 4 runs.
2 + 2 is on man. 2 + 2 is on man.
It's well wide of everybody, to be fair.
Indeed.
But, and that's what happens when you've given away a lot of runs in the first session. You can't have too many close fielders, I guess. Or can you? Do you take the view we've got to take some wickets, otherwise it's just going to get ridiculous? I don't know.
No, I don't either. Oh look, Tone's rested. He's coming in for his marathon stint.
It's the return of the bishop.
What are you looking for? We got new chairs arriving on Saturday as well, by the way. That's where that's guided down towards Long Leg by Crawley. He'll get himself a single. Ducket on strike, 81. Crawley on 55. What?
Lewisham's a very cosmopolitan, very busy, bustling.
Yeah, well, it's
market
day today. Yeah.
So jumping out there.
Oh, look, reverse sweep,
Oh,
full
goodness
toss,
me.
horrible in all counts because it was a top edge, but he got it over what was slip, down to the third man boundary. It's 4 runs. Pull this back a bit, now I can sit back and still do it, can't I?
That was a full toss, wasn't it? as
Yeah,
well?
it ended up being a full toss.
That was
It
horrible.
was an ugly full toss.
Ah, that's better. I can still reach that, can't I? Yeah. That means I can relax back. Enjoy the
back.
show. I don't know where my phone is now. I should have been betting over here and getting loads and loads of money.
Well, I've been busy letting Jason in.
Ah,
Ah,
Mr. Hitchcock is
Jason.
here.
is in town.
Looking very well.
Yeah, he's
Excellent.
looking quite chipper, isn't he?
Excellent.
He's
He's a good quizzer, I'll tell you that.
Oh, he is a good quiz. It looks like we have an
From,
injury. We might have an injury on the Zimbabwe side as well. Maybe a bit
dear.
of a. Looks like back
That's a
issue.
back problem, isn't it? Oh, that's gone.
Yeah, something's
Oh
gone.
no.
It's either that or hamstrings. It looks like.
Yeah,
back
I
there.
think it might be the hamstring. I think it might be, or even the glute. It doesn't look good.
Yeah, something's definitely gone.
Oh dear. And that's probably a bowler, isn't it, as well?
Yeah, it looks that way.
Oh no. That's regrettable.
He's touching the back of his hamstring, but then when he stood up, he was touching the back of his back.
That's like sciatica there. It's
Yeah.
got all the really bad back spasm caused by sciatica. It's Angravara as well, so that'd be a
Oh no,
have
that's
him a bowler down.
terrible news because that's a bowler down, isn't it?
Yeah, he doesn't look like. The thing is,
He looks very unhappy. That's the hamstring.
He doesn't look like he can actually stand up.
That is the hamstring.
Oh dearie me.
The right hamstring has pinged, I'm afraid.
But then he points to his back. Very
Well, yeah,
odd.
it does, but the trouble is those things can all be related, can't
Well, they're
they?
bringing over a stretcher by the looks of things.
Yeah, I think he's not able to even walk off, so... Oh dear.
And it is, oh dear.
Well,
It's pretty parched.
That's very sad for Zimbabwe as well, and for
Yeah.
him especially, big occasion. Doesn't look like he's going to get past.
You can't bring anyone on though, can you? It's only concussion subs these days, isn't it?
No, that's right. So
They ought to change that really. You should be if someone gets injured, you should be able to replace them in the game.
It's open to abuse if you do that. I think you've
No,
got to
but
be really
if it's
careful.
a genuine injury, yeah, I know, but come on. I mean, if it's a genuine injury like this, and you get a doctor's cert saying, yeah, he's pinged his hamstring, he can't fucking walk, then why shouldn't you be? I mean, in most other sports you have substitutions. I know in cricket you don't really, but
I agree. I agree, Bear. I think,
if someone is genuinely injured and can't do the
and
function
he,
there
and
in
he
the
quite
cycle,
clearly is.
yeah. And particularly, it's more so with bowlers actually, isn't it? And batsmen, there are plenty of batsmen who can kind of stand there on one leg and give it a flay.
Yes.
But if your hamstrings ping or your back goes, you just cannot bowl, and that's the end of it,
Yeah. No, I'm sympathetic to that view. Bear.
Getting a very warm round of applause from the Trent Bridge faithful.
Well, so he should.
Well, I
That's-
agree.
that's
He's done
sad.
his job. He's not what he
That's
would have
very-
wanted. Are we up to date on messages, Bear?
No, not at all.
Did we do any since lunch?
We did the super.
Did we? I was about to say
We did the
super
super chat.
Well,
We
let
haven't
me.
done anything else.
Well, Richard Ngava enjoys his ride on, or not, as the case may be, on this little sort of 4x4 trolley thing that they've got. Dan De Castro,
Golf cart.
3-day tests. Saturday's raining all day. Oh Lord, hello world, says Stephen Kelk. Why is Zimbabwe fielding, says Dan De Castro. I'll have to wait.
Well, I've got a theory about that one too. That's driven nicely by Ducket. Is anyone out there? That doesn't look. Oh, there is someone out there, long off. He'll get round to field. Chimanga.
I think it was an
Give
odd
up
decision,
two.
to be honest. What's your theory then?
Well, my theory is if you're the weaker side and you bat first, you bowl first, the game goes longer. And if something happens, you can create some pressure. But I don't trust their batting, so they figure if they bowl first, the game will go a little bit longer anyway.
They've got players that can bat.
Yeah, they have, but I think they'll struggle at
They didn't. They
this
didn't
sort of level. That one.
They didn't want to get bowled out before lunch or just after. Did
exactly,
they,
precisely.
for 100 or
look, if England get
crazy.
400 or 500, they're in the game until they bat, right? And only when they bat do they fall apart. Then the game is over. But if they fall apart, but I mean, yeah, you say they're experienced batsmen. They don't play a lot of probably first-class cricket or Test cricket. Play limited amounts against generally weaker sides, don't they? It's defended out to the offside and there's no run, and they do okay at the odd tournament in a T20, but even then they struggle, you know.
Yeah, so the days of the Flowers and Heath Streak
Yeah.
and the like are alas gone.
Swept off the stumps, but swept hard by Crawley, and it's gone square on the leg side. I'm trying to remember how to commentate, and it's 4 runs. It's been a while.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
149 without loss. Right. So from KL, greetings from KL. Nice to hear you all from the new studio, even if there's a few technicalities in the background. Looking like a long slog in the field for Zimbabwe. It is so at the moment. ZIM beat Bangladesh a month ago in pretty legendary tests, by the way. Yeah, they did, and they did very well too. 6 wickets again for one of his 3 sixers, wasn't it, for Musrabani?
Yeah, I didn't think that was going to happen against England.
Dan De Castro says those chairs look so comfy. They are, but they're being replaced.
They are being replaced. If you can see over the top of Tony's shoulder, you can see all the fake leather.
Yeah,
it's basically come off them.
It is. Yes, you wouldn't get much from on the Antiques Roadshow, Dan. That's all I can tell you.
So I managed to get the annoying thing. Did I tell you the story of the auction? That's around the wicket.
Oh, Christ.
And it did a little nibble, but it was wide or going wide. It's only 74 miles an hour, and Ducket leaves it. So
and the wicket-keeper's dropped it and got a whack on the hand for his
Well, I think he's got it on the end of the thumb, hasn't he?
Oh, he did.
Yeah.
It swung a bit.
That's painful.
They have been getting that movement all morning, but it's just not. There's not the pace to
trouble anyone.
Go with it. He seems happy enough. He's kept well too, by and large.
Yeah. So, because we need 3 identical chairs, right, I've been looking for quite a while on eBay and anywhere. This one is more onto the stumps. It doesn't really move much when it's straight. It's coming around the wicket as well as Niachi. And it's defended in the leg side and there's no run. So I've been looking on eBay and you can find pairs, but you can never find 3. And of course, if you buy 2, then you've got to travel and you've got to try and find a 3rd, right? Or you can buy sort of cheap, shitty Chinese new ones on Amazon for about £100 a pop. And it's like, do I want cheap, shitty Anna ones? Anyway, so I started looking at John Pye Auctions, who do ex-showroom stuff. Niachi comes around the wicket, and it's defended by Ducket into the leg side, and there's no run. And this furniture auction had 3 lots, identical chairs. And I thought, excellent, ex-display, look quite comfy. They might be a bit narrow in this, so have a little bit more space. And obviously they don't have fucking, they're all one colour rather than flaking off fake leather. So I started bidding on them. Clearly, I'm bidding against someone who wants 2 chairs. Right? Which is really fucking annoying. So someone's got the same problem as me, but they only need 2 and I need 3, right? So it's 3 chairs. Right. They start £4 each.
£4? £4
quid.
That's just the start of the bid.
Yeah, ex-display. But I've noticed that this stuff goes really dirt cheap anyway. That's cut really nicely by Ducket. Late cut. Can't get it down to the boundary. Who's that comes around? Couldn't see his name on his back.
So in the end, you got them and everyone went, 3 chairs for the bear.
3 chairs. but the annoying thing was, I got 1 for £4 because the guy only needed 2. But he bid me up on the other 2. So I had to pay £36 and £38 for the other 2. But I got 1 chair for £4. And with auction fees, of course, it's about £50 a chair for the 2, and I got the other one for £7.50. That's really fucking annoying. And then, of course, the auction house is in bloody Birmingham, around the wicket now, actually, and it's defended, and there is no run. And they're all in the same place, in the same auction, virtually 3 consecutive lots. But they say
you don't have to have them now as 3 deliveries, do you? Because you bought them separately.
Yes.
Oh, come on!
Fucking annoying. So they wanted to charge £70 per chair to deliver.
That's bonkers.
Isn't it just? And I phoned them up and said, this is ridiculous. They said, yeah, on a separate lot. So I said, yeah, but they're all coming on the same fucking van, aren't they? They're all in the same place right next to each other. Why should I pay 70 quid a lot? They were like, no, it's just the way it is. I was like, fuck that. So I found a website called Shipley. That one is defended by now. Cheap back down. Ducket off now. Cheap back down the ground. There is no run. That's the end of his 5th over. And I'll go to Tone, and then I'll finish my story.
Oh, righto. Jay Grover, I fear knowing what someone from Claygate considers cosmopolitan. Well, multi-ethnic in a very good way, Jay. That's how I would describe it. Bustling. It did have a sort of a very markety feel. It was nice. Claygate KL, says Eric J. No, Claygate Surrey. Pirate Badshah, the changing camera angle compared to Sydenham has made the dilapidated nature of those chairs much more obvious.
Yes, it's a lot higher up. I've got it straighter on, but it's above. The telly's quite high, so the camera's poking over the telly now. So from about probably 2 or 3 feet high. No, probably about 2 feet higher than it was before.
Stephen Kelk says, Bear and Tony now stare up into the skies. It's a much more dramatic angle than Sydenham.
I did wonder, as that's clipped out to the leg side and to move wicket, there's no run, about putting the camera on the side of the telly and lowering it down so it was more.
So why have we changed camera? Just because you needed one that?
Because I needed one so that people could see us
yeah.
in front of the telly, and of course the computers, and so we've got a completely different layout here. Down the track comes Crawley, flat and fast from Raza, but it's defended.
So for when Hendo and I are here on Sunday, have you written a fully detailed step-by-step instruction manual?
No,
or is it going to be like an IKEA flat pack? We've just got pictures to look at.
It's the same as it was before.
Yeah, but it obviously isn't, is it? I mean, it might be in your head. No one would say for a second.
The same as it was before, but it obviously isn't.
No, there's no way.
That makes a lot of sense.
What it is, that's beautifully cut by Ducket. Beats 2 men who. Reasonably close, but in terms of left to right, but one is a lot deeper at cover and one is a lot straighter at cover. Threads the needle, really, did Ducket. Got it between the two and it raced away to the boundary for 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Glorious shot, that.
Yeah, it was lovely. He's on 94 now. Is he going to get a ton? I presume so. Didn't I'm going to say this after this. Driven up by Ducket down to long off, and there's no run. 1 run, sorry. Didn't Matthew Hayden take the world record score against fucking Zimbabwe in some test when he briefly overtook Brian Lara?
I can tell you what the top score in England and Zimbabwe test is.
Didn't they beat us in a test?
No, they've never beaten us. No, 6 tests. We've won 3 were draws.
Oh, okay.
There was a test match which was drawn with the scores level.
That's off the back foot, pushed by Crawley out towards the cover boundary. It's chased down and got 2 runs.
England were left 205 to win in 37 overs and made 204 for 6. So, yes, that's as close as we came to a really interesting one, I think.
Okay, defended on the left side, and there's no one. Anyway, to finish the story about the chairs, so I found a company called Shipley who'll do all 3 for £100. So I took that offer.
And what did the other guys want?
Well, they wanted 3 chairs at 70 quid each, so it'd have been 210 quid.
That is just bonkers,
isn't it?
Talk about
which would have been twice as much as you actually paid.
Shameful.
Well, actually, the invoice came through with a thing. It was like 359 quid, so they probably wanted VAT on top of the fucking delivery charge.
Oh my god, terrible.
Yeah. So the 3 chairs cost 117 quid, and they wanted like 240 quid to deliver them.
I know.
What the fuck am I going to do that?
That is bonkers.
Fucking idiots.
That is bonkers.
Isn't it just?
He said. Hey-ho.
Actually, the highest score in tests between England and Zimbabwe is not an Englishman, Bear.
No, it's Murray Goodwin, isn't it?
It is Murray Goodwin, 148 not out, which he got here at Trent Bridge. So that would have been 2000, because they didn't play here in 2003.
I see that Jason has managed to work this out and let him 14. That's clipped into the leg side by Ducket. There's a man coming around from long leg. It's a long way for him to go, and they're going to get back for 3, so he'll move on to 98.
Oh, let him in on Zoom.
Yeah.
I thought he could have got here from Melbourne quicker than I got here this morning there.
Yeah, you're going to have to find another way. Where was the Robin Hood roundabout? Was it Roadworks?
Yeah, I'm not going to do that. Yeah, they've narrowed it all down. That was about an hour and 20 minutes of the journey.
Oh,
to be
really?
Fair.
Fuck.
So I'm just going to head for Sydenham
yes,
on Sunday.
It's literally just around the South Circle.
And then pick up the
I tell you what to do. Head to Steve's house.
Yeah.
Head as if you're going to Steve's house.
Hello.
And you will get here very easily.
That's what I shall do.
Crawley is facing up, swings down the leg side on the ouchie, and it's just clipped by Crawley down to long leg, and he'll get himself a single.
We got one of a super chat when you're ready.
Well, I'm ready. Let me just find a little jingle for that one. Let's have this one. It's a bit longer.
YouTube comments were not getting a mention. Too many lonely folks needing some attention. You post your super chat and then you pay the price. These things we read for cash. These things we read for cash.
And now she bowls that down the leg side.
What a good take that is.
It was a good take by the keeper. Who's the keeper? What's the keeper's name? I can't. I'll
Seeger,
get there by the end
isn't
of the test.
Seeger.
Yeah. Oh, as in the video game that we were talking about earlier.
Bob Seeger, but not spelt like that.
Yeah.
That's a fabulous take.
Was one-handed.
Anyway, I'm going to read that, seeing as a super chat. It's from the estimable Brian in Brisbane. I don't know if he's met with Messi yet. Afternoon, all from Equien Plage in France. So I assume he hasn't, if that's where he is.
No, he sent us 50 quid actually for goodies to be bought in the
Wonderful.
flat. Defended as the offside, there was no run.
He says, well, he's obviously on a beach somewhere in France, if it's Equien Plage. Great to see you all back, albeit with a few tech hitches. Is the radio app working on tuning?
Yes.
It was, but it is a bit like whack-a-mole in the studio this morning. You fix one problem and another one pops its head out of a hole and it has to be fixed.
No, that should have been going the whole time. And it still should be going. Thrashed out by Ducket. Nearly gave it away on 98, but didn't. And there is no run.
That's the thing about Ducket, isn't it? You just wouldn't be surprised if he...
Well, yeah, does he? But if he got 101 and was out,
waffed on 98.
Well, yeah, would it matter if he got 98? No, and I don't think Ducket... Well, I imagine deep down in his mind he cares, but he says he doesn't. Oh, there's another one. First beer at a new GC. Cheers. Lovely. That was from Jay, Super Chat. Sorry, I can see it from here.
Oh my lord. Have you seen Hendo's picture?
No. Is that his finger?
It's not his finger, mate. Have a look at that.
Clipped into the leg side. Single Ducket moves on to 99.
So he's not going to be able to drive. Look at the state of that.
Oh my god. All that for a fucking finger.
The good news for him is it does at least look like his left hand.
Well, I keep telling you, boy, I swear you guys should come up on the fucking train. It'll be the same. Hey, there's a pub right there that we can go drinking in after the day's end.
Well, yeah, he can.
And you can get from Claygate to London Bridge in how long? 20 minutes, 30 minutes?
No, probably about... Well, it depends on the trains. But anyway, either way, I'm ashamed to admit that Mog and I had exactly the same thought, because it says, look like your arm's going to get tired. He is... Blimey, Hendo. Well, when he told me when he was going, he said, I should be there this afternoon, won't be a problem. It just depends what they're going to do to my whatever. And he's completely,
You sure he's not put that on himself so he doesn't have to come in?
Well, it looks very professionally done, to be fair.
Wound it out. It looks like he's just got a fucking whole roll of bandage on it. Around the wicket.
For a little change?
Clipped into the leg side. Oh, is it time for a change? It is time for a change.
I think it is, yeah.
Fourthie.
Hello, Fourthie.
Fourthie's obviously on.
Hello, John.
Who else is on?
Hello there, Bear. Hello, Tony.
Jason's on. Who else?
Sikandar Raza, we only missed one ball, which was a rather ugly full toss.
Can you get me another beer, Tony? I quite enjoyed that.
He's on 99, looking for his ton. Is this it? No, defended off the back foot, straight back to Sikandar Raza.
I shall say farewell, chaps.
Okay.
Farewell, John. Very nice to see you, albeit briefly. And Jace moves into... And
thank you very much.
Ducket 99. Is that it? That's it. It's just flicked it wide of the man at square leg. They pick up a neat little single, and that's a very nice, very compact innings by Ducket. 100 off, I think, 100 balls. You don't often get that.
on my phone. Hold on. It was the one I gave you earlier. That is clipped into leg side and there's no one. 15 at Whitburn with a capital W for Whitburn. That's a century.
That is
10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100.
Congratulations, sir. You are a centurion.
You missed out the T. Wyburn you've got there, not Whitburn.
And that one's, you can hear me okay, can you?
Yes.
Yeah, coming through fine.
Yep, you're okay, good. That one's cut by Crawley, and that's cut for 4. And that's Ben Duckett's 5th Test 100 in 33 matches. So, not a spectacular return, but he's pretty assured of his place at the top of the order, unlike Zach Crawley.
Well, I'm not sure about that.
Well, yeah, I mean, he gets
I
a lot,
think
he
one
gets a lot of
per
50s and a lot of not 100s, but,
Yeah.
you know, I think his average is up, high 40s now, isn't it, Duckett?
Yes, his average is good. His average
Actually,
is
no.
good.
I'll come back to that in a minute.
It's about 42, isn't it, from memory? And
Something
that's
like
played
that
to
for-
mid-wicket by Crawley. He's on 67 off the more or less same number of balls. So it's been a more sedate innings, as you'd expect from a man who's slightly struggling for form at the moment. Raza in for the last ball of the over, defended off the back foot by Crawley at the end of the 33rd, England 169 without loss.
Where are you doing this from?
His front room, I think.
I'm in Melbourne.
Oh, you're back in
Also my
Melbourne.
front room.
Oh, I thought you were on a world tour. 'Cause you were in
I
Canada.
will be. I will be in a week's time.
So you weren't earlier when
I've
you went to Canada or something, didn't you? Am I getting really confused?
I sent through some ancient photos of Canada because Gary was talking about tiny airports. So that was confusing.
I got confused. I thought you had already on your world tour.
No. I will be flying into Berlin a week on Monday.
Mm-hmm. So you're coming in here, aren't you? You're coming into New Gorilla Towers.
I will. I won't be able to do quite as much as I would like, but I'll be able to get the odd day here and there, and hopefully quite a bit of the last test. So
okay, cool.
We've got some commitments elsewhere this time.
Wow.
I'm with a wife, which I wasn't last time.
Damn.
She'd have to come out for curry as well then.
Ditch the wife.
Yes. Nyauchi's back again, and that's swatted, I would say, by Duckett. Wide of the man at mid-wicket. Will it go all the way?
I think it did.
Yes, it does.
We'll have a jingle.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
It's a short arm jab, really. Duckett plays that shot very well, as short men often do.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's just a stand and swat, isn't it? He doesn't need to
Yes.
rock back because there's not a lot of him to rock back to do anything.
Indeed.
Exactly correct. Yes.
Well, I mean, this is it. I mean, what are England declare on? I mean, what are we on? 240? We're going to have an hour and a quarter here. Where are we going to be on? 250, 300 by tea?
Well, I'll come to that point in a minute when I get a moment.
Got ball to mid-on. Slightly checked his shot there. Was slightly in two minds, but no alarms.
My feeling on this is that they've missed a big chance to test some fringe players.
But well, you say that.
All you're going to prove with this is that
the flip
Crawley is a flat track bully.
Well, yeah. The flip side of that is, are you really going to test anyone against Zimbabwe? I'm sorry to say that, but it's not India. It's not Australia. I mean,
Oh, I think that was a possible caught and bowled opportunity. It was a false shot, certainly, and it came back rather unexpectedly to Nyauchi, who made a bit of a meal of it and completely missed it.
Well, it was a cock botherer, I think, when we look back at the highlights. Or maybe not, a bit lower than the cock botherer.
I didn't quite carry either.
No, it's okay. It was on the half volley. Didn't even reach Nyauchi. Looking at the replay, he's absolved.
What I will say here, the good thing about this is it's a 4-minute cycle ride from home. So, while technically it's illegal to drive whilst driving a bike, I don't know if you can get banned for it, can you?
You can get charged with a lesser offence.
Nyauchi, and that's a nice extravagant shot, but easily cut out in the covers.
So whilst
the
option of killing myself probably on a bike pissed is increased.
Big question though, Bear. Is it all uphill on the way back when you're drunk?
No.
Well, that's a winner then.
There's a little bit of uphill. I've got to go over the bridge. The bridge is quite tricky.
Nyauchi ran the wicket, broad shoulders. and that's flicked nicely to deep square leg, and in fact it's gone all the way for another boundary.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Yeah, I've got to say, Bear, this is an awful lot closer to Ladywell than I thought it was going to be.
It's very close to Ladywell. I mean, it's I think it's easier to get to than Sydenham in a lot of ways.
It's
a little bit further for our West London people. But if they do it right, you never heard of Ladywell? Well,
no, I haven't heard of Ladywell. No, but I mean, that's because I led a closeted existence in Balham all those years.
Wow, I probably hadn't heard of it until I moved here.
You're not another one of the Balham Massive, are you, Forthy?
Well, hang on, I'll get back to that in a second. And that's a slightly wild ball and well fielded by the wicketkeeper, who's doing a good job behind the stumps there. Just to stress, Jace, I moved into Balham before pre-gentrification in 1989. I'm sure that Bear can testify. I think he was there at the same time.
I was there 94, 5 probably.
It was turning around about then, but there was still barely a cafe in sight.
Yes,
that was just all cafe culture.
I spent a lot of time going to the Duke of Devonshire and playing darts in the afternoon.
Well,
with a couple of mates of mine, quite pissed and stoned. It was our joy to go to the Duke of Devonshire when it had a dartboard and play killer in the afternoon.
Good old pub, the Duke of Devonshire, yes. And there was the alternative comedy cabaret in the other pub by the car park, ran about the same business. It was a good place in those days before all the bankers moved in.
Well, of course, they're all over South London now. Even around here.
What? The bankers with a silent W.
Well, there's those too.
Exactly.
I mean, I love the fact that Tone thinks that Lewisham is multicultural. It's hilarious. Because it is, obviously, but it's closeted in Claygate.
Yes, he's in very much in WASP,
yes, exactly.
leafy Surrey country, unlike me in Thornton Heath, which has absolutely every culture under the sun.
Precisely,
starting with West Indian, then moving on to South Asian, and
now
Polish and Russian.
Yeah, here's a lot of African as well,
and Nigerian and Africans.
Yeah.
You're not missing any action because
no. Shall I get through some tweets whilst we're doing this? That
exciting moment in a test match when the ball has supposedly gone out of shape. So they've called for nuance. So yes, Jace, go ahead.
Sutahu and Steve Chilton are talking about averages and saying that the averages are false, but they're not being tested. And it's not their fault either that the averages are false as a result. Jacob says, "Hooray, Forthy! Hooray, Jason!" And I've worn my special GC shirt that I found in a clean-up this morning.
Well, we still got a bag full of those fucking World Cup T-shirts over there. And
this is from 2015.
Yeah, I've got one of those.
Kieran Rosebay says, I'm now offloading all the old baby stuff out of the loft to bring over the cousin in August. The wedding is postponed until after the baby is born. I'm sure we'll be all invited, except Billy.
Billy.
Well, what have you done, Billy?
No, Billy didn't go out with his niece or whatever.
All right. Steve Children says, I've been watching cricket for 57 years. Good job. Were you watching it as an infant or as a toddler?
When I started watching cricket, I remember vaguely the 76 Test, which I'd have been 5 or 6.
Yeah, I remember the 76 summer.
Blackwash, yeah.
Summer, because it was absolutely baking.
Exactly.
And we had standpipes outside the house.
Yeah. I first really started watching Test cricket, 81 Ashes.
Yeah. Mine's a bit earlier. 79 India tour. The Gavaskar 200 in the chase. That was the first one I remember.
Yeah, I mean, I probably did watch it because it would have been on telly and it was the BBC and it was always on in the summer, wasn't it? But I don't really remember it. I do remember.
That's the first series I do remember quite well.
I vividly remember Willis bowling out the Aussies in that famous victory.
81. I was on holiday in the south of France.
We're back with the cricket here. Fond memories of 1981, obviously. That's Sikandar Raza into Ducket, cut, but straight to the man of the field. I go back to 72. First Ashes, 72 Ashes.
The Ross Edwards tour.
Well, I don't know.
Amongst other things.
It wasn't really anyone's series 72. It was a 2-all. It was quite a good series, actually, as a dot ball there. It was a 2-all draw. the Aussies got all upset because they thought the wicket had been laced with fungus or something at Headingley. And
that's the one with the patches of green in it.
The fusarium.
The equivalent of grass ringworm.
That's right. Yeah. And that's clipped wide of the man at mid-on, Ducket. Pick up a single.
Yeah, we get that occasion at our club. You get nice little circles all over the square. It looks very odd. And then 2 days later, they've all died off.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, I mean, there was barely any batting achievements in that series. England had a fairly average batting lineup. Boycott, Roop, Barry Wood, I remember. It wasn't a vintage team. It wasn't the vintage Australian team.
County stalwarts, you mean?
Stalwarts.
Crawley hasn't got a ton this summer, has he? This season?
No, he's barely got any runs.
And that's hoiked.
I don't think he's got anything on that.
Behind his legs by Crawley, and they'll come back for 2, and he'll move on to 69. No laughing at that.
I'm not sure he will.
No, he won't.
No, he won't. That was leg byes. I thought so.
Straight off the edge of the pad, I thought. Yeah. No, Crawley's got one slapping 50, I think, and the rest is single figures. I seem to recall.
He's doing his level best to go at exactly a run of ball. He's 109 off 109 at the moment. I think he got his turn off 100 balls. Now, do write in if you can think of any other turn in Test match history which was scored off exactly 100 balls. There won't be very many. It's not the sort of information or data you'd carry around in head. You'd have to look it up.
I'm a bit out of statoing at the moment.
Probably a few in the modern era, or close to, I would thought.
There's a few sub 100 in this era.
Not many in the foregone.
That's the end of the over. I will just say quickly, Jace, you do look like a member of NASA, because it looks like you're wearing the thin black tie and you've got the headset on, and you've got a white shirt. So it rather looks as if you're about to.
It looks like I'm in Apollo 13, does it? I haven't got
exactly. He's got his Men in Black glasses clipped onto his t-shirt.
Yeah, I haven't got a.
This camera is quite shit. I might have to buy a new one because it's very old. This is because I've made in the old studio. You saw at 40. Everything was in front of me in the studio. Yeah, but that was a necessity because of COVID. But I really didn't like it, so I put the studio to the side. And so the set is clear, so you got easy access, yeah?
Yeah. I was saying to Forthy before he came on air, Bear's done a great job here. We've got a producer stand over there.
Yeah, well, exactly. I mean, you can actually
have an actual producer.
You could actually have a producer here, because everything's off screen.
Your Homes Under the Hammer and Changing Rooms experience really shows in managing to get everything in the right place.
Well, yeah, I had a plan.
Stavanger. And Duckett was groping at that one, didn't get anywhere near it. I will say, it's just a tiny... I don't know, this is probably some observations already been made. It's a tiny bit echoey.
Yes, well, this is the problem that I've been fucking trying to solve all day. So, this is technical for all you listeners out there. Why it's really pissing me off all day. So, in the old studio, essentially, the Zoom call is done on a sound card, right? And Wirecast is supposed to pick up the audio from the sound card, and the sound card comes off of Zoom, right? So that should be internal in the computer. Everything comes through Zoom, goes into fucking Wirecast, and that's how it was in the old studio after this ball.
Chivanga into Duckett's dot ball.
And so essentially, for you guys to be able to hear us in the studio, and for us to get everyone into the studio and out on the broadcast without echo, I essentially send all the audio from the studio out through an auxiliary into a sound card, and then take the output from the sound card back into the studio, which should be everything that comes off Zoom plus what's in the studio, onto a separate channel, and I don't have to send that channel then back through the sound card, so it gets picked up by something, right? But for some reason today I'm having to turn up the auxiliary on the stuff coming back off the sound card, which is then going back into the sound card, which is why you've got an echo, which is really fucking annoying.
Chivanga to Duckett dot ball. I wondered whether it was a more prosaic thing that you sometimes get when you've got very flat surfaces and
wooden floors without carpet on them.
No. It's definitely to do with the fact that for some reason today, having set all this up, and I didn't have time to check the YouTube feed, but I checked the Zoom and everything was working fine. For some reason, Wirecast isn't taking everything that is coming off the sound card, which should be everybody, us, you, and just
Background
putting
noise.
that, and then because the only other reason is to then send it out on the radio feed, which is different.
Chivanga to Ducket, he cuts it, but no particular timing, and I say that, and it's gone 4-4.
Yeah, I thought it was quite good timing actually.
Yeah, well, clearly it was much better than I thought it was.
Where I live is the address I give. The phone.
And it's totally doing my head in. I've plugged up everything exactly the same as it was in the previous studio. For some reason, I've got to turn up the auxiliary for the feed that's coming back off the sound card to send it back into the sound card.
Same cable.
So it gets picked up. It's exactly the same cable. So it gets picked up for the broadcast to go to YouTube. Because I set it up as it was this morning, and everyone was saying they couldn't hear Morgan and anyone on Zoom this morning. It's fucking ridiculous.
And that's an unsightly oik by Ducket, completely missed ball. I think it might have been a slightly slower ball from Chivanga. And
I think they're all slow.
Died a bit in the pitch.
83 miles an hour. That was stop ball.
And it's basically been doing my head in for about 3 hours now. Hence the need to have a couple of beers and just forget about it.
It's not, it's not a deal breaker. It sounds okay.
No, but I mean, the whole point, the reason I set it up originally was so that people, it took me a while to figure it out so that people didn't get an echo, and now it's back.
That must be very frustrating for the audio man. And that is swooshed to deep square leg. Has it gone all the way?
Yeah, well,
I think it
apparently
probably has.
Yeah, there's one of these.
Yes,
I haven't had one of these for the first of the day.
Sixth of the day, Ducket moves to 113 off 114.
Eric J says a national holiday will be declared in Zimbabwe if wicket falls. I think that'll be more than anything else. Has Dundercastle says, has England ever had both openers get tongues? Yes, I'm sure.
No, I'm pretty certain.
I'm fairly sure in India in 1984 that happened.
I seem to remember Gooch and Atherton putting on some mammoth first innings.
To which Dan De Castro answers his own question. Yeah. Surely, but A, don't recall, and B, don't call me Shirley. So you obviously say, Balham, gateway to the south.
Yes,
well, gateway to nowhere if the buses or trains aren't running. It's a great interchange point when they are working, but if one of them's not working, it becomes absolutely useless.
Yeah.
From experience. New World Sport says, I hope the USA can play a test match someday. Well, they're improving. They were much better in this World Cup than...
Well, they got to the bloody knockouts better than a lot of teams did.
That's flicked off his pads by Crawley to the man at deep square leg. They'll come through for a single. Raza the bowler.
Sophie in Kuala Lumpur says, Duke of Devonshire was a marvellous pub.
Yes.
Still is, I assume. It's a big old 19th century
it's probably
pub.
been done up and serves gastro fucking food now.
It's
probably got rid of the darts board.
Sutahu says the ball's done after 34 overs.
Defended by Ducket. It was a bit of a... Was it Quakers or Puritans or something? There weren't that many pubs around. There were two. There's a lot more up in Clapham, and then as you headed north. Little squat from Ducket, clips it to the man at mid-wicket, shortish mid-wicket, no run.
Yeah,
fires it in, good bit of fielding. Fielding has picked up since lunch. They weren't great before lunch, but their fielding's been improved since then.
Yeah, London's quite odd because there are bits of London which have got pubs aplenty, and there are bits of London which are on former church land where you've got no pubs at all.
Absolutely, yeah.
And I've lived in two of those.
Oh, that's a false shot, and it's been scooped in the air, and he's got away with it. It just falls between mid-wicket and mid-on, and Zimbabwe can't buy a break at the moment. Ducket gets away with one.
That was a horrible shot, wasn't it? Full shot.
Yeah, he couldn't have placed it better.
Yeah, the dreaded moral victory.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. Well, I suppose, yes. Raza with his hand behind his back. Nareen, the West Indian bowler, used to do that, didn't he?
You always wonder which one of them did it first and which one copied the other.
Well, Nareen sorted it.
I'm thinking it was probably Narine did it first.
Narine, sorry. Yes, Narine, not Nareen. Only played a few tests, but he played an awful lot of one-day cricket, Narine.
Well, didn't he? He was going to get banned for chucking.
Yeah, he got chucked every time he went to Australia, I think.
Yeah, and that's why basically he stopped
Same as
playing
Muralitharan.
international cricket. originally, and now he just makes money doing the fucking T20 circuit.
Right, so drops that one a little short, so Ducket rocks onto the back foot. We might feel he's missed out a bit there, straight to the man in the covers. At the end of the 37th, he's on 120, England 194 without loss.
Dan De Castro says, every time I hear Lewisham, I think of Sarah Pascoe. And he says he loves her. If Adam and Eve can't make it work in paradise, what chance have I got in Lewisham?
Wow, Lewisham's great.
Yeah. And Stephen Coke says, can the bear help me grading my linear programming exams? He always says no, but I persist.
Well, you do persist, but I have no idea about linear programming.
Yeah, I can do a bit. I remember the whatever it is method.
Where's the banging tunes coming from? I can hear in the background.
Not me.
No idea. It's probably next door in another studio.
It might be. There's the one thing about this place is we are going to get extraneous noise because the green room isn't separate.
No. Steve Chilton says, come to South Bermondsey, Dan. Steve Chilton also says, okay, Jay.
Yep, someone's having a party next door.
Jay Grover says, I remember being helped aloft outside telly rental shops in Kilburn during the late 70s. Can't say I remember the cricket.
Late 70s. Yeah, England had a decent team late 70s actually. Chivanga into the attack. They're a heavy set bowling lineup, it's fair to say. Broad shoulders. Fred Truman would approve.
Yes.
And that's clipped by Zach Crawley straight to the man at short mid wicket, who's been very much in business.
He's definitely got the look of Lungi Ngidi in a big bowler's arse.
Yes, very much so.
Strong shouldered.
Yeah.
You're better off overall being that rather than the whippet. Mark Wood's always breaking down, poor fellow. He's more whippet-like.
He's quite old now.
He's 34 now, isn't he?
Yeah.
There is an argument though that they say that older bowlers manage their body better.
Well, he doesn't.
Yeah.
Oh, that's pulled by Crawley. It's straight to the man at deep square. Deep.
Almost straight through the square leg umpire.
Well, yeah. Surely Crawley's setting up his summer here, isn't he? It's a bit of a net against a weaker side. Remembers how to bat and get big scores.
No, I think that's what the cynic would say, but he's damned if he does and damned if he doesn't. He's got to score. Yes, the square leg umpire straddled it nicely.
Well, I had the delight of watching young Yorkshire's Johnny Bairstow last week, and he was in usual ebullient FU mode with the ball on occasions.
Chivanga in again. Oh, and for once, the keeper manages to let that go under his glove, Scottish goalkeeper style, and it'll be 4 byes.
1, 2, 3, 4.
It's a bit hard on Scottish goalkeeper. I think it's a bit more Coco the Clown, that one, with the big hand sort of flapping around aimlessly.
Has there ever been a great Scottish goalkeeper?
Going down his leg side, though, isn't he? You have to dive across a few times. They look like they get weary in the field now, and England are going up 5.31 now. This is what I mean. England need to get 400 before the close of play and just declare, see what happens.
Yes, there's an air of inevitability about proceedings, I'm afraid, but it's always nice to see English batsmen doing well, I suppose, but not so it's not a contest. Ducket really reaching for that one, manages to get a single, manages just to sort of top it, bat on it, and that's the 200.
What's Duckett's highest score in a test? It's about 160, 170?
170, I think.
Around about there.
I think the odds for a Ducket triple are diminishing rapidly.
Well, this is it, as I was saying earlier.
Sorry.
Ooh, what was that? Who's banging something?
No idea.
Not me. Noise is off. It's like a Shakespeare play.
It is. We're going to get a bit of that here.
We'll be reaching for the record book soon, because 200 without loss. When was the last time that happened? And they haven't really.
Maybe in Pakistan. Maybe in Pakistan, and when we got that 500 and shit.
Yes, it could have been there. Could have been then. In comes Chivanga again. It never feels as if it's really fully merited when it's against Zimbabwe. He's had to say they haven't really step up.
As I was saying earlier, though, Matthew Hayden took the world record score, didn't he, against Zimbabwe?
Yeah, he did. 380 to beat.
To beat Brian Lara.
375.
Well, Mark Taylor had famously declared on 1 run short of Bradman's record, but
he declared level with Bradman. They both were on 3.34.
Dead ready. Yes, well, Matthew Hayden, of course, the big god-bothering cook, he wasn't going to do that. So
no, of course not.
No, he was just going to blat it out of existence.
Exactly. Flat-batted, bullied Zimbabwe out of existence.
I remember the very first ball he faced in that test match. He took 3 strides down the wicket and smashed it for 4. That's a flat track bully. Oh, and that's hoiked up into the air, but I think again, not in a totally convincing shot. It hasn't quite gone to the boundary, but he's got away with it. They'll come back for 3.
I don't think they care anymore, do they?
Ducket beginning to ride his luck. Yes. Oh, I don't know. It feels more like a net at the moment, doesn't it?
I mean, Crawley probably cares that he wants to get to 100.
He absolutely does, yes. Yeah. I mean, he gets to 100 then. He gets the first 2 or 3 tests against India, you would say?
Well, yes, you'd have thought so. They won't really jangle with the sideball, eh? I mean, it all depends whether... what was this talk this morning about Jacob Bethel being penned in for number 3 against India or something?
Yeah, that's what the implication was from Ben Stokes' interview.
End of the 38th over, England 204.
Let me get in some quick ones. Eric J says, I love hearing tech speak, although I don't understand any of it. And Jeff Puggy says, obviously Hendo is needed to sort out the technical issues.
Oh, God, no.
And Sophie Qualim says, so who scheduled today's broadcast as Where Soph Lived edition? Lewisham, Ladywell, Brockley, South Bermondsey. Missing some delights north of the M62, and of course all of the foreign stuff.
Rasa in again, round the wickets to Ducket, dot ball.
Rohit Kumar says, hey guys, love from India. Krista Quire says, if Bear's in the market for grading linear programming, he would be fine making decision maths papers a doddle.
Rasa around the wicket again, but losing his line and length there. Looks ruefully, but Ducket can't capitalise down the leg size dot ball.
Dan Castro says, USA and Canada might someday have some really good cricketers because they're loaded with Indian Windies expats, and people are assembling, so I think we might be due a change.
We are
shortly.
Yes, at the end of this over, Ducket, getting rather bored, takes 2 steps back, thinks about an aggressive shot, but Rasa follows him and he just defends it back to the bowler.
At the end of this over, we will have a change. Nick is going to do some ball by ball. So Tony, you'll come in this chair. He's going to do some socials. Thought that you're hanging about.
I am hanging about. I'm summarising.
You're getting our full value of 4.
Well, you've got an hour's slot of me. Ducket facing up again, and that he just drops a little bit shorter. Ducket seizes upon it and smashes it wide of the man at mid-off for a 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
28 4s and a 6 today, so they're motoring on very nicely. Run rate's 5.28. Probably gone up a bit after that last boundary. Last ball of our spell together. In comes Suganda Rasa. And that's just clipped off his legs. Oh, it was a leaping salmon at mid-wicket. Managed to cut the ball off. So, well done him. England 208 without loss at the end of the 39th over, and we're switching around.
Are you playing a jingly thing? Or?
I can play a marketing jingle. We need your money.
There's lots of opportunities to support the guerrillas. Patreon or buy some merch and enter the GPL. We got the comms, you got the ears. Give us lots of money. No Michael Vaughan and no KP.
Hello there, hi.
You can spare us some money.
And afternoon all. Very happy to be in the new improved Gorilla Studios.
Drop that.
Yeah.
Feeling.
Well, you say new and improved. It's new.
It's new.
There's a few teething issues, but no doubt it will be improved in due course.
I think it's what's the word I'm looking for? Aesthetically improved.
The cosmetics are good, aren't they, T? We've got lovely high ceilings. We've got an exposed brick wall. I'm not dealing with any of the technicals, so it's an upgrade for me.
It's an upgrade. An upgrade as a space, I think.
Those sound like things which are anathema to good audio. They always recommend low ceilings and egg cartons on the wall to absorb the sound. But there we are.
Yeah, we've had our challenges this morning, but I think, touch wood, we're in decent shape now. Things seem to be humming along as they should. And we'll see how we go. What do you made it so far, Forthy? I mean, it's a bit like clubbing seals or shooting fish in a barrel at the moment, isn't it, for England?
Well, I'm afraid, yeah, you've summed it up rather accurately there, Tony. When England come unstuck against these teams, everyone just gets all up in a heap, and when they get 200 without loss, everyone gets up in a heap as well. It's a bit hard to know. But you've got to play these teams. You've got to encourage Test match cricket to broaden its portfolio of sides. But
New Zealand,
I don't know.
Oh, sorry, New Zealand. Sorry, Zimbabwe. I think we've got 5 or 6 other tests this year. I mean, they've got
loads.
Yeah, 11 in total, I think.
Yeah.
They've got 11.
So I mean, and what did you make of the toss decision? Was it driven by a commercial desire to take the game 4 days, or did they genuinely have a good reason?
No, I think the general consensus was that he probably did the right thing because it was overcast. If they were ever going to get any into England in the first hour, that was the time to do it. But once they didn't, it looks horrible.
Well, and also the really interesting thing was with their bowling, there was heaps of movement. I mean, in the air, all of their bowlers were getting something.
But after the first hour, though, Tony, the first hour there was no movement.
Oh, maybe, yeah.
It started moving around once the lacquer had come off.
But the challenge was, or has been for Zimbabwe, just the pace isn't there. So, although they're getting the movement, it's 83, 84 is about the top of their range. Even for Blessing Musrabani. I mean, at 6'8", you desperately want, just imagine, he's got all the tricks in terms of getting the ball to lift, in terms of getting the ball to move in the air. If he could just have that little bit of extra spit in his pace, it would be he'd be a very fearsome prospect. Not that he isn't anyway. I mean, I wouldn't like to go out there and face him. but
Leave me out of it, T. Well, Chavanga is going to continue. He found a bit of movement in his first spell, but he's very military medium, and that was onto the pads. It's raced away to the fine leg boundary for 4.
It's just another score. It's just another 4.
And it was leg buys, so Crawley won't add to his score. He stays on 71, but you start to get the feeling it's getting increasingly sapping for Zimbabwe, this, and that every time the ball finds the fence, there are groans and shrugs of the shoulder, and you're wondering how they can find a wicket.
Yeah, it's not the score you want to look at when you've put the other side in, that's for sure.
As Chavanga continues over the wicket, it's down the leg side again, but this time it goes straight through to the keeper. He's up into the 80s there, so there's a little bit of pace, but the pitch to me seems slow, and I thought Blessing's a guy who I normally think of getting into the high 80s, and he didn't look to be troubling with his pace, and there didn't seem to be too much bounce. In fact, often a couple keeping low.
Yeah, it's all of their bowlers had that challenge, as I say. Forthy's probably right, not so much in the first half. Maybe, not sure it went a full hour before it started moving, but there just wasn't the pace to trouble England.
And
it's after about 10 overs, but maybe a bit of reverse, but you're unlikely to get reverse in England in May, aren't you, with the outfields?
As Chavanga strays leg side again, he hasn't found his spot so far in this over, and you feel there are problems for Irvine. If Garava can't come back and bowl today, Raza's not finding much turn, they're going to be a little bit short-handed, and we know that seamers don't like getting into those 3rd, 4th, 5th spells, so something to keep an eye on. I'm already looking towards the second new ball with 40 overs to go.
Yeah, right. That says it all.
Chavanga continues wider on the crease. It's short and it's punched by Crawley off the back foot. it will be cut off before it reaches the fence, but they might come back for 3. I think it's just a comfortable 2, so that takes Crawley to 73, England to 214. It's a huge opening stand. I've had a little bet on for them to get 20 or so more, which looks safe at the moment, but you always feel with these two at the crease, a loose shot or a shot in anger might never be far away, but they've managed to press on at close to 6 and over without doing anything
Poor
too
old
rash.
Trevanga went full Mark Wood there without the pace, but he did end up on, face down, face planting.
One thing they will be pleased about, they chose the extra bowler at least, clutching at straws, but
you're having lost one now.
It's something.
Yeah, exactly.
This time he's fuller. Crawley's onto the front foot and he drives through the covers beautifully, and that one will get to the fence. So it's more punishment for Trevanga. England keep on rolling, and Zach Crawley is on to 77.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
And I think tied to a lack of pace that we've seen this morning, there's been a real lack of consistency from Zimbabwe's seamers. They haven't been able to bang away at a spot or on a length consistently enough, and too many boundary balls.
Well, I think they've played a lot of cricket, but they haven't played a lot of really hard test cricket, and I think it's showing.
Yeah, they were soundly beaten, weren't they, by a fairly sort of green England Lions side. This time Trevanga's short again. Crawley pulls into the leg side for no run, so that'll be the end of the over. 40 gone, 218 for none.
Green they may have been, but very ably captained by Middlesex's Josh DeCare. So I might point out. You were on 40, and I was otherwise engaged. Have we had Chris the Choir saying must be huge area of North Wales without pubs?
Haven't had that.
Oh, must be huge area of North Wales without pubs, says Chris the Choir. My parents' honeymoon was in a temperance hotel there. Years later I found out why. Welsh beer is foul. Well, Brains. I always think of Brains if I think of Welsh beer. What used to be Brains, Brains SA was known as Skull Attack.
Yeah. It's about 3.4 ABV. No doubt the whole of Wales will say no, it's not. But that's what I remember from my days working on beer.
Oh, there we are then. Rohit Kumar Singh at the end of the day, I think he's saying, I think England score minimum of 540 runs, and if Ben Duckett's going not out, then England go to 600 runs. Big Brain 61 says, the new Gorilla Towers. What are we calling this? Gorilla Arms, Gorilla Muse, the Gorilla Hotel? I just think the new Gorilla
Towers.
Although the new Gorilla Towers.
I quite like Gorilla Hotel.
I quite the Gorilla Brewery. The Gorilla Brewery is not bad, is it? Seeing as it was a brewery.
So we're going to have Blessing back into the attack. He's round the wicket to the left-handed Duckett, and he starts on a good length, on a good line on off stump, and Duckett defends it away for no run.
Tall man.
Kieran Roseblade wants to know why you're feeling someone called a net. 40, it feels more like a net at the moment. Oh, that's what you said, feels okay. Who is a net and why is 40 feeling it? I've got it, there we go. I've worked it out.
We'll leave it there.
It's probably on my level of humour, that's why. That's why I've worked it out.
As Blessing stays round the wicket, this time there isn't much width, but Duckett manages to open the face and guide it behind square for a single out to Sikandar Raza. Yeah, he's very tall, isn't he, 40? 6'8". He must be at least a Duckett and a half.
A Duckett.
Well, the only taller English bowler I can think of was probably Chris Tremlett.
Yeah, he's definitely up around Tremlett height. He's a little bit leaner than Tremlett, especially in his sort of later bodybuilding era.
Stephen Finn's 6'7", isn't he?
Yeah, and Broad is up sort of somewhere around there, isn't he?
I think Broad's 6'4", 6'5". He's here somewhere, I would imagine. It being his home ground and all, or former home ground.
Yep, I heard him on the comms this morning.
Yeah.
So, Blessing.
I'll come back to it after this ball. It's a very small story.
Blessing switches over the wicket to Crawley, and he's wide on the crease, wide, and it's left alone.
My friend was friendly with, is it Mahmood? The Mahmood who played Test cricket in 2006 in Australia, and Chris Tremlett, I think, was on that tour. Anyway, they all went to a pub, and the Mahmood was making great strides with the ladies, and Chris Tremlett at one point said, "I too play for England." So he was just trying to...
Blessing stays wide, it's back of a length. Crawley just drops it into the offside and they sneak through for a single. They've run really well, these two, all morning, haven't they?
They have.
It hasn't all been lusty boundary hitting. There's been some sharp, diligent running.
You've also got to allow for the fact that Ducket has to run twice as far as Crawley does.
Yeah,
he has to do it in twice as many steps.
I'd like to see a sort of stride map, because you've got little Ben Ducket doing this and big Zach Crawley galloping down the 22 yards.
Sort of a giraffe.
I always sort of imagine Ben Ducket at Helm's Deep next to Legolas as the orcs were approaching, like Gimli.
Yeah, there's something I see a bit of Garden Gnome in him, Forthy, but he's
There's a bit of that.
He's a bit mythical, isn't he?
It's a bit mythical.
I'm sure he'd do well with a bow and arrow or an axe.
And I think he's more of an axe man. Leave the bows and arrow.
So Blessing goes over to him this time, and it's Ducket gets on the back foot, punches it to cover. They'll get one there. So they're rotating strike well.
Legolas and Gimli aren't a bad sort of metaphor for Crawley and Ducket. You know your Lord of the Rings.
I like Gimli for Ducket.
I think so, yes. I mean, Crawley's a little more thick-set than Legolas.
Yeah, I can't sort of separate Legolas from Orlando Bloom in light of the films.
You've lost me.
Yes,
it's not a franchise I've followed.
There's not that many franchises you do follow.
No, well, that's true, to be honest, yes.
Full from Blessing this time, and Crawley pushes it straight to mid-off for no run, so 221 for none at the end of the 41st.
Richard says, love the commentary, shame about the game. Fair enough. Ladywell, a stone's throw from Hither Green, where I courted my future wife in the 70s. Ah, memories. Lived in student digs in Quentin Road. Cheers, Orns Premier. Orns Premier, are you referring to Watford and their chances of getting to the Premier League? In which case I'd say they're about on a level with Zimbabwe's chances of winning this game, but there we go. Thank you for the thought, if that is indeed what you meant. Steve Chilton, 2000 for 4. That's his prediction. He also says Catford Bridge. Hooray, Nick, says Jay Grover. There we are. You always get a hooray.
Yes, Jay.
1.5 Duckets, 1.5 DHM is more than 8 foot tall, Nick, says Steve Kelk. So 1.5 Duckets is is about 8 foot tall. That's probably
maths was never my strong point. Hyperbole, on the other hand, I do all right.
Yeah. What's Bavuma in the DHM scale? Asks Suter Who.
I reckon Bavuma's about 0.9 ducats. I think he's smaller than...
Well, we're going to have a little bit of Maderva at the moment. Oh, and I'm the one supposed to be jingling him, aren't I?
I can't say I've seen him bowl before from the approach. I think he's going to be bowling spin.
Wesley. I'm very disappointed Wellington Masakadze's not playing. I was looking forward to saying something about him being beefy, but...
Well, he bowls off spin.
He
He bowls slightly more traditional off spin than Raza, but his first ball is wide and short and shite, and it's been slapped by Ducket to the fence.
Wide and short and shite. Wide, short and shite, that well-known firm of estate agents.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
Where is Wezza? Oh, here he is.
Wesley,
So Wesley continues. This time Duckett's picked him up from off stump right into the stands. Oh, slightly short of the stands, but I think it's over the ropes for a maximum.
It is.
And
you know what's going to happen, don't you? He's going to hole out off the 5th or 6th ball of this over.
Well, I was just about to say this looks suspiciously like what we might term declaration bowling, or sort of...
I think they're trying to induce an error with Duckett.
But yeah,
prepared to pay for it in runs.
I think in a way it's their best chance of getting a wicket at the moment is, really tempt him with some nice loopy off spin, and one goes straight up in the air. But he's timing it beautifully at the moment, Duckett. He races on to 140 off 133. And Wesley gets the wicket. There it is. Slapped straight to cover. Tony called it. Finally, Zimbabwe have a bit of joy. Their breakthrough they were looking for, not the way they might have expected it. But Ben Ducket is gone.
Well, he's gone for 140. You can't really say, oh, we're going to give him this.
You silly little boy. What on earth were you playing at?
But we did see it coming. We saw it coming. He didn't need a
Yeah,
crystal
well
ball
called. Good,
or
nice
a
bit of
glass
commentary
or a
there.
wooden leg to pick that one up.
Yes, and it was. He'd ridden his luck, hadn't he, Ducket? He plonked a couple in between fielders, and he was chancing his arm. So fair enough, 140. I mean,
yeah.
If there's ever a good time to come in at number 3, 231 for 1 halfway through the afternoon.
Caught by Ben Curran as well. To be fair on Wesley Maderva, that was his best ball because he threw it up a little bit more, and Ducket was obviously in aggressive mode. Maybe he just held it up enough, and Ducket didn't really get to the pitch, did he? So it wasn't as though he was caught on the boundary looking to power a massive 6. I think he was just looking for a drive and mistimed it and sort of spooned it up.
Finding a little bit of turn that Raza wasn't bowling sort of slower and flightier. I had that partnership to reach 232, so I'm gonna break something.
No, well, don't break anything in the studio.
Maybe it was
that's more than capable of breaking itself. Sorry for
maybe it was a no, that's fine. Maybe it was a trap, like the Romans suddenly finding themselves in a defile in the Teutoburg forest with the Germans all around, and maybe that was what Medvedev was aiming for.
We found out why they got the wicket. According to Farong, a scorpion has just dropped in for a visit, gets the wicket, cheeky bugger. I wouldn't go too close to those. Scorpions. I don't think that you particularly want to be bitten by one or pinched by one, do you?
So Ollie Pope arrives at the crease. A nice time, but possibly under a bit of pressure after Ben Stokes' comments yesterday.
Well, exactly.
We got a Pope! We got a Pope! Take a good hard look, it's Ollie Pope! It's Ollie Pope! It's Ollie Pope! Take a hard look at Ollie Pope!
Ooh, and Wesley goes over the wicket to him to start, and he trapped him on the pads first up. It might have been missing leg. Umpire Damasina doesn't look interested, and I don't think Zimbabwe are going to go for the review. But not a bad start to Pope. A bit of turn again from Wesley.
Yeah, it was definitely turn, but it was clearly a little too high and going down leg as well. But encouraging for Zimbabwe.
Well, it's the old cliche that Pope is skittish, jittery starter, but that's nice. He's rocked onto the back foot, carved it away in front of point, and it's going to reach the boundary. So Pope is up and running, 4 off his first 2. England are 235 for 1, and it is not quite the end of the over yet. We've got one more to come from Wesley.
We do.
First innings of the new papal reign, I suppose, for Pope.
Yep, a new Pope, same Pope.
Yep. Have you seen the film, the Ralph Fiennes film set in the Vatican?
Conclave.
Conclave. It's pretty good, actually.
Yeah, I enjoyed it, Forthy. This time Wesley's fuller and straighter. Pope nudges it away to the man at long on, so he'll end the over with a single. He'll keep the strike. England 236 for 1.
Have you read the book as well, Forthy? So Robert Harris.
No, I haven't.
Originally.
I read Fatherland by Robert Harris, but I haven't read that one.
It's well worth a read. Right, Jake Grover. Years ago, like 30, I read a book of poetry, cricket pastiches. The Love Song of Derek R. Pringle were a favourite, and they had Gur as Legolas and Gatting as Gimil. Okay, there we go.
Gimli.
And then he corrects himself and says Gower. Maybe Gower as Gimil then.
Yeah, Gower as Legolas. That would be about right. Yes.
Gower instead of Gower. Yes. Right, well, Scorpion, I told you about the Scorpion. What did Stokes say about the pontifical one, says Stephen Gelb? It's not what he said about Pope, but he did seem to suggest very strongly that Bethel was nailed on for the India series at 3, which would suggest your current number 3 is the man under pressure.
As Blessing starts short to him and Pope nudges that away to the man at third man. They should get back for a couple there. So he's made a fast start, 7 from his first 4.
Didn't say anything about Ollie Pope. Didn't say anything. He's fine.
No, he's fine. Well, it could be someone else making way. I mean, Zach Crawley's under a bit of pressure too, but that would require a real reshuffle.
I mean, who would open in that circumstance? I don't know. Well, anyway, he's nailed himself back on because he's on 78.
It's just distinctly more attacking fielder now. You've got the new man in,
Yeah,
who, as we've said, is under pressure.
We got a couple of slips and a gully and a short extra cover, but that's full on his pads and he's beautifully flicked it away. It's going to race away to the fence. So Ollie Pope's made a really fast start here. It's lax from Blessing.
Yeah, he's
both
one
sort of
recent
English cricketers, I think. recent debutantes, Pope's got about 55 tests under his belt now. He's got the most of anyone in the last 5 years who's made his debut in that last 5 or 6 years.
He had a fairly miserable tour of, Pakistan, India. Recent tours have all been fairly miserable for him, haven't they?
Yeah, he was better in New Zealand as keeper and batting at 6. I think number 3 doesn't necessarily suit his game, but these two, both over 50 tests now, both still averaging under 35, and I mean, you don't find too many players with those sort of numbers.
I sort of agree with you there, Nick. I remember when Pope first went to 3, not just me, but lots of more informed people were saying, well, that doesn't make sense. And I don't think it does. I think he's a number 6 plus wicket keeper, ideally. He's not a bad keeper.
No, he can keep wicket, and I think lots of people seem to think that Jamie Smith's too good a batter to keep wicket, as Blessing is wide again, and this time, Gully was in play there. Pope looked to play it in that area, but the fielder there had a chance. It was aerial, but it's raced away to the fence for 4.
I thought he'd done it. Isn't Bennett about 37? He was pretty sprightly going about his work, trying to get in the way of that.
Live for a man in his late 30s indeed, but it was just out of his reach.
And 4.
I think Pope definitely played it in that area.
Living up to billing, isn't he, of skittishness? This is not giving you any sense of stability, this Pope innings so far, although he is 15 or 7.
He's 15 already, but there suddenly looks like something's going to happen every ball. Blessing is wide on the crease to him, but he's full and on leg stump. It's not good enough, that, and they'll get back for another 2. So the runs are flowing, but Zimbabwe will feel that since Ben Ducket left the crease, they've got a little chance of one bringing 2.
Well, Pope's obviously decided is play, the best chance you'll get to put some runs on the board and make a case is attack early. It was quite interesting. Although they went at a good rate, I thought Crawley and Ducket didn't really, they were pretty chanceless for most of their innings.
They were.
Yep, and they didn't really look to take it to Zimbabwe. They were happy to wait for the bad balls where, Pope looks like he's going to try and play sort of 2.5 shots a ball, and, if he can be 25 off 10, maybe things get a little easier.
Was that
it's the old criticism. We've always had a Baz ball, isn't it? Yeah, sure, be more aggressive and all of those things, but it doesn't have to be all or nothing.
Leah says, just when I was going to say something about Ducket being on track for the fastest test double ton, Diet Pope, says Suter Who. Conclave was very good indeed, says Leah. Concave, says Eric J. Scorpions, are they not repelled by lavender? I'm sure Lynx probably have a lavender deodorant that they could be used to protect cricketers under threat. Excuse me, J. Grover. Conclave is mint. Oddly never read any Harris. What else do we have? The best thing Pope can do is overtake Crawley, says Suter Who. Eric J. Always play your best keeper, which in England's case is Folkes. Steve Kelk, Tony, please make a pun about whether Pope can live up to Billings. I was actually thinking about doing that.
As Wesley continues over the wicket and Crawley is onto the back foot, punches it to the man at mid-off for a single.
Can you just pass me that bottle of water?
Of course, T, there you are.
Cheers, thank you very much.
And so Pope will face Wesley for not the first time. He had a couple of balls against him in the last over. It's really short, it stays low, but it's pretty shite. Pope manages to beat the man at extra cover, slapping it away. It trickles into the boundary. Toblerone, so it's another 4 for England. They're coming thick and fast.
2 + 2 is our man.
I always get the Toblerone jingle in my head whenever.
Which one's that?
Toblerone out on its own, triangular chocolate. Made from triangular honey, from triangular bees.
That's the one.
Triangular trees and so on.
And this time he's too full. It just about pitches and Pope smashes it to the man at mid-off for no run.
The one I remember had a tune though.
I haven't had a piece of Toblerone in years.
Very, very good. Actually, I had some Toblerone Preyline things my wife gave me for special treat for my birthday.
And that was a lovely shot from Pope. It was on a length, but he rocked back, gave himself some room and slammed it away to the man at the deep point fence. It'll be just a single, brings Zach Crawley back onto strike. He's on 79.
They've been in a bit of trouble recently.
Got the Matterhorn on it.
Yeah, well, it doesn't anymore because it's not made in Switzerland.
That's right. It's
leg side-ish.
Two-shard, isn't it? When we went to Switzerland, we went round the Lindt factory, which
Lindt with the D in.
Yes, that's right.
The other thing they've been in trouble for is, the classic shrinkflation, paying the same for a considerably smaller number of triangles.
Well, that catches you out in the end.
Short and leg side from Wesley, but there's no run there, so that'll be the end of the 44th. England 255 for 1.
Steve Chilton, don't say that, Eric. I don't quite know Eric J. Oh, playing folks, I think that was it. Surrey need him, obviously. Are you a Surrey fan, Steve? I'm guessing you are. Farong says a sporting declaration with half an hour to play, ? Yeah, not a bad thought. Years ago, says Steve Chilton, who we now believe to be a man of Surrey, says that this score would have been a day's play. Yeah, fair point.
Yes, it would.
And we might.
I always remember 240 for 4 when I started watching cricket over 50 years ago was regarded as par for the first day, and both sides equally balanced.
Didn't you? I remember you saying once that, I think, because you and I remember the older radio commentaries, didn't England spend about 20 years bowling a touch too short, according to just about everybody on Test Match Special?
Yes, absolutely, 100%.
Blessing continues. He's on off stump and Crawley pushes it into the offside for a scampered single.
I mean, people always remember the old TMS days. Oh, marvellous how you turn the telly on, put TMS on instead. But my God, it was gloomy stuff. It was Fred Truman, Don Mosey, Trevor Bailey. Oh my word!
The boil. Now, I have a question for our social media friends, or indeed anyone listening. Up on the England balcony is a red-headed chap who has this piece of paper. I'll hold the question for a minute. That's you, mate.
Oh, that's me. Sorry, it's wide and it's on a good length from Blessing. It's well left alone. No run.
We're looking at the Lions squad with James Rew as captain. So yes, there's this ginger-haired lad, and he seems to not have a computer or anything, but this piece of paper. And every so often, bowling coach, and Jeetan Patel, players, they're all looking over his shoulder. One, who is this young ginger-haired man? Because I don't recognise him. And two, what might be on that bit of paper?
As Blessing continues outside the off-stump, Pope thinks about it but leaves it alone. I think it's James Rew, isn't it, T?
Is it James? Well, it may well be.
I thought it was. He is a young ginger man with the same sort of...
Oh, there you go. I'm sure if Annie was listening, she'd tell me straight away, because he's a man of Somerset, isn't he?
He certainly is, and he is... Yeah, he's young, he's ginger, he's rosy-cheeked.
Chris Wokes is in the Lions squad. There he
I
is.
did, yeah.
There he is again.
That must be James.
It is indeed. I've got a picture of him here.
Yep,
There's the piece of paper again.
There it is. He's doing a crossword.
I think he's on a crossword, or maybe a Sudoku. This time it's over pitch from Blessing. It's Pope, latched onto it by Pope, through the covers for 4.
Nice shot.
Forthy, can you hear the jingles much more clearly?
Just very quickly about the chocolate. You see, Cadbury's Dairy Milk took a little bit of chocolate out every year and made a little bit more profit, and then Yorkie launched and took them to the cleaners.
I always think of truck drivers. If there's a piece of branding and association, think Yorkie, think chocolate bar, think trucker.
I always think what they used to say, Yorkie not for girls. It's overpitched by Blessing again, but this time it's straight to mid-off. I always thought it was a strange bit of branding trying to cut off half your market, and they can't get away with it anymore.
Well, I'll tell you the consequences of that, because I've read the paper on it. They kept all the women and they got more men as a consequence. So it's a bit like Marmite, love it or hate it, you know.
We are supposed to have changed over, chaps, I think, about 5 minutes ago. But we'll
absolutely right.
Get to the end of this over. Next ball. We've got one more ball, 14.
Oh, okay. Right, sorry about that.
Just luxuriating in our chocolate chat as Blessing continues it short. Pope gets onto it, uppercuts it over the slip cordons, one bounce into the fence. It's another boundary. England are 264 for 1 after 45.
1, 2, buckle my shoe. 3, 4, shut the door.
Well, indeed, it's been categorically so far England's day. Put in, remember, They raced along at 5 and over up to lunch. Hadn't lost a wicket. They brought on. They had tried spin. Had Zimbabwe. Sikandar Raza had been probably trying to push it through. Wesley Madurva came on and he bowled a couple of, well, I would only say, looseners to say the least. And yet he managed to hold one up, get a little bit of turn, and Fox Ducket, who spooned it to short extra, and they did find their wicket. 264 for one. Then after 45 overs, we had the 1 wicket. The run rate still in this session, though, over 7 and over, 134 runs. Yeah. So England have continued to power along, and it is going to be Sikandar Raza who will take up the attack. 36. He's gone 4 off his 7. Swept and missed by Crawley. And so he stays on 81 off his 120 balls. 264 for one. Jason.
Yeah, he was completely out of the blue, that wicket, wasn't he? Sort of no indication that was going to happen.
Well, the indication was that we thought poor old Wesley was bowling such rubbish that Ducket would do something daft to him, but in actual fact it was a good ball, I think, that got Ducket. Well, and a little reverse dab by Crawley, but wicketkeeper
he's quite lucky there. I think he's only just outside the line, and that's hit him very close to off stump.
Yeah, did he get some bat on it?
I'm not sure he did. I think that hit the bottom.
Look for you.
A bit of glove.
Might have been a bit of glove right on the very top of the bat, but without that was probably going on to hit.
What odd ball that was! It's going to get them a single as it slapped down to the cover boundary.
Instead of doing his, you all right there? No, you need some water.
I know I have. Sikandar Raza, that was the most round arm ball. He seemed to crouch down.
Very Kedar Jadhav, that one. Very Kedar Jadhav.
Yeah, bizarrest of deliveries. Went for a single.
As opposed to being very Sikandar Raza and
defended.
Narine.
And that was a good ball, actually. Defended by Pope, who seems to have not been in very long and is managed to get himself onto 30.
Yeah, 30 off 19 balls.
We're watching that ball again. He's kind of not that far from the crease, but he hops, he skips and he jumps. What's he got this time? More conventional, pushing it through, clipped nicely by Pope, down towards mid-wicket, and will get himself a single. Remember also, poor old Zimbabwe have lost Richard Ngava, who looked to be either a bad hamstring or a back spasm. In fact, I think it was more likely a back spasm, wasn't it, from what we could see.
Well, it was his lower back, wasn't it? Though he was sort of gingerly fielding.
In skips Raza, who's a bit of a box of tricks when it comes to trying to pick what he's going to deliver. This is just flicked to mid-wicket, and there is no run. 266 for one after 46.
I don't know why you're chunching away, Crawley, because you're on 82 off 120, which is probably about 25-30 more than you scored at all in this season so far.
Who's our man on socials? Is that you, Nick?
That is me, T. And what have we got? Jay is saying, my mum has lavender in her garden. I've never seen a scorpion in Hunter's Bar.
Lavender's very good for attracting bees. I encourage lavender in gardens.
It smells nice too. Pirate Badshah saying the diminishing size of Toblerone is evidence that humanity's peaked and we're in terminal decline. A return to the primordial soup beckons.
Yeah, I go along with that. It's just one indicator amongst many that could be the case.
And Jay's coming back. Well, if they're not made in Switzerland, they might be a bit low on the gold packaging. Sutahu saying the Not For Girls was quite successful. Apparently so.
Right. Blessings be upon you in the form of the 6'8" Musrabani. One slip defended by Pope in front of his off stump. And
no wonder he gets so much lift if he's 6'8". I mean, I saw he was jumping up quite sharply off a length.
Yeah, we've just been bemoaning all day, in fact, so far, Jace, the fact that he's, an extra couple of yards of pace would just make
a real handful.
Difference.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he's not a handful anyway. He did get 3 consecutive sixers. First person to do it in Test cricket, I think, was it Malcolm Marshall?
Well, yeah. That man was a genius.
Well, indeed he was. Over the wicket comes Musrabani. Up onto his toes goes Pope. Works it off his hip. 2 square leg and takes a single. In jogs. Who was that jogging in?
Left-handed.
It was the bowler,
left-handed
Madurva,
bowler.
I think.
I'm not sure it was. No left-handed bowler, not on Garavara.
I'll tell you why I wasn't sure who it was, because I don't think he's in the starting 11, and it was probably the subfielder who's come on. That might be what fooled me.
You're not often easily fooled.
Not
you give yourself.
267 for 1. In comes Blessing over the wicket. Nicely defended by Crawley, who sets off and is sent back by Pope. And there is no run there. Crawley thought there was a run. Pope didn't think there was. I am, in this particular case, with the new Pope. Well, it's the old Pope, but we do have a new Pope.
Yes, Pope Leo?
Pope Leo, he's called himself, yeah.
Not DiCaprio, but...
An American from Chicago who also has Peruvian nationality and hates Donald Trump. And there's a lot going for the lad. Oh, and they also described him as a youthful Pope because he's 79, I think. Pulled away by Crawley. That's a terrific shot. Musrabani, there was that possible lack of pace. It was short. But Crawley, who's seeing it like the proverbial football, had time to swivel and pull it away to mid-wicket for a fine one of these.
That's a lovely shot. He just stood tall.
That's interesting.
Real shot of authority there.
There's no jingle playing now. It's playing, but it's not.
But we're not getting it. But it was right off the front foot, wasn't it, Jace?
Yeah, he didn't really step back to hit it. He just stayed in his stance and just swung through the line.
Hopefully that's not maybe it's just that one. If not, we'll have to call technical support. In comes Musrabani, defended into the offside, but they'll jog another single. Let me just try again. Let me try any jingle.
Any jingle, T. Anyone will do. Right. Nothing here.
Okay. Technical support. We appear to have no volume on jingles.
I think technical support might be asleep.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah. The bear is... he's not in the woods, but he's
having his afternoon nap.
He's hibernating.
Well, he's picked a wrong moment to hibernate.
Too much honey, and he's horizontal.
Wasn't it Winnie the Pooh who had too much honey and got stuck in a hole? And they had to sort of not feed him for a while so they could pull him out. Right, this one is pushed into the onside, and they take another sharp single. I wonder if it's just a connection. You never know.
No.
You never know. I told you.
All these dodgy cables that the bear has unplugged and replugged.
Again, nothing. I'm just looking to see if it's something really blindingly obvious. Have I accidentally put it all on? Oh, wait a minute.
Tectony.
Tectony's on it.
Have you pressed a mouse pad and then therefore muted yourself?
Yeah, I can see.
Meanwhile, whilst you're doing that, do some...
Yeah, we'll do a few tweets. And if you can hear a jingle coming through your laptop, do give us a shout.
I think we're fine.
We're back.
Yeah,
we've got music.
Sorted. Tectony does it again.
And tweets will have to wait for the next over because it looks like Sikandar Raza's coming right back in.
Yeah.
He was. He doesn't give you a lot of time or space. What's he got up his... or what's he going to pull out of his
full-length sleeves
bag? He's going to pull a fairly average ball just wider leg stump, which is nudged into the onside.
Did crouch
square, and they take a single.
He was quite low down by his ankles by the time he got his back down to it. I thought that was going to arrive a bit higher than that.
Yeah, there's definitely been some variable bounce, hasn't there? I think it's about all the bowlers have had. I wonder how Sean Irvine's feeling about his decision at the toss now.
Well, that one again is away to leg. Crawley tried to help it on its way, wasn't able to, and there was again no run. If you look at his entry on Cricinfo, Sikandar Raza, his list of clubs, counties and franchise takes up most of the page. I mean, it's just
so
like
you're just saying
scroll.
Franchise tart, are you?
It basically is, and that's worked into the offside. No run. He did say when he was 11 he wanted to be a fighter pilot. Apparently that's what he wanted to set out to do in life. He even got as far as doing an exam.
But his eyes weren't good enough.
Yeah, they'd failed an eye test. And he comes up onto his toes, goes Crawley, pushed into the offside. Again, there is no run.
Well, he needs to be higher than the 6'5" he already is.
He didn't play. He didn't play in the game against the Professional County Cricketers Select 11 at Leicester.
PCC.
In hops Raza. Forward comes Crawley, pushes hard out to wideish long on.
Yeah, I was really quite surprised
Fielded
with
by Chivanga, and they take a single.
that result, because I didn't really take any notice of it. Then I thought, oh, the PCC have won.
Yeah,
and
it
you
did
looked
look to be
at the
head for a
composition
draw,
of the
didn't it?
side, and you thought they're all under 19s or 20 years old, pretty much. Apart from a couple of
Raza
really.
again from the Radcliffe Road end, dug out a bit by Crawley to mid off. There is no run. What's he been doing? He's topping the averages for the Lahore Kalandars in the PSL with 45.6 in 9 matches with the bat, and had a higher score of 54 in Lahore. He's
He was
taken a few wickets too over there.
Wasn't he rated something like 3 or 4 in the ICC all-rounders rating in the world at one point?
Yeah, he's done very well as a T20 all-rounder, and I think his bowling's more suited to white ball cricket, the way he bowls fast and with a bag of tricks. Here, with a red ball, it can just be sort of flat and straight.
Well, you can work him out, and you can just play him out.
Talk about the ultimate definition of buying a wicket. 2 overs for 22, and yet sticking out like bollocks on a bulldog is that 1 wicket amongst the bowling figures. So he may have gone for 11 and over, but he did get that wicket of Ben Ducket. Right.
It's the sucker punch.
It's going to be a change of bowling, and it's going to be a return of Victor Nyauchi, who I think will honour with a jingle. Now we know they work.
He seeks the far horizon. He loves a new frontier. He's hiding at the hotel as Victor Nyauchi.
From the pavilion end, in comes Victor. And there's that movement in. Crawley has time to set himself and defend. And there is no run. 275 for 1, Jace.
He's another very solidly built bowler, isn't he?
He's got the perfect fast bowler's arse without actually being that fast.
And the chest and everything else.
Yes, he has. Speaking of perfect fast bowler's arse, is there any life from technical support and
the bear is
management?
somnambulant, I think.
No, I can see an elbow and it hasn't moved in a good 10 minutes.
Oh my lord. Right, Nyauchi, in he comes. Inside edge really from Crawley, but it's gone past the square leg umpire. Down to mid wicket. And he will get himself a single, and I think he knows, and indeed gestures back to Ollie Pope that was precisely not where he
ducking in a bit, mate. Just be aware. Don't do what I did.
Don't do what I did.
Although, to be fair, Pope already at 34 off 25 balls is looking slightly more at ease at the crease than Crawley has for his 88 from 130 odd balls.
For some reason I could hear my dad in my ears then as he said, "Don't do what I did, son," which he'd say to just about everything. Right, this one is pushed away backward of square, or just in front of square, I beg your pardon. It's rinse and repeat really. It's another single. Did they take 2? Did I miss that?
No.
No, just the 1.
Yeah.
No, straight to him. There's no time, even to Zimbabwean fielders.
For 1.
Who are pretty sharp, or they had a reputation in the 90s and early noughties for being a pretty sharp fielding side, Zimbabwe.
And that was actually, that little inside edge there was quite Crawley-esque in as much as he was going for the drive, but the feet were staying where they were. That one, he perfectly fine to leave the feet where they were because the ball came onto him quite nicely. Dabs it towards point. They jog a quick single, and he moves on to 90.
It's quite interesting because when you look at Crawley when he plays like that, you think he's doing the minimum necessary to ensure that he gets to 100 and gets the tick in the box.
You think that's what it is? I think
no. When he saw an absolute pie, and that was dismissed with that flat-footed standard Liverpool. That was a very different one. But
in comes Nyauchi. They have a man at sort of the on Hayden position, which I think is Irvine, who's the captain, who's stationed himself there. No run on this occasion, though. Pushed into the offside.
We've not seen a picture yet of the 3 Currans. No, 1 Curran in playing and 2 Currans, former Test players watching.
Well, for most of the morning, any time that Ben Curran got anywhere near the ball, they'd immediately cut to a crowd shot of Sam and Tom and respective other halves. I think that one's worked away by Pope down to deep mid-wicket. It's been a very busy over for who's the man down there? Is it Chivanga?
Yeah, I think so.
And I've been neglecting the tweets, so what have we got? Dara is saying hi all. Steve saying what's the betting Pope will overtake Crawley? Could happen sometime soon. Stephen Kelk is saying does anyone know the height of umpire Palikar? An estimate perhaps. Nick saying hats off to the bear for getting the new studio up and running. He is celebrating with a nice long nap.
He is.
John saying Lavender was absolutely fantastic in Dad's Army. Sadly missed stupid boy.
Oh, Ian Lavender, yes.
What else? Where are we? Dara is asking, does the new Pope eat guinea pig, a staple of the Peruvian diet?
Is it? I didn't know that.
Yes, it is.
Stephen is saying the height should of course be stated in DHM's Ducket.
Height measurement.
Height measurement. And Raza is back.
Onto the back foot goes Pope. Forces into the onside. Straight to mid-wicket. And there is no run. None for 40 off his 9.
Now,
Secunda
Ollie.
Raza, 279
Don't ruin a good thing by thinking too much. Just keep playing.
Are we going to see a sort of a lap or a reverse scoop or something?
Raza again. Oh, that was a lovely shot. Pope just waited for it. And there's a little deft flick of the wrist. It's not going to get in 4. It was angled down towards third man. It's going to be hauled in just short of the rope, and he will get 2.
So late. It was almost in the keeper's gloves. And
it was
not very far away from first slip. But he's got no chance of getting anywhere to it because it's on him so quickly.
Deft. I would describe that as deft and delightful. And other words beginning with D. But it was beautifully done. Right. Raza, that's pushed through, kept low. Rather fools Ollie Pope, who has to jab down on it at the last minute. He was looking to think about a cut.
Yeah, good bit of fielding by the
didn't
gully.
Get up for him.
And no, Pope almost made the mistake that the unfortunate West Indian lady cricketer did yesterday.
Oh, that was just nonsense. This one's defended by Pope. The 50 partnership is up off 48 runs.
But it had the good sense to be looking in a direction where the ball had gone to see the ball returning.
Hayley Matthews. Was it Hayley Matthews at the other end? Who just
Hayley Matthews.
Yeah. All of them.
She just went, oh.
Well, the look on her face was a picture after that happened. It was quite amusing. Right, in comes Raza. Full and on-off stump defended.
Not a great...
The Bishop of Rome.
Not a great day for West Indies cricket yesterday. The men getting handed...
They got handed their arses by Ireland.
Yeah.
I didn't see that. I watched the women's game as I was, or most of the T20, waiting for probably one of the worst Europa Cup finals ever.
El Crapico.
Right, El Crapico. That one bounces up. Pope gets on top of it.
Yeah.
Works it down to backward square. Takes a single.
I looked at the scorecard today, and Ireland got 300 for 6 off their 50. And with the Balbirnie ton, and Harry Tector got a lot as well, and bowled him out for about 70.
Right, it was 282 for 1.
And we're back with the tweets. Where are we? Suter saying, don't do it, Tony. I don't know what that's in reference to. Leah's saying, you don't want to be a fighter pilot in an air force equipped with Soviet shit. You probably don't. She's also saying, I'll link some YouTube channels that give very good reasons for this in the Discord, so get donating, people.
Yes, thank you.
Is saying Tony's blessing of the jingles drives out the dark forces once more. Steve is asking if we're going to see 300 before tea. How long have we got? 10 minutes or so?
About 7 minutes, 7 or 8 minutes.
So 18 runs. We might with a big over.
282, 300. Yeah, I think it's doable. You've only got
very much doable.
18 runs.
And not that Jeff Thomas is saying, thanks for keeping us entertained, Gorillas, but it's 7:30 and I have a house to build.
In comes Norchi. Oh, I need to hear more about that. But if he's gone to build a house, then he won't have time to tell us.
Yeah. He's just one up the bear. He's only built a studio.
And where are you, Jeff, that it's 7:30 in the morning?
Anyway, that's away into the offside. There was no run.
West Coast
of America.
Yeah, I would have thought so. That's 8 hours behind. Or Canada.
Our friend Niorchi. If I remember, I can't remember if our friend Jeff Thomas is actually a Crystal Palace fan, or just has a name.
Not to the Jeff Thomas.
Exactly. He'll have to remind me. That one's away into the offside by Pope, fielded by Ben Curran at deep cover.
My social media feed was absolutely red and blue last weekend with all the people that I know who support them, many from my cricket club who hadn't played.
Surely happy to see him beat City though, Jace.
Oh yeah, earnest trio versus the Man City of football. Yeah. Even if they're not at their peak, they're still a decent side to beat.
In comes the barrel-chested and amply arsed Niorchi, and it's pushed into the offside. And
Again, there is no run. I'm not sure Crawley's thinking, I tell you what, I want my ton before tea time. He has played, I must say, very sensibly.
Sensibly, happy to have a bit of cake in his nervous 90s.
Yeah.
Well, he's calmed down a bit. Normally he goes all guns blazing and then eases off a little bit once he gets there and stays for longer than 25 runs.
I reckon once he gets to 3 figures, we're going to see the booming, expansive drive make a return.
Yeah, well, that's defended towards mid-on. No run by Crawley.
Well, yeah, you would have thought that he would want to get as much as he can before the new ball is due in the 80th over, because that's their best chance of getting the wicket.
That's 30 overs away for Chase.
Plenty of time.
Right, Nielchi turns at the top of his run. It's a very busy run too. And fast arm action. And it's just a shade wide of the off stump, defended towards point by Crawley, and there is again no run. 1 ball left of this Nielchi over. He has done for 40.
And I have to say, I do feel a bit sorry for the Zimbabwe bowlers when your captain wins the toss and looks and says, "We'll have a bowl," and it's not a bowling day.
Yeah, well, I think they looked at the overhead conditions.
Tricked by the old clouds.
That was their best chance. Right, in comes Nielchi. That's on the pads of Crawley.
But I suppose
tucked in behind it, no run.
The argument would be that it's going to be better today than it is tomorrow, where the weather is meant to be nice and sunny and good for batting.
Yeah, 283 for 1. 51 overs complete. Nick.
And Jeff has told us that he's in Boonville, California, and he's going to see us later. We hope so, Jeff. Stephen Kelk is saying, "I'll never forget when you were playing for England and you were clean through on goal." Jay is saying, "I always feel proper unmanly when people say I've got a house to build. What to respond?" I feel you, Jay. Jeff is saying, "Hence Steve, not that Jeff Thomas." Jay is saying, "Well, I might have a little wank and a little cry later. Don't work. It's you're building something."
That is honestly a towel here. There's a chap there whose missus is just fast asleep on his shoulder. Bless him.
And he's
right, cut beautifully by Pope off the bowling of Sikandar Raza. Signalled us for. He had the time. He gave himself the room, and away it went.
1, 2, 3, 4.
And very gallantly, he's not bothered to give a gentle little nudge to wake her up. He's just letting her be on his shoulder.
Well, I think in Bear Watch the elbow's disappeared, but I think he's gone deeper into sleep.
Oh Lord, we have to poke him with something. Right, Raza. Again, he tries to push the ball through.
No.
You can see how this works, perhaps in limited over cricket. Less effective, perhaps here.
No, if you've not learnt
Trent
anything,
Bridge.
you do not poke any bear with a stick.
No, but did he show it where it was pushed into the onside and there was no run? Interestingly enough, pushed vaguely in the direction from where we're sitting of where the bear would be.
Well, he just showed us a movement of hands, so I think Bear is back in the land of the living.
Bear is in the land of the awake, if not
steered into the offside by Pope.
Upright.
44 for him off 39, 90 for Crawley. Both approaching milestones. 287 for 1. Worked to short mid wicket. No run on this occasion from Pope.
Yeah. As many of our
Sikandar Raza, he's got 2 balls left of this over. Jason,
as many of our listeners will know, the bear is very good at power naps.
Yes, indeed. You don't want one when he's driving, not driving you somewhere. As that one's defended towards the bowler.
I remember my first experience of a bear power nap during that New Zealand series. I think that was about a 2-hour one.
Yeah,
that was a rather long power nap.
Slip in place for Sikandar Raza is not going to be needed because it's again pushed towards mid-on. Again, there is no run. 54 miles an hour. End of that over. They're all approaching a milestone actually. Sikandar Raza's on 0 for 57. Pope's on 44. Crawley on 90. England 287 for 1.
What do we got here? Steve is saying, "Jay, you're tough, really." Eric's saying, "That's life on the frontier, Jay." Mayank is saying, "I reckon England will bat 10 overs tomorrow, declare 520 for 3, bundle Zimbabwe out twice for 100 each, test done on day 2. I hope not, because I've got tickets for day 2 and 3. Steve saying, "Don't have a wank, it'll sap your energy, Jay."
Please.
Jay is saying, "Cheers, Steve. Bet I win on assault arrests, though." Jay is saying, "Toxic versus healthy masculinity right there." and asking when does a power nap become a drug-induced kip.
Right, Nyanchi, in he comes, barrelling, and worked off his hip from Crawley. Down towards backward square, single taken. He moves on to 91. There's three chaps dressed as bananas who have just
not the day to be a banana.
They've just realised that they're on screen. Only one of them has gone full banana because he's got his banana top on.
Two are part peeled.
The other two have been partly peeled. Yes.
And if the sun's strong, they'll be totally peeled by the end of the day.
We've got Super Mario.
Mario and Friends.
And Friends, and whatever. I can't remember what the other one's called.
You got Luigi.
Oh, Luigi, that's right. Defended into the offside. No run.
I thought... Oh,
well. Bowser, isn't that Super Mario?
Yeah, Bowser's the dinosaur. Wario.
How did I know that?
Yes, I now understand it. Because it's a 4-day test and it starts on the Friday. Friday's nearly always the party.
The party day.
The party day, or the dress-up day.
Looking at the amount of beer and pims that's going down, it could be the farty day as well. In comes Nyanchi, clipped off his toes, helped away
lovely.
down to fine leg where there isn't a fielder, and four of these.
1 2 ka 4 4 2 ka 1. My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
And Nyanchi's kind of looking there, and he's as if to say, "Where's my fine leg?" But he can't.
Oh yes, exactly.
Everywhere, mate.
If you're bowling basically in swingers or angling in, you want your fine leg fine. You don't want him wide, and he's clearly too wide for that level or line of attack.
Who was making the point? Might have been Unit is saying that it hasn't been exactly inspired field placing by Irvin. It has been all rather pedestrian, really, in the field for Zimbabwe. Waited for late cut on the bounce, 2 slip, and there is no run. Ollie Pope feels he's missed out, but he's on 48. He's got 2. Is he going to get it before tea time? If he is, he's going to have to get it in the next 2 balls, Nick. I think because I think
absolutely
we are pretty much there.
This will be the last one, and to back you up, T, as well with the fielding, I feel a bit for the captain because the bowlers just haven't maintained a line, have they? It's drifted onto the pads so often, and you can't get away with that Test cricket at the best of times, especially not when you're bowling 75 miles an hour.
No, if you bowl 2 sides of the wicket, you make it hard on everybody. The fielders.
In comes Ndiaba. That one's worked down to deep square.
The busiest man in the field.
Yeah.
Square. Pretty much every ball that's at or around Midland leg is going there at the moment.
I wouldn't want to be fielding there, Jace, I'll tell you that.
No.
A nice day to field in the slips.
Quick info seems to have gone
yeah,
down.
because nothing's going to come your way, is it?
Yeah, you can have a good old doze.
I'll have to try and find it on the BBC. Shots wide. Driven backward a point by Crawley. I think he was looking to play in front of square. I'm not sure he meant that shot. Ben Curran is there again. And they will just take 2. So Crawley's on 93. It's the end of the over. That should, we think, be tea time. Indeed it is. The bails are placed on top of the stumps by umpire Damasina. And England at tea after 53 overs have powered their way along here to 295 for 1.
I'm going to do my Gary Naylor impression and just say something about the dilatory over rate, which is 8 overs behind now. After 2 sessions,
well,
having bowled quite a lot of spin.
Yeah.
So they lost the wicket, did England? The 1 wicket to fall all day of Ben Ducket, who was caught at mid-off, not really getting hold of a ball from Wesley Maderva.
Well, it was neither one thing nor the other. It was a back foot slap, and it was not along the ground, and it was not over his head. It was just at a nice catchable height.
So they were 231 for 1 at that point. That was after 41 overs. Since then, of course, they have motored along to 295 for 1 after 53. They were put in, remember, this morning by Craig Irvin, which was an interesting decision, hoping, we think, perhaps to take advantage of some overhead conditions. It really didn't work. Crawley and Ducket looked quite majestic. Ducket, very much the player so far, who really took the game to fairly hapless, I think, Zimbabwe attack so far. He's 140, came off 130 balls. Crawley looking good. Pope not looking too bad. We worried perhaps if sitting watching all of those runs piling up, and sense of pressure on that number 3 spot might impact him.
Ready to launch your business? Get started with the commerce platform.
Hello, Bear.
Oh, the bear is doing producery things.
Right, I think that might be just telling us to shut up. So,
yeah,
it is tea time. It is, for England, 295 for 1. I think we might be looking to put something on, Bear. What are you lining up there, Bear? This week's Bishop and Bear, where St Annie of Exeter is telling us all about her fantastic new book. It's if you haven't had a chance to read it,
I'm 3 chapters into it now.
Please do. Some very interesting, and if you want to know a bit of the history of guerrilla cricket, actually, the last chapter, which is around about Dan Norcross, will tell you an awful lot. But we're going to love you and leave you and see you after tea, and you'll be hearing me and the bear again in the fantastic company of national treasure Annie Chave.
Made for entrepreneurs. Shopify is specially designed to help you start, run, and grow your business with easy customizable themes that let you build your brand, marketing tools that get your products out there, integrated shipping solutions that actually save you time, from startups to scale-ups, online, in person, and on the go. Shopify is made for entrepreneurs like you.
Sign up for your $1 a month trial at shopify.com/setup.
The Bishop and the Bear, the Bishop and the Bear, and to the delight of everyone, they are here to share jokes and rants and guests and things. Who knows what any fun they'll bring? Not affiliated with the Mad Bishop and Bear pub at Paddington Station. The Bishop and the Bear, bands beyond compare, buckets of savoir-faire. The Bishop and the Bear.
After a bit of a hiatus, well, the pub has been closed for renovation. I'm delighted to say that we are Looney Tunes back in action. And today, what better guest could we possibly have to get us rolling again ahead of the Zimbabwe series, which we're going to be doing, fingers crossed, and the fact if the bear doesn't fall off the ladder trying to put an enormous pole in the middle of the studio, then we will be on air on Thursday. In fact, you might even be listening to this during lunchtime. But most importantly, our guest today, as sitting at the bar, has been, well, I would say, keeping a bit of a low profile recently. We've not really heard much about her. To such an extent, we've been wondering where she's gone. I'm obviously lying. It is St Annie of Exeter, who had her fabulous book, Cricket Changed My Life, 11 Personal Journeys. And she's going to chat to us about that. And then we're going to talk a bit about the Zimbabwe series and maybe just touch on a few other things. But first things first, Annie, what can we get you to drink?
Well, since I'm on this fantastic island with the bear, I think I've got to have something rum-based. So lots of rum and ice, please. I like it kind of on its own, no mixers. Yeah.
Got to be dark rum, though. Got to be dark rum.
Dark rum's fine, yeah. I like dark rum.
If David Brooks listening, he'd know exactly which rum to get you.
Oh, he would, yeah.
He's drunk most of it.
And he'd have had it, yeah.
Well, exactly. When we did the West Indies series, and he somehow got some weird sponsor who sent us bottles of rum, the dark rum went down very well indeed.
Yes, I bet it did, yeah. Mm.
So, right, as the bear hasn't read it, and I have, I'm gonna. It's a beautiful book. Let me start by complimenting you.
I've seen a picture of the front, and it looks lovely.
Thanks, Bear.
It is. Thank you, Bear. A fantastic read. There is, however, I would describe it as, in some cases, beautifully understated. May I read back to you, Annie, and we'll start there with the sentence I found to be the most beautifully understated of the beautifully understated sentences, and it was this one. There's an element of the extrovert about Dan Norcross. Now, what I want to know is what? Let's start there, because it kind of explains why it's the last chapter in the book, but it sort of explains why you're here. So can we start with that one?
Well, yeah. I mean, to be fair, there's lots of lovely things about Dan Norcross, but he is an extrovert, absolutely. Yeah. Oh, okay. I'm understating that. He's a complete flamboyant,
can be an arse, I will say.
But he's wonderful as well, and it wasn't all about the flamboyancy anyway, or the extrovert.
No, it wasn't.
No, so there's lots of basically there's 11 really interesting people in this book. Well, actually 12, because one of the chapters is split between
two people, isn't it?
Yeah. But they're all they've all got so much to say, so much of interest that you can't just keep going on about how massive they are or how extrovert they are or whatever. You have to underplay a little.
And you do, and I will point out as well that I think it was Gideon Haigh described it as joyful.
Yeah, how nice is that?
I would honestly say that's a pretty good description from the book I was reading.
Absolutely what I wanted, because it was conceived at a time when there's a lot of misery in cricket, and it was all a bit grim, and I just thought there are so many wonderful things about cricket, and the thing I love most about cricket is the community stuff and the people, and I just thought, well, let's do a positive book and a joyful book, and I'm so pleased that Gideon Haigh picked up on that. So thank you, Gideon. I've also had a lovely message from Duncan Hamilton saying much the same sort of thing. So it's a lovely that these people are even reading it, let alone saying nice things about it.
Well, I would absolutely say so. Now, I mean, there's a lot of interesting questions. I mean, you've kind of touched on it. At what point in your life did you sit down with yourself and go, do you know what? I've got this idea for a book. Has it sort of slowly bubbled up and crept up on you and had always been getting bigger and bigger in your mind, or was it a kind of an epiphany? An epiphany, sorry.
I was just trying to work out what that was. I've always wanted to write a book, and certainly cricket has been a big element of my life in the last probably 7 years, and that's a lot down to you guys, and I do mention that in my book.
Definitely do.
Yeah, so I think coming on Gorilla, sort of actually feeling like there was a community, there were people, loads of white middle class nerdy men that I've had an affinity with.
Obviously, the barman and landlord completely accepted from that.
I bloody hope so, yeah.
So there were a lot of nerdy people that loved all the stats, loved all the, loved cricket as much as I did, and it really, I started to feel like I had a real community. And the idea of the book actually came to me probably a couple of years ago when what's her name?
Can't remember.
Ebony Rainbow.
Catherine Brunt. That's the one. That's the one I was trying to say. When Catherine Brunt, Siva Brunt, yeah. When she stopped playing cricket, she did a big interview where she said cricket has saved her life. And she talked about how wayward she would have been without it. And I remember thinking, gosh, there must be loads of people where that's the case. And that there must be some kind of book here that you could talk about. And then I kind of thought about lots of different people that I knew where cricket had changed or made a massive difference to their life. And so I wrote an email to Stephen Chalk, the writer and publisher, and I said, look, I've got this idea. What do you think? I want to write about 11 different people where cricket's changed their life. 11 because obviously that's my cricket team. And he wrote back and said, I think it's a really good idea. If I were you, the first person I'd look at would be Waleed Khan. And he told me about Waleed Khan, which I didn't know anything about. And I'll just quickly recap over Waleed Khan. Waleed was shot by terrorists in Pakistan when he was 12 years old, and all his friends were killed. There was
135 people
killed in a school.
And no, it was about 150, and 135 of them were kids.
Yeah.
It was just shocking.
Yeah, and he himself was shot 6 times in the face and survived.
Wow.
was given 0.5% chance of survival. I mean, they did not think he was going to survive at all. Was in a coma for 8 days, came round, has come to Birmingham and for reconstructive surgery after reconstructive surgery. And in that time, he was a massive cricket fan, and the Pakistani cricket team came to visit him. He also went to an academy when he was able to walk on crutches, because they took a lot of bone and stuff out of his leg to do the.
Did he not lose his sight or anything like that?
No, that is the amazing thing. His eyes were absolutely fine. I mean, his face was, his nose and mouth.
They practically shot his jaw off.
Yeah, but his eyes were absolutely fine. So.
Wow.
And so he went to an academy, and a cricket academy, and he was given free rein to just come and go as he wanted. He, could hardly walk, but he bowled, and he just kept. And he said that going to this and doing the cricket stuff made him feel, like a human being, like a cricketer, rather than a victim. And he started to recover from that. And he's become a motivational speaker. He's an incredible lad, and he says things like, the worst experience in my life has become the best experience in my life, and things like that. It's just really incredible. And he went on Test Match Special and talked to Jonathan Agnew. So I have to thank Stephen for giving me. I went up to Birmingham to meet Wally Khan in this little cafe, and I think in some ways that's so brave of him to come and meet some, because he's nervous of everything still. And he came and met me and a stranger, and he could hardly look me in the eye as he was talking, but when he talked about cricket, he was absolutely on it. He was looking at me, and he was a different lad. So
is that a reason you made that the first chapter in the book? Was it just due to the incredibly dramatic nature of the cricket transformation or because he was the first name given to you?
It was your flashy opener.
He was my flashy opener, definitely. And he really is a flashy opener. And that was the headline of the book. And I remember the publishers saying to me, that all the chapters won't be as good as this or as impactful as this one, but that they'll still all have their own, stories. And I've met some incredible people along the way, and it's such a brilliant thing to have done for me.
If I may, do you know what that chapter is an extraordinary read. It really is, and it's gut wrenching and horrifying and all those things. The bit that I remember most, apart from the pure, quite graphic description of just how awful the day was when it all happened, the bit that left me feeling so uplifted was his description of having to stand up. I think it was at the academy he went to in Birmingham, and he basically thought, I'm going to just go up and talk about it, which is not his natural thing. And he stood on the stage in front of about 500 people and told people what had happened, and he thought, this is going to go really badly. And he looked around, and people just were transfixed by the story.
And with tears,
I thought, wow,
loads of crying.
That's terrific, isn't it?
That was so brave. That was just so brave doing that. I mean, you're clearly going to be brave having been what he'd been through, I guess. But
it still brings me out in goosebumps when I think about it.
I think I'm going to have to read it.
Yes, that's the idea.
That would make you. They have the Times bestseller list. You could be on the Bear Red list.
Yeah, exactly.
God.
There are many
short lists.
There's a very short list at the moment. When you do these interviews, did you dictaphone them and then?
Yeah. I know you're going to ask the technical stuff, aren't you?
Yeah.
I have a little little zoomy thing. I'll show you.
I know the one. Yeah.
This I don't know.
It won't come out. Yeah.
For those of you enjoying this audio podcast,
sorry.
Annie is now holding up a gadget of some kind, which, given she has a backdrop to her screen, kind of fades in and out of the screen, and we can't really see anyway. But it's a great.
But anyway, So I do that, and then transcribe. I've got a transcribe thing on Word, and it kind of works. It comes up with some hilarious words, of course, when you're trying to talk about cricket, which it doesn't really understand, and then I have like 40 pages worth of interview, and I'll just
Go
through it and edit it down. Yeah, and it's actually a really nice process. It's a really satisfying process.
What was the biggest challenge, do you think? I mean, this is your first book. I mean, you clearly enjoy. You have an artistic leaning, I think.
Yeah.
To your chosen other career paths. And what was the biggest challenge you found in sort of knuckling down and creating the book? Was it the idea? Was it the writing process? Was it what was it?
Choosing.
Choosing the people was quite tough, but I did sit down with my publishers, which are Fairfield Books, which were Stephen's publishers, but are now taken over by Matt Thacker. They and we went through a whole list of people. I mean, they were keen to get the bigger names on. So I've included like David Lloyd and Roland Butcher. And I understand that because a lot of people, I don't want to read a book about nobody I know kind of thing. But I think often most people have said to me the ones, the stories about the people you don't know are the best ones.
Yeah,
probably true.
Yeah.
I think that we will touch on a couple more of those. Again, you, as you read a book, there's phrases you write that put mental images in your mind, and I think the book does that really nicely a couple of times. And Roland, I mean, like you, I've met Roland a few times. He's a lovely chap.
Yeah, really lovely.
But the description of him as a 3-year-old waving goodbye to his mum and dad, who he then doesn't see for another 10 years or something, and being left in Barbados,
so weird, isn't it?
As the boat disappeared, that just stuck in my mind, and because I was thinking, at the end of the day, he was born in Barbados, to a poor family. He's played cricket for a first black player to play for England. He did okay, could have done better, I'm sure, but he's carved himself a good commentary career. It's not a bad old life, really. But then he realised that, as was the case then, because it was just post the Windrush generation, wasn't it? He'd been left by his parents as they went off to look for work, look for money, look for ways to support their family. Is how hard working his dad was in doing that.
Have
and you realise
children.
Behind every have more children.
Yeah.
But it was that image. It was somehow I so often see the now, what is he, 70-something Roland Butcher?
Yeah.
Of various cricket things, not least of which in the Lord's Media Centre. And every time I see him now, I'm going to see a 3-year-old boy on a quay waving goodbye to his mum and dad as the boat disappears on a slightly choppy seas as well, from the description, I think, from the book. And I will look at him in a different light.
I mean, it was very common, wasn't it? There were a lot of West Indians that parents went to, because England needed people to come over and rescue the country from having nobody around to rebuild it. So they were seeking people, not just England. West Indies people went to America as well, didn't they? So it was very common for grandparents to bring up kids, but it's just I think the thing, he loved it in Barbados. He found it, he said he was in heaven, really. That's one of the things he said to me, was I was in heaven, really. And then to have to leave when you're like 13, come over and meet your parents who you don't know, and new brothers and sisters in a rainy Stevenage. I mean, God,
Stevenage. Of all the hardships in the book, that's probably.
I'm hoping we'll get a big long crash, a complete collapso, but I imagine. Hello everyone, sorry, we're just talking about betting as we come back to the to the thing. I've missed out on loads and loads of overs, which is really annoying.
But you haven't missed out on any wickets, I don't have thought.
No, but I wouldn't have betted under. I bet under on England. We're back after the break. England are 295 for 1. I'm joined by Nick and Jason. And we're here to see if England declare and get a little bold tonight, which I think they should do, really. That's clipped into the leg side this time. And I mean, let's face it, if England get 400 or above, I think they've got a good chance of rolling it twice in a day. And
I've got overs for the innings as well, so I'm hoping not.
Oh, right. What overs have you got for the innings?
I think I've got between about 440 and 470, Bear, so I need them to score a few more runs before we think about a sporting declaration.
Well, the most they'll take, they've got 37 overs to bowl, and that's Ollie Pope's 50 with that single.
Oh, is it? Fuck me, that was quick. He didn't come out that long before lunch, did he? Let's find a milestone and give him a 50. We'll have this one.
You know you lift me with your 50.
But yeah, 37 overs at their rate is going to take them 3 hours to bowl.
Well, yeah, they're bowling it, considering. I suppose England smack it around apart, but.
So there's going to be a good 2 hours of play before they declare and give themselves 45, 50 minutes.
And they'll all lose 20% of their fucking match fee, won't they? Which is probably quite good.
And or a match ban for the captain.
Yeah. So I think I give a shit about that. Pope 50 or 48. He's facing up, swept nicely, but can't be the man. Short on a 45. And there is no runner's blessings down there.
Yeah, he's quite easy to recognise, but he's 6'8" and relatively
and
slender
skinny
compared to some of the other ones.
Yeah, they lost a bowler as well, haven't they? Sikandar Raza is in, doesn't really spin, it's cut by Pope, not with great power, but in between Pope, cover and point, and they'll get a single. 298 for one. Yeah, I mean, I think, I mean, England might try to get 450, but I definitely think they'll want 20 minutes, half an hour out of them tonight.
450 in 2 hours, that's going to be what, 25 overs to get 150? Not hard.
Not hard, they're going on 7 and over at the moment, aren't they? So it's pretty much about right. Clipped to mid-wicket and there's no run.
I mean, they can pretty much play a T20 from now until they declare.
Well, exactly that. Plenty of, I mean, they're safe now, I thought.
Yeah, especially with a bit of bad weather forecast for the weekend.
Yeah, exactly that.
Lovely looking ground. I've not been there for ages. I'm hoping to go later this year to watch Durham play Notts.
I really enjoy it. It was one of my favourite grounds to do when I was doing a World Cup.
I ticked off Edgbaston for the first time in 30 years a couple of weeks ago. And that's massively different to when I saw it last, when they did have the big south stand with the pavilion in it. And that's a lovely ground as well.
I've never been to Nottingham, and I'm on my way up tomorrow, looking forward to it.
Yes, it's a lovely ground, Trent Bridge. I mean, I remember when we were doing the World Cup, at the end of a couple of good games there, you could just walk out. We were at the top row of the commentary boxes, which are right behind the thing.
What's the famous pub that's literally about 100 yards away?
I can't remember what it's called, but we went there as well. But I mean,
I think it's called the Trent Bridge.
It might well be. You could literally walk out the side of the commentary position on the top floor and just literally sit at the top of the stands. It's a lovely sunny day. It's beautiful. Niachi is into bowl. Cuts top edged by Pope, but over any slip, well, one slip. He's about a third slip, and it races his way down the boundary. It's 4 runs. Is he going to get to 100 before Crawley gets it?
He might well.
Well, I was looking at the partnership stats. I think Pope came in on about 235 or so, and they've put on 65, 70 now, and he's got 55 of them.
Yeah. Well, Pope was on about 80 when Crawley was on about 80 when Pope came out, I think.
Yeah, Crawley seems to be dealing purely in singles.
I think Crawley's just desperate to get a ton, isn't he? Prove that he can still bat. Pope, who hasn't had a great season, I believe, either. I think he pulled down towards deep back with square leg. He'll get himself another 4.
It's comparatively better than Crawley's, because I think he's at least got 1 ton, but yeah, he's got starts but not capitalised on them, I don't think.
How many rounds of the county championship there been? 4 or 5?
5, I think.
No, there's been 6.
Wow. Okay.
And the last of the first tranche is starting tomorrow, and I'm going to to watch Essex in the rematch of the game that was a bore draw in the first game of the season.
It does feel bizarre that half the season's over before June's rolled around.
Well, yeah. Well, the Test series is finished by the end of July as well, isn't it? That's it, pretty much. Test cricket. Oh, he's bowled him. No, he hasn't.
Yes, he has.
No, something's come off somewhere.
Yeah, I think the bail flew off.
No, it wasn't the bail. It was something on the bat, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah, it's a little sticker. Something off the glove.
Oh, it's his. He's hit the watch, I think.
His fitness monitor.
Strange.
He's just knackered the wrist strap on it.
Oh yeah, it was as well. Yeah.
Mind you, it's a bit different from the bloke in the county game who walked out with a phone in his pocket. That's going to cost if he gets hit flush on that.
Well, Archie is in again and it's just dropped it out to the offside. Right poke moves on to 60. 2 balls left in the over. Come on, Crawley, hit 6, get you 100.
It does remind me of the famous match early on when the era of mobile phones with Lamb and Botham and Dickie Bird. Have you heard that?
No, give it to us, Jace.
Well, Lamb's at the crease and he's walks out with his phone in. He says, gives Dickie Bird the phone. Says, hold on to that. I'm expecting a call in a minute. And then in the middle of an over, Botham, who's watching, phones him. Dickie Bird goes absolutely ballistic.
That's a lovely drive by Crawley. He's going to get 4 runs. He's going to nearly there at his 100. That's a full half volley, and he gets what it deserves, which is smacked out to the cover boundary. And it's 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
It's really tough going for Zimbabwe, this, isn't it? A bowler down, and Sun's come out now to...
And England are above 300 with 9 wickets in hand. I mean, it's not going to get any easier, is it?
No, you're just sort of praying for it to be over at this stage.
Exactly that.
But a bit of variable bounce. I don't think this pitch is going to get easier to bat on.
No. I'll stand by my suspicions that I think Zimbabwe will prove pretty flaky against better bowling. It's defended by Crawley out to the offside, and there is no run. End of the over. 98 for 311 for 1.
Stephen Kelp says goodbye. He says parachutes beckon. I am afraid the vicar insists. Thanks for the coverage and see you tomorrow. Dan DeCastro says declare they don't want other batsmen to get practice.
They'll have to get out to do that.
Yeah.
The only way they're going to do that is play T20 cricket and give a few wickets away.
And Jay Grover says, if it ends in a few days, I'll have a wee while longer to prepare for Jeremy's state visit. We're talking bunting, parades, possibly.
Who's that, sorry?
Jay Grover for the visit to Sheffield of the other Hendo.
Indeed. That's clipped by Pope out to mid-wicket. He's pretty deep, and it'll be a single.
Jay Grover also likes Trent Bridge. He says, possibly my favourite English ground. It's called the Trent Bridge Inn. I wasn't far off.
Down on the corner by the big roundabout.
Apparently Blower's favourite ground as well, according to Steve Chilton. And
Zakanda is in, clipped by Crawley nicely down to presume a long on. Indeed, it'll be a single. And he ticks along to 99 is Crawley. Going to get his first ton of the season. Is going to be an international against limited opposition. One would kindly put it, I presume. Pope props forward, defends, and there's no run. I mean, it's good for the brain, isn't it? Though, just to get the 100. You can only score the runs against what's put in front of you.
Quite right, Bear. That looked like some sort of carom ball.
Knuckleball. Yeah, it's just rolled out of the front of the hand.
Swept again by Pope, but hits the man on the 45, no run.
And you'd think 100 if he gets there, quietens the critics a little bit until the low ones start to mount again.
How do you assess the value of this 100,
until he comes up against Bumrah in the summer?
First test, Bumrah and Shami.
Exactly. Well, it's going to be interesting in this series, isn't it? I mean, with Kohli and Rohit, I mean, they're not on form, but they're experienced, and that's on the back foot, forced by Pope out to cover. He can't beat the man, and they don't get a run.
It does start to look fairly green with Jaiswal, Gill, maybe Shreyas Iyer in there.
Jaiswal abroad, yes, maybe, because he's had great series at home.
It's going to be interesting, isn't it? Yeah, defended, clipped into the leg side. And although he did all right in Australia.
Did really well.
So, I guess the ball will move more on the Dukes and the green pitches here, although the way we're having a droughty summer, I don't know that green. End of that over, 313 for 1. Over to you, Jace.
Eric Bunter says, I don't mind, never mind the bunting. Where's the fly past for Messages' visit?
Well, yeah, I think you should put a plane up in the air, Jay. And a big bunting behind it.
But he says that Jay Grover says, Colin will never give up his helicopter. Will Reynolds says, Knott's put a lot of money and effort into disability cricket, so it's been good access-wise in the venue. So there's that as well. I think all of these grounds have probably got really good disability access. Not sure about their outreach programs for disability cricket, but I think the venues themselves are all pretty top-notch in terms of disability access now.
Do you think if Crawley gets to his ton, he's just going to go mental?
Yeah, I'd love to see it top off.
Yeah. Anyway, he's facing up. Now Archie is in. Oh, he gets a leading edge. Out to the offside, but he is going to get a single out through point. It's not been the most fluent of innings by Crawley, but he gets there in the end. Zach Crawley 100 off 145 balls. That will make him feel good. The silence those critics, as you say, for those people who haven't watched any county cricket, it's like, oh, he's never left, he's in good form. But yeah, we all know he's a bit up and down. But he is a centurion, and we give him a jingle.
10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90,
100. Congratulations, sir. You are a centurion.
Has that gone for 6?
I think it has.
Off the leading edge, pretty much.
Yeah, it was way down the leg side, and I thought Pope sort of caught up with the ball, fortunately, and managed to pick it up.
That was something off of Village Green, not a test ground.
Way down the leg side. I didn't think he was going to catch it up, but he did sweetly time that, actually. And it just went over the boundary, a deep square leg, and it is one of these.
One talk over the line, sweet Jesus. One talk over the line.
England 320 for 1 of 56.2 overs.
Yeah, this kind of gives you the reason why they don't play Zimbabwe very often.
No. Well, what's going to happen? They're going to rejig the Test Championship, aren't they?
Yeah, it's going to be the top 8 teams, I think, rather than all the Test playing nations. Similar to what they're doing with the World Cup.
Well, they're going to do two divisions, aren't they?
Yeah.
Which is I think is not a bad idea. It's clipped into the leg side, out to deep square leg, and there'll be a single. They're thinking of trying to come up with an international season, aren't they, outside of the T20 nonsense?
International windows.
International windows.
But, I mean, what happens when India or England get relegated into the second division? Then the rules change, don't they? It's...
They'll never get relegated into the second division. There will be franchise-like, no relegation for...
Yeah, and then you're just kind of killing the game, aren't you, out of the big 3?
Well, that is the worry.
Well, there's got to be... Although I do... Yeah, exactly. And that's defended into the offside and there's no run. There has to be some way for the second division teams, they have to work it into the competition if it's a divisional thing, that they can somehow make it into the World Test Championship. I don't know how that works.
Yeah,
playoffs between the top. Oh, no, they don't do that, will they? Because it's Test matches. But
it's hard, isn't it? And without relegating someone as well.
Well, I think you have to put up with relegation, don't you? I mean, we have it in football. Why the fuck can't you have it in international cricket? Pope drives it down towards mid-on.
Yeah, and they've reduced it in rugby, which I disagree with. In that no one from the Premiership can get relegated into the Championship. Below the Championship, there are promotion and relegation now. Although they're allowing Worcester back. They're allowing Worcester back in next season.
So how does it work, Jace? Does the Premiership get bigger year on year?
I think one team is. They want to make it one club bigger, so they're not allowing relegation. I think this year, and the promoted team will go up, and 2 teams are going to get join. From Championship.
Yeah, I mean, to make sport interesting, I mean, it's the American franchise model is whack, really. Because it means you just go on forever. That's clipped by Crawley to move wicket for no run.
Yeah, there are some formats of sport where it doesn't work. And I think cricket is probably, and rugby is probably one of them.
Is that Tim Southey?
Yeah, he's been drafted in as bowling coach for the summer.
For us?
For us, yeah.
Really?
It seems strange seeing him on the England balcony, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does a bit. I suppose he's good mates with Brendan.
Strong Kiwi flavour to this England management.
Crawley on 100, not out. Finally got there. Facing up to Raza. And he just drops that into the offside and they'll get another single.
You can revert to normal blind Crawley now.
Presumably we'll go on till 6:30 tonight, won't we? Because they won't have got 90 overs in. And
I don't know if they might even go beyond that. Because certainly in the county championship, the teams are not bowling 96 overs in before 6:30, and because the weather's good, they're just saying, "Well, we'll play on because the light's good."
I was at the Oval one day when it seemed to go till about 7:30.
Yeah, I think I was there that day as well.
That on the back foot, forced by Pope back to
and I was at Lord's last year when it went to something like 7:15.
And the sun's come out, so I don't think they're going to have any issues with bad light. No, but I doubt that. I don't know if they'll do that. No, I originally won't because of the TV. Actually, I feel played up to the covers and there's no run.
Maybe not live coverage, but
yeah, but they won't play on if it's not on the telly.
I think they don't go past 6:45 unless it's the last day. Is that right? Or
yeah, something about the last day and the last 20 overs, isn't there? And starting the last hour or whatever. That's played by Pope up to long on. He'll get himself a single. I'm a big believer that they should start at 10 o'clock and go as long as it takes to bowl 90 overs.
I have a lot of sympathy for that. At least 10:30, I think, in summer.
Yeah, you'll have Gary on your case about that one.
About access for people getting to the ground, I think, is the issue.
Yeah, Gary's thing is that at 10 o'clock in the morning it's very different in England and the ball nibbles around more and it's unfair on the batsman or something. Well, you have to ask Gary about that. That was a little reverse dabble by Crawley. He got himself 3 runs. Quite a nice little shot. He moves on to 104. Of course, next up we've got the World Test Championship. When's that?
That is
in a couple of weeks' time.
12th, 13th of June, I think it starts.
Because Surrey are having to play all their games away for the T20 tranche because they're embargoed from the Oval.
Yeah. Clipped out to mid-wicket.
Because, of course, it is being played there.
I thought it was at Lord's.
Well, no, they changed it around, didn't they? They played one at Southampton. The first one was played at Southampton, wasn't it?
And the last one was at the Oval when Australia beat India.
Yeah, it was. Was it not Lord's? I thought the last one was at Lord's.
No,
this one's at the Oval.
Definitely Oval Bear, because I went to the last day.
Okay, fine, fair enough.
Eric J says the World Test Championship should be organised along the same lines as the Eurovision Song Contest.
Huh.
Presumably without the interventions with people protesting. Jacob says, Southie, jobs for the boys.
Yes, it seems that way.
To which Sutu says, Kiwis galore.
Well, it's the final day of the Premiership this week.
Yeah, it should have been over about 4 months ago.
Well, we walked it, didn't we? I mean, we played shit for the last 3 games, lost 2, won 1, and we're still somehow 12 points clear.
Yeah, but you sort of stopped trying, haven't you?
Well, basically, yeah, he's put in a whole bunch of...
Race for the top 5 is still...
pretty alive.
Chelsea Forest, big one for me.
Yeah, that's a big one. You're Chelsea, man. That's clipped off the hip, down towards deep back of the square. I'll get a single.
I am sadly bad. But I'm in the state where I really dislike Enzo Maresca, so I don't mind if we lose.
Why do you hate him so much? He's done you all right, hasn't he?
It's just so boring. It's unwatchable.
Yeah.
I mean, it's efficient but not attractive.
Yeah, I don't even think it's that efficient. I think with the squad that we've got, we should have done better this year than we have done.
Well, considering the amount of money you spent, yeah. Well, Palmer's scored fuck all since Christmas, has he? He was in my fantasy team and doing extraordinarily well. That's driven square by Crawley out to deep point. He'll just get himself a single.
Yeah, I think he's been shackled by the Maresca system.
That's what everyone's saying.
Sutahu says the Napoli and Inter showdown is tonight for Serie A.
Wow.
Which will determine the championship there, I think. I think Napoli are odds on to win that.
And then Champions League final next weekend.
Mm-hmm.
He also says cricket's okay the way it is.
Driven up towards mid-off, and there is no run. Yeah, well, with our Test Championship, they're going to have to be minimum 3 Test series, aren't they? If they go
I think that is coming in, which I agree with.
Yeah, that's great. These 2 Test series are a load of crap, aren't they?
Yeah. Well, this is a 1 Test series, and it's a 4-day test.
Well, there should always be an odd number, I think.
Yes.
So you're stuck with 1, 3, or 5.
Especially these days, where results are pretty much every game. Then you get a result in the series. Yeah. That's defended by Pope. Just back past the bowler, mid-off field. Blessing his own. No run.
I like that from Farong. He says, so the inaugural match at GC Brudio, which I agree with, shall be remembered as not a test match, bare blowout, lads international bowling debut.
Well, yeah. Sam Cook, I'm quite looking forward to seeing bowl.
No, I think he's talking about Ducket when he gets him over in a minute.
Of course he is. Sorry for wrong. What am I on about? Played by Pope back past the bowler and there is no run. But does that mean that England and Australia and all those test series will just be minimum 3 tests? Or are they still going to play 5? And then how does that work? And I do like the idea that they get rid of reducing the points for the overs nonsense.
The Ashes has got to be 5, doesn't it?
It has to be. It can't be anything else, can it?
I still think matches between the top 3 and possibly South Africa as well, they'll always try to get 5 test series.
That's guided nicely by Pope down towards third man. There is a man down there. He'll get round. I'll get back for 2.
Oh, Curran's got the family tinted glasses, I see.
Ah, yes.
Has he borrowed them from his big brother or his little brother?
I don't know. Probably got freebies off one of them, didn't he? How old's Ben Curran?
He's the middle child, so he's 26, I think. 27, maybe. Tom, because
Tom's the eldest, isn't he?
Tom's the eldest. I think he's 29. Then it's Ben. Then it's Sam, who's about 24, 25 now.
Is he only 25? He's been around.
Yeah,
forever.
that seems wild.
Yeah. Well, he made his mark as a 16-year-old who's still at school. Made his test debut at 17, I think.
Oh, was it? Was he that? In fact, meanwhile, Crawley is going to face up. Skanda Raza is going to continue. None for 58 or 14. You think Shoaib won't even get a bowl in this match, will he? Probably.
I don't know.
Just drift a little bit. Crawley just defends it into a gap on the offside and they get a single.
I think there's a view to getting him in because of the variable bounce and his height.
Well, yeah, the question is, if all the bowlers have a couple of spells each, will they get enough wickets in those couple of spells that he won't be required? That's my
I still think it's crazy that we're taking a bowling attack in that's got 13 test matches between it.
Well, I guess if there's one test match you're going to do it, and it's this one, isn't it? But I mean, we are inexperienced. I mean, that's played by Pope up towards mid-on. They don't go for single. If you lose, you've taken Anderson and Broad out of the attack in the last 2 years, and they've got all the experience.
Yeah, and then the two next most common bowlers are Wood and Wokes, neither of which are available.
Yeah. Driven by Pope, nicely fielded by a man at cover.
So I assume Bashir's the veteran of this attack, right?
Well, yeah.
Probably, yeah. He's probably got half the tests.
I mean, Gus has only played, 7 or 8 tests?
Yeah, and has Tung just played the one?
Yeah, I think so. And then he got injured for 8.
2 test series he played, I think. He got a fifer.
Yeah, he did.
In one of the games. And he got 10 wickets in total, I think.
I remember him bowling very well at Lords in the Ashes, Josh Tung.
Pope there trying to split the man cover and could beat him again. Raza in, this time it's on the pads. Pope just tucks it into the leg side, out towards deep square leg, gets himself a single, and there is no run. Sorry, there's one run. One. I wonder what he's thinking. That's Bennett, isn't it, that one? Who's the skipper? Is it Sean Irvine?
Yeah.
Played out through point. Again, this time by Crawley, gets himself a single. Or keep the strike. 235 for 1.
Leah's joined us. He says the Tares have to be 5. Can't be anything else. It was 6 matches until the latter half of the 90s bear, talking about the Ashes series.
Yeah, it was. With bloody break days on a Sunday as well.
And Jago says, anyone up for United versus that Sheffield United versus Sunderland on Saturday? That will be a truly cosmopolitan fan base. Yeah, with my friend is a Black Cat, and he is hopeful, but not that they don't win, because then it means they won't get absolutely trashed badly in the Premiership next year.
No.
A la Luton.
And this year, the 3 teams that came up this year, Ipswich, Southampton were appalling, weren't they?
They were shocking.
They were shocking. Ipswich
played a bit of football for a while.
Yeah, they did.
They played some attractive football, but I mean, they just lost 4-2.
Yeah, exactly. The lap will get taken by somebody, won't it, as well? And Leicester were pretty poor. Vardy's too old, isn't he, though?
Well, he's retired, isn't he?
Yeah, he's retired now, Chimanga is going to come down. I haven't played a jingle for a bowler or anything for a while, so I'll give him a little jingle if I can find him.
It's the boring middle overs.
Oh, he's the one I don't have, isn't he? He's the one we don't have a jingle for. Play back down the track and there is no run.
God, the more you see him bowl, the more he does look like Lungi Ngidi. It's broad, thick set, open-chested delivery.
Yeah,
if he bowls as well as Lungi Ngidi, that's a real compliment.
Well, yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah, he's about sort of 10 miles an hour slower.
Well, he's coming into bowl to Crawley, who just defends him back down the track, and there is no run.
And Crawley hasn't opened up since he got his 100, has he? He's been respectful, watchful. I think he wants a big one.
Well, he has previous of getting in big ones.
Yeah, I was surprised that he's only got 5. This is his 5th Test 100, considering there have been 2 really memorable
the
ones.
One with Wirecast on it, obviously.
Yeah, I've just been corrected, by the way. Vardy hasn't retired, he's just left Leicester.
Oh.
Where's he off to, Jace? Back to sort of Fleetwood Town.
That's kind of
rumours are
driven hard by Crawley. Beats the man at mid-off, and there will be another 4.
Rumours are he has taken the Scottish pounds to go to Rangers.
What were you asking, Trent?
If Gerrard goes to manage there.
And we're going to have a change at the end of this over, in fact.
Yep. I think Tony's coming in.
Nick is staying. You'll have to budge across the seat, Nick. Tony's going to join us. And Will is joining us as well. But that's the end of this over. We've got 3 balls left, and then we'll have a little switcheroo. Crawley facing out. He's on Nelson.
The old Nelson.
Defends that back down the track. And there is
now,
run.
Depending on whether you love or hate Crawley, do you put your feet up or leave them feet down?
I don't think it really matters in this instance.
Not when he's got 111 already.
No. 339 for 1 England and 60.4 overs, run rate 5.59. An absolute battering.
Yeah. But did anyone predict it would be anything other than this?
No, not me. That's hideous, hideous. Short down the leg side, down to the boundary. It's 5 wides. And we'll have one of these.
Feel sorry for the keeper there because he's got absolutely no chance.
And it's
Giuliani.
I didn't want to play that one. I meant the simple one.
1, 2, 3, 4.
4 wides, 5 wides in fact.
I mean, he's done his best. He's quite a tall keeper, and he's done his best to get to it, but he's still a good 2 feet away from
miles away.
Yeah, hideous delivery. That's what I was going to try and check out, wasn't it? Whether we got a jingle for the only man that we didn't have. No, we did. You see, flashed at by Crawley, square on the offside. I'll get back for 2.
Couple of signs he's starting to expand his range.
Yeah, he's worked off the tee he had at tea time. Now his energy levels are back and he's back ready to push the accelerator pedal.
I'm a big fan of Zimbabwe's logo, the golden eagle on a red star.
Yeah, it's quite good, isn't it? Right, I've got a jingle for the man. It goes like this. Which brings up the change. Will, it's coming on. If you can just...
I'll slide over one.
Slide over one. I'm going to slide out, and Tone's going to be back. I'll see you in a little bit. All right, Will, how are you, mate?
All right. How's it going? How's the UK?
It's good. It's all right. Everything is kind of tickety-boo. A few technical issues today, but, you know, that's the way it rolls. Yeah, you coming in here, Tone?
That's the first day, so, you know, like...
Hey, Will.
Hiya.
How you doing, man?
I'm good. I'm good. Bummed out that Spurs won last night, but other than that, all good.
Aren't we all? Although I've got a soft spot for Ange, so I was happy to see him get a bit of joy. But as a Chelsea fan, I'm not supposed to admit that.
Yeah, as an Arsenal fan, I feel exactly the same, but in a more extreme, acute way.
Everyone hates Tottenham as Secunda Raza continues. It's on the stumps and Ollie Pope pushes into the offside for no run. Yeah, I mean, at Spurs and United struggle to find two more disliked clubs. This is Fuller from Raza. It's on the off stump, but Pope works it into the leg side and it beats the man at mid-on. They're going to get a single. Interesting field. There's a sort of a straightish mid-wicket and then not quite a long on, sort of halfway back to the fence. So Irvine's trying to do some different sort of things. Because I think this might be the time where Crawley and Pope look to expand. That's short, but he's got away with it. Crawley rocks back and slaps it straight to Williams at mid-off for a single. So it's funny to say that they might start to open up when they've scored at almost 6 and over, but it feels like for the most part England have been quite contained and controlled.
Yeah.
Leg side-ish from Raza and worked square by Pope for one. There haven't been too many shots in anger, have there, Will?
No. Well, I think, England know that Zimbabwe are on for a historic win, and, you know, history is going to be made and all that kind of crap. No, but seriously, they're just battering them, so they don't need to.
Full and leg side-ish from Raza, worked out by Crawley to the man at deep backward square, and it looks to me like Zimbabwe might be just trying to rush through a few overs and get close to the new ball.
Yeah, you wouldn't be surprised, would you? But they've still got another 19, 18 after this over, haven't they?
Yeah, plenty to go, but it's nice to see some Zimbabwe fans in the stands still smiling. Their spirit hasn't been sapped. This is really short from Raza and it's wide. Pope rocks back and it's well fielded out on the boundary. They will get back for 2, but the man out there has saved a couple.
It's Masakadza.
Yeah, Hamilton, Masakadza out there. There's some great names in the Zimbabwe side. There's a guy who plays for their one-day team. I think he's called Joylord Gumby. I was disappointed to see he's not in the test squad.
Well, Wellington wasn't due to be playing, so he must be the substitute fielder who's on for who went off Richard Ngalvio, isn't it? No. So yeah, it's good to see Wellington out there. Beefy looking fellow.
Another beefy looking fellow. No sign of Garava's return, so we wonder if he might be back for the second innings. England might not have a second innings.
I don't think he will. I mean, it looked pretty...
It looked pretty bad,
it did look pretty bad. Right, at 3:52 for 1 after 18. I don't know where we got to. Jay Grover, I was just convinced Nick was pulling out a bucket bong there. Have we heard that? That obviously was new. How far back do I need to go?
We haven't heard that. Sadly, it's just a 2-litre bottle of fizzy water, Jay.
Leah, I think the rest days on Sundays ended in 81. That was the first Sunday of Test cricket in England, am I right?
I think they went a little bit further than that, because I know there was one in Sri Lanka's Test in England in 1984, I believe.
All right, so I was just looking about how far back we had to go. but we'll hold that thought for now.
As Chivanga continues over the wicket to Crawley, it's short and it's on his pads and it squirts away to the man in the gully for no run.
Also, there was definitely a rest day at heading the 81 because they went and got battered on the Sunday. At that barbecue, didn't they?
That does ring a bell. Bizarre to think, I mean, England's such an irreligious country that we'd sacrifice a good day of weekend Test cricket because it's a Sunday. It's the best day of Test cricket when everyone's sat on their arse doing nothing. As Chivanga continues, it's wide and full this time and Crawley lashes that past the man at cover. It's going to trickle away to the boundary. It's another 4.
I think trickle's a bit harsh.
Trickle's a bit harsh. It was. It wasn't quite racing, and I didn't know where to go to.
It was a lively canter. I mean, I think he hit that hard. I suppose it bounced. That was the thing. But it was beating the man. He was always going.
I stand corrected. It didn't quite trickle. It cantered to the boundary. It was a glorious stroke from Zach Crawley. His typical cover drive. He looks to be growing in confidence on 119. It's a no ball as well. Everything's going wrong for Zimbabwe.
God, I feel sorry for them.
Yeah, it's a rough day. We've all had them in the field, and I imagine there's a few blokes out there looking forward to their dinner.
A few blokes in here looking forward to their dinner.
Yes. Short this time from Chivanga. Crawley misses out. It comes off his hip and skews out into the offside field, so there's no run there. And I mean, it's been flat, but it's been slow and it's been variable bouts, and I've got the feeling it's going to get hard to bat on this track, and that we could see the Zimbabwe team skittled out when it comes to England's turn to bowl.
Yeah. Bear, I assume we didn't even think too hard about. I'll just hold for a second.
As it's full and it's straight and it's defended for no run there.
I assume we didn't think about the GPL today. I didn't hear what. Say that again. Well, we didn't talk about it because of the GPL was open. I'm sure the team will tell you more about it tomorrow. We had a lot going on this morning.
It was a busy morning and the first morning in Gorilla Breweries, first day of the Test summer. It was all going on. I was happy not to be here until after lunch. This time it's full and straight and Crawley's gone aerial. He beats mid-off and this is racing away to the boundary. No, it's not. I can't call a fucking thing. It's stopped short of the boundary. They're going to get back for just to ignore everything I'm saying because the opposite is happening.
Well, you're not quite right. You've just been a bit unlucky.
I can't get anything going at the moment, T. It's like my betting. I keep missing out by one run.
Never mind, Nick. Tell us more about Sri Lankan rest days.
Sorry, Bert. We had 24 entries on the GPL.
Wow, no advertising and the GPL's flying.
Could you give us a sort of a vague idea of who's in play and who's not? I'd imagine they were all quite high, Bear. Yeah, I'd imagine so.
Half of them still in, Bear.
Okay.
So
just give us a couple of names who needs to be paying extra special attention this session.
As Chivanga continues, it's straight on a good length and it's respectfully defended by Crawley, who is not forgetting his decorum despite being 121 not out. As Bear is reading out who is still involved in the GPL.
I missed that. Who was that, Bear? Nick Fu.
Mitzboo?
Nick Boo.
Mitzboo is still in the GPL. Same ball from Chivanga, same result, defended from Crawley out to mid-off for no run. England are 359 for 1 after 63.
Right. Well, where to jump in? Mark Zip, who did send us a fabulous picture of setting up his record show for the day, where we were apparently being blasted around to much of the bemusement of others in wherever he was. Where were you in the States, Mark? But he said cricket's back, new studio, same old imbalance between low volume Will and loud volume Josh ? No, I think it's Nick. Never change, guys, and welcome back. Thank you for that. Jay Grover, suitor Hugh, thou younger than me, and you get to ride in a helicopter. I've wasted my life. I'm sure you haven't, Jay.
As Sikandar Raza is going to continue, the Zimbabwe fans are laughing and singing in the stands, so they've found some joy on this very grey English day. It's typical, we've had beautiful weather, and then the test summer starts and it's back to crap as Pope works this into the leg side for one. He's raced on to 80 off just 82.
Well, we do rather... hello. Oh, that was just the... someone shut the studio window.
Couple of teething problems in Gorilla Brewery. It's getting towards beer o'clock. What are we, 18 minutes to 5?
Well, somebody suggested, I think it was Ferrong, that we should call the new place the Gorilla Brewdio.
I like the Brewdio.
I like the idea of that.
As Crawley
good.
pushes square into the offside for a single. So where are we? 16.4 overs away from the new ball. I think this is the time that England should really be pressing their foot on the gas.
Well, I think they are, really, aren't they? I mean, Crawley on 122. Pope's nearly a runner ball for his 80. Very close, 80 off 82.
Yeah, they are, T, but I've got to say, for 2 and a bit sessions where they've been scoring at close to 6 and over, it's felt strangely sedate at times.
Yeah, I think you've also got to allow for the fact it's day one, okay, it's a 4-day game. There's players out there, notably probably Crawley and Pope, more so than anyone else, who are playing for their places a little bit, or certainly want to cement their places.
Yeah, and they've done what they can, these two, as Crawley is now flat back on the ground. I think he's suffering from a bit of cramp. The physio's out there giving him a little stretch out. Everyone else is having a drink.
He's 6'5" already. How much stretching does he think he wants?
He wants to be blessing height.
He's jealous now because he's been facing blessing, and he's going, look, I want that extra 3 inches, please. Stretch me more.
Don't we all, T?
Don't we all? Don't we all?
I don't know if this is true, but apparently you get more cramp if you're taller.
Probably got more muscle to get cramped.
So yeah. So that's probably why, I don't know, Ducket you never see on the turf getting stretched out, do you?
Famously never cramps up, little Benny Ducket.
Yeah.
That's an interesting theory, Will. You're the first person I've ever heard suggest it, but I'm not saying it's not true.
So
there's a logic there.
I do have sort of vague sort of reason for believing that to be true. Like, I know that in the Paralympics, if you're because in the swimming, a lot of people will go in like with different. Oh, shut up.
As we're back, Raza bowls its full to Pope, who pushes into the offside for a single, so they're rotating the strike nicely, these two. We haven't seen a boundary in a little while. I reckon one might be coming. Raza's got the rather unflattering figures of none for 70 after 16 and a half overs.
That's rough.
It is rough, and he doesn't look much of a test match bowler, does he? He doesn't turn the ball at all. This time it's slapped straight to cover by Crawley.
What I love is that he's hiding the ball, like he's got so many variations that he needs to like hide what he's going to do.
Yeah, find me the one that doesn't go straight.
Yeah.
And this time it's slapped to cover again. They think about a single, but they turn back. So he's putting a couple of dot balls together, which has been a rarity today. I did like his brief switch to round arm Raza. I'd like to see another one of those, the old Rian Parag.
Yeah.
It was only one ball, as far as I recall.
Yeah, this time he does get a little bit of turn. It's just outside the off stump. Zach Crawley pushes it square to the man on the offside fence. They'll finish with a single, 363 for 1 after 64.
Right, well, Jay Grover has a point of view. He says, I think Brewdio sounds a wee bit frat boy. Gorilla Towers is a timeless classic, like Gormenghast. Okay. Leah, the physio stretches out Crawley. Cricket commentary or porn description? Good question. Eric J obviously likes Gormenghast because he says great novel. Jay Grover, I am short and have never cramped up on the sports field, so that checks out. There you go. I think your theory is 100% now validated.
That's 100%.
There it is.
I reckon.
Absolutely. 100% of Gorilla Cricket fans polled said that they were short and had never got cramp on the cricket field. Will Pope overtake Crawley? It's highly probable, the speed they're both going about their work. Suter will be hilarious if Zimbabwe matches when they bat. It will be quite amusing.
As Chivanga continues, it feels like a long spell this, but I think it might feel longer than it is. He was wide to start and Crawley pushes him into the offside for 1.
Yep. I wonder if Ben Stokes
Chivanga's
is
very
half.
busy, isn't he? For a bloke that's bowling at about 80.
Yes. And he's a big unit. You'd think he
is a big lad.
sort of looks like he's going to come in and bowl quite quickly and aggressively, and then it all looks fairly gentle. We're having a long old look at Ben Stokes, so I wonder if someone thinks a declaration's coming. This time he's on the stumps, he gets a bit of bounce and it skews off Ollie Pope. Oh, I thought Pope was reeling away in pain, but that's Zach Crawley at the non-striker's end, so everyone's hurting a bit out there, not least the Zimbabwe fielders who've had a long, fruitless day. I was saying earlier, it's a good day to be stood in the slips, but by this stage you might be getting pretty fed up of standing out there doing nothing.
Yeah, I think so. What do you? Would you be entirely surprised if Ben Stokes didn't call him in tonight?
No, I wouldn't. I think it's a good time to have a bowl, especially with bad weather around over the weekend.
Yeah, apparently it's going to piss it down all Saturday, isn't it?
Yeah,
So-
I've got tickets for Saturday, so that's great.
There's plenty of nice pubs in Nottingham.
Yeah, find a nice boozer tea and and settle in. As is that? I think that's Richard Garava back on the field having a stretch.
Yeah, he seems to be all right, but
He looks slightly ginger.
the one thing he doesn't look is ginger. I mean,
This time it's wide and there's almost a caught on bold shout. It was low and Chivanga's got a fair bit of bulk to get down there, and I think it bounced just in front of him.
we do keep cutting back to Ben Stokes stood in a doorway with his whole earth. They were the peanut butter makers of
Yeah,
it.
strange sponsorship that. He
Yeah.
looks pensive, like a man who's trying to figure out what 7 times 9 is and isn't quite getting the answer.
56. Am I right?
7, 9, 63 to you, one off.
Completely wrong. Completely wrong. There we go.
This time it's short and down the leg side, and Pope gets bad on it. It's racing away to the fine leg fence for 4. That's the first boundary we've seen in a while.
Shocking.
Well, it's a 4 for a boundary, but here's a rope. The bowler don't like it, but it has to go.
So Ben Stokes has retreated into the dressing room. There's something on his mind, whether it's what he's having for dinner or what time he's going to call Pope and Crawley in. We have to wait and find out.
Talking of weird sponsors, have you noticed that hula hoops are now the arm sponsors of the 2020 kits?
I have not.
Yeah, well, they've got Tyrrell's on the sleeve here, so
Because they're all the 100
it's
sponsors,
it's
aren't
all
they?
the 100 sponsors,
Yeah.
isn't it? Yeah, KP. Not that KP.
Chivanga, this time it's full and wide and Pope misses out. He lashes the ball straight to cover, so there's no run there. And that is over. 65 gone. England are 368 for 1.
Now, look, I'm sorry, Will. You have found a challenger to the scientific validity of your theory. Matthew Cullen says, I hate to ruin your trend, but I am short. Bracket less than, what is 1 DHM? Oh, Ducket.
One Ducket height measurement.
Is it? Could be a Ducket. Is that, do you know that as a fact, or are
No,
you making that up?
I'm freeballing, T.
A freebie. I hate to ruin your trend, but I am short. Brackets less than 1 DHM. And play a lot of sport and cramp regularly. So, okay, it doesn't disprove it. It may be Matthew Cullen might be an outlier, statistically speaking.
Yeah, I mean,
we don't know.
You need to, like, there are pretty much always outliers to any theory, aren't there?
Steve Chilton, who I believe is a new listener, and if you are Steve, we're delighted to have you with us, says, I like this channel. And Jay Groover says, well, Steve, it likes you too. He also says, yes, there are nice boozers in Nottingham.
Yeah, I've scheduled a pint in one called Ye Old Jerusalem, something like that.
The Old
That's the old.
Jerusalem's famous.
Oh, and this time we might be in the money here. It's full and
Yes.
it's straight. Crawley tries to sweep. He gets nothing on it. Secunda Raza has a breakthrough.
Yeah, that looked pretty plumb. I don't think, Will, I'd be reviewing that. They're going to have a chat
No,
about it.
that
Well, he's gone up and he looked fairly confident in the review, so maybe he thinks he got a bit of bat on it, because it looked very straight, didn't it, T?
Well, it looks 100% to me, yeah.
And it certainly isn't bouncing over the stumps. So it'll be interesting to see if there's a little under edge on this, because that's about all that can save Zach Crawley here. It had a lot going for him.
I was definitely in.
Were you definitely in? I don't know.
Well, it sounds like a run-out review, which is not. It's an LBW review, but to me that looked... I would have given that straight away, but then I'm not always right.
My finger was going up, but I'm notoriously bad at calling these things.
Trigger-fingered,
Trigger-fingered. I think everything's out. It's the ones that go over the top that really get me.
Yeah. Well, here
I'm
we
just
go.
blind, so I just don't know.
What do we reckon, Will? Impact in line, keeping pretty low. He's down on one knee. Umpire's call at best on leg stump.
I mean, I think that's umpire's call if it's anything, you know.
And
Like
there's
no bat.
No bat on the way through, so I think he's going to be dead here.
I think so. I think. Well, he's done a decent day's work. He had a bit of cramp anyway.
It is
hitting. It would have been. Well, I think that's very close to umpire's call, but given us hitting leg, so there he goes. He's done.
He's out striking 2/3 of the way up leg stump. The Zimbabwe fans are cheering, and Sikandaraza has something to show for his hard day's work.
On your bike, mate.
So Zach Crawley gone for 124, but it doesn't get any easier for Zimbabwe as Joe Root strides out to the crease.
Well, another local player, sort of, if you count being a Trent Rocket as being a local player. But here we go.
His voice is high-pitched and ginger hair like a picked, but massive runs he has hit, so there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
So Joe Root joins Ollie Pope in the middle, and I would have thought he is going to be pretty positive from ball one.
You'd think so, and I think that Ollie Pope's going to kind of put the pedal to the
pedal to the metal, put the foot to the floor, as we see Joe Root's numbers popping up on the screen. Well, he's 28 short of 13,000 runs, and he's got them at a shade under 51, 3600s in there. I think a pretty good shout to be England's greatest of all time.
I was going to say, I think this kid's got a bit of something too.
Kid might have a
somewhere.
future.
Yeah.
As Sikandaraza hides the ball behind his back, he's onto the legs. Joe rocks back, but clips it straight to the man at forward square leg. There's no run there. So Root can sort of score quickly without looking like he's trying, but he can also open up. I reckon we might see some of these scoops and dabs that he likes. This time it's wide, he rocks back again, but he finds the fielder. So Raza having a little bit of joy, a wicket followed by a couple of dot balls. That's about as good as it's got for Zimbabwe all day.
I think
this time he's full. Root clips into the leg side but finds the fielder again.
I always do that. I always start a thought just as they're starting to run in.
What are you thinking, Will?
I was just going to say, I think that they're unlucky because they have very little change.
As this time Root pushes
bowling.
into the offside and he's off the mark. Yeah, I think Garava's injury really hamstrung them, didn't it? Because then you got three seamers, Raza and the other spinner who got the breakthrough but looked like if he hung around he was going to get pumped all over the park. So you're short-handed trying to find overs, and on a day like today it's not easy.
Yeah, it's all a bit samey and all, like where are you going to go?
Yeah, this time Raza's onto the legs. The fielders are interested, but it's going a mile down leg side, so they're not going to go upstairs. 66 gone, 369 for 2.
Just behind the greatest claim for Joe Root, if and when in his England career he gets those 28 runs, he'll only be the fifth batter behind Tendulkar, Ponting, Kallis and Dravid to be in the 13,000 in tests club. which is pretty decent company to be in, I would say, wouldn't you?
Very decent company, T. And
All right.
And he hasn't lost the hunger. I heard him speaking last summer when he said he's enjoying his batting as much as he has, and he just wants to keep going and going. So whether he's got Tendulkar in his sights, we'll find out over the next 5 years.
Indeed. Right. Catch you up on a few things. Time to bring in Brooke, says George McPherson, as night watchman. Interesting thought. Collapse time, says Suter, who possibly not, especially as we think Ben Stokes might be half thinking about a declaration. I don't think he minds if England crack on and lose some wickets in the process now. Jay Grover, I think ignoring me when it comes to sports science is not an outlier but a necessity. Well, there we go. Plummier, says Eric J, then Pelham Warner for the LBW.
As Blessing's back into the attack, he's on a good length, but he gets good bounce, so Root plays it off the back foot out to the man at deep point for his second single, bringing Ollie Pope back on strike, who's now 85 off 89. He'll have 3 figures in mind, and he might want to get there quickly. If you can hit Blessing out of the attack, then Irvine's got real problems of where to go.
Yeah.
As he's wide and full this time, it's nicely played by Pope, but he finds the man at short extra cover, so there's no run. And I mean, yeah, as pedestrian as Zimbabwe have been, I mean, it's a slowish wicket, but I just don't think they've been consistent enough in their line and length. They've been a bit all over the place, too full, too short, too much down the leg side, and they've been punished.
Yeah. It really does show the kind of the gap in sort of kind of quality of the setups probably, and the kind of the amount of money going into stuff.
Yeah, Blessings gets some bounce that time. Pope pulls or hooks, and it's out to the man at deep backward square for 1. So he's edging ever closer. 86 he is now.
A very quick friendly hello to Anna Forsyth, who's listening, and still tweets on Blue Sky. She hasn't found her way to YouTube, I don't think. Josh saying Joe Root actually in that jingle always makes me smile. There you go. And we all love Canadians, by the way, at the moment. Canadians are everyone's best friend.
Blessing, it's wide. Yeah. Root leaves it alone. An exaggerated leave. He sort of raises the bat right up. And so he's not going hell for leather, Joe Root, to start, which is maybe a sign that Stokes' declaration isn't quite as imminent as we might have thought.
Well, if it were me, and thankfully it's not, I'd want at least 500 on the board before I was thinking about declarations.
Yeah, I mean, we've still got, 24 overs to be bowled today. This is a really good stop by the man at gully as Root opens the face and looks to run it down to third man, but he can't. We've still got 25 overs, so I think, I'm not sure I'd want as many as 500, Will, but I definitely want to, I think, bat another 10 overs. Where do you stand, T, if you were the man in charge of England?
I think I'm a little bit with Will, really. I think it is 4 days. Yes, England want to win, but they also want to get runs on the board and, time at the crease and all of those things.
It's full, it's over pitched really from Blessing, and it's wide, and Root just pushes it out to the offside. He'll get back for 2 comfortably. Blessing's into he's bowled 15 now, and he seems to be sort of just jogging to the crease, seems to have lost a bit of zip.
Yes, and not surprisingly,
also,
really.
if you're looking at it in terms of, because really what they're doing with this lineup, I think, is kind of they want to have a look at the bowlers. So if you can enforce the follow-on, which is kind of the dream, and then if you have sort of 500 in the bank, then you kind of can enforce the follow-on, which means that you can give Sam Cook a bit more time to kind of get his rhythm together, because I think that's really what they're looking at, kind of seeing where he fits and whether he can replace the kind of metronomic nature of a Jimmy Brody thing, because that's what they want from him, right?
Yeah, absolutely. He's got to be the sort of glue that the faster bowlers can work around.
So if you give him a bit more time, which the follow-on would, I guess, because you just kind of have that. I think it's a way of manufacturing time within a 4-day test.
I can see that, Will. Although we should say no foregone conclusion that Zimbabwe are going to fold. Plenty of mixed experience in their middle order, and it's looked a slowish, flattish pitch, albeit with a bit of low bounce. But England have certainly found the going pretty easy, although the quality of the bowling hasn't been quite top class.
We are due a change, by the way. Well, now, but at the end of this over.
At the end of this over, you'll see the back of me as Raza continues for his 19th. Pope pushes him into the leg side for 1.
We should be seeing the return of Mog, the arrival of Jason, again, the second coming, and I think I'm stuck here. Again.
A long old stint for you, T. Can I get you a tea or coffee or anything?
I'm alright. I'm fine now.
As Raza continues over the wicket to Root, who turns it into the leg side. There's just going to be 1 there. So I said it's been a grey day, but the sun looks to be coming out in Nottingham. It hasn't quite reached South London yet. Blessings having a bit of time off the field.
Actually, I'm doing the last 2 sessions as well. So if you wanted to stay on, Nick, and be third voice for Jason and Mog, that gives me just a chance to nip out and do something else for a moment or 2.
No prob, T.
Oh, what's this? Who hasn't? Mog apparently hasn't turned up. Okay.
I can stay on if you want.
Alright, Will can stay on. Jason can be there. We'll have a plan. Whatever happens, there's a plan. Stan.
We're in good shape. As it's wide this time from Raza. Pope rocks back and plays it really nicely, but it's straight out to the man on the offside fence. So England dealing in singles at the moment. The push on that we were anticipating hasn't quite materialised, but they're keeping the scoreboard ticking.
Yeah, and Pope's, well, he's still close-ish to a runner ball, isn't he? Root, you look up and he'll be on 40, as they say, or 30 or whatever it is.
Yeah, as he works into the leg side for 1. I know Raza just picked up a wicket, but I think they're bowling him so long, sort of out of necessity rather than choice.
Well, a man down, we just saw, didn't we? And Garver still back in the stand.
And Blessing taking a bit of time in the changing rooms, potentially bad news for them.
Yeah, it's not been easy.
Tough old day as Raza comes round the wicket. Interesting move to the right-handed Pope, trying to just create an angle or create something. He ends with a dot ball, so 68 gone. England 376 for 2.
Well, time for that change then. Jason coming in. Mog, we hope's going to appear. If not, Will's going to stay on. I'm going to go and nip away for 2 moments before I return.
Ball by ball, Jace.
Sam Cooke.
Want me to go there?
Let's bowl. Sam Cooke. He bowls.
So Garava's back on the field. Jace is taking over the ball by ball, and all is right in Gorilla Towers.
Well, England going on nicely at 377 for 2. The question is, how much longer do they want to play this sort of cat playing with a bit of ball?
It does feel a bit cat and mouse. I mean, Garava's back on the field, but he looks to be hobbling like a man who's about 85. So I don't think
he looks like a man with a very stiff back that doesn't want to bend and doesn't want to put any power through the bottom of his lower back at all.
No, and he's thick set. He's got a fair bit of weight to carry on those.
I do wonder whether he's just on the field so he can potentially bowl tomorrow, because he's been off for an awful long time. But he certainly doesn't look like he will be bowling today. Anyway, it is going to be Root to face, only it isn't, because Madaveri's come on to bowl, and Root pulls away for the first ball. But he's in now, short and hit in traditional Root style, off the back foot. Lovely, all along the floor, through the covers, for another 4. And I'm not sure we've had this one yet, so let's have this one.
It's Nissan Shi. It's Nissan Shi.
This pitch does look very easy pace, doesn't it?
Very easy, gentle pace, and yeah, I mean there's really been not an awful lot for the batters to think about all day long.
Madaviri after one ball. They're having a big discussion. This is not helping the over rate, which is 68.1 overs so far in 5 hours of play.
Despite 21, 22 overs of spin.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Yeah, it really is. And Madaveri, it seems to be every ball he bowls is either a wicket or 4.
Anyway, that's pushed onto the leg stump. Root goes back in his crease, just works around the corner. The man from square leg, the busy man from square leg, runs in and sidearms it back to the keeper. Root moves to 11. England to 382 for 2. Lots of lovely people in the big stand. Oh, that's shorter and pulled down. That's getting flashed through off the back foot. Is there a man there this time? No, there's not a man there. It's another 4 for Ollie Pope.
The number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
Into the 90s now, and I think he might be considering 3 figures as 2 shots away.
I hope he's not, but no. You probably want to mark his century with a shot of some renown, but no. Make it a safe one and make it sure. Yeah.
You want to get there.
Much like the Crawley one. This is how the world ends, not with a bang, with a whimper. He there with a fairly indeterminate shot. That's hit hard into the covers. Do they get a single? Yes, they do. The cover's really quite deep.
Yeah, as well you might be with the way they're smashing it out towards him. I'd be edging closer and closer to the fence if I was fielding there.
Pope moves to 93. That's a nice little tickle by Root. That's really taken right out of the keeper's gloves.
Very delicately played.
Down to third man. The busy Curran runs around fields, flings it back. They take 2, and England are 389 for 2. Root settling in. And that's worked round the corner, that's straight to the man at short fine leg. That's the end of the 69th over. And England are cruising.
And what have we got going on the socials? Plenty, but I am behind. No, I'm not. Varong is saying GC Brudio shall be the name of the new facilities. Jay is saying, Ravi, why are you obsessed with bellies? Dan De Castro saying, big batting round the world. IPL innings break. Gujarat are chasing 236. Mayank is saying, this is where Zimbabwe made a mistake. Had they been smart and slow, they could have finished the day's play at 68 overs. They have to slow it all down. Ashley's asking, what's Ollie Pope's highest score? Well, he got 198 against India. Has he got a double?
He's got a double.
Against Ireland, was it, Jace?
No, he's got a double in first class. He's got a double in... I thought that test against India he got a double. But you may be right.
Didn't he come up just short?
I seem to remember it was 198. I might be wrong.
I think he got 250 in the MCC versus Winning County match in 2019.
I was going to say 1990. He would have been very young.
Well, he wouldn't have been born.
And Ashley's asking, will Pope get 200 here? I'm not sure he'll be able to bat long enough unless he starts going really fast.
I think Ben Stokes wants to have a slap at some point, so I think it's going to continue.
Frank Rockefeller is asking, is Stokes playing? He is very much playing, not at the moment. He's in the dressing room somewhere, but
He's captaining serenely from the balcony.
Yeah, you might not see him bat, but I reckon you're going to see him bowl.
Apparently he was bowling without any pain for the first time in about 3 years. As Raza starts a new over around the wicket. And Pope just bunts that back on the drive. Raza chases off to field that, and there is no run.
Oh, and someone is saying that my shorts are offensive. Straight on with that camera. I apologise. Hope no one's got a bit of a bit more than they bargained for on a Thursday afternoon.
Do either of you watch Taskmaster?
I don't.
I don't.
Oh, because basically exactly that happened to Matt Bainton last week.
Last ball was short and driven nicely into the covers for no run. Next ball is slightly shorter and punched off the back foot to mid-on, and there's no run.
Well, if you've caught glimpse of cock or bollock, I am extremely sorry.
Raza. Again, this is quite a nice white ball defensive line around the stumps to restrict Pope from too much room and freedom.
It's not something you see very often in Test cricket, is it? An off-spinner bowling round the wicket to a right-hander, but I quite like
not
it.
Unless the ball is turning, in which case it brings LBW into play, but not the way that Raza is. Well, that one turned actually towards leg stump, and Pope punched that off the back foot up to mid-off, and there is no run.
He can be very effective in T20 cricket, Skander Raza.
This is, now that we're in the sort of slap-happy overs, if you want to.
The smash overs.
He's turned his mind into white ball mode, and he's bowling to defend the runs rather than take the wickets, I think, to some extent. That's again pushed up to mid-on. That's the end of the 17th over. That was a good over from Raza. That only went, in fact, was that a maiden? It looks like it was a maiden.
And what have we... I think it could have been a maiden, yeah. And what have we got in the socials? I think I'm going to be taking a bit more. Wamfari, who pointed it out, is saying bit of an eyeful, half an eyeful. Ashley's saying I saw a sausage. Cocktail sausage, was it? Where else are we? Mayank saying, not to worry, I'll be rewinding, recording and plastering that beauty of a view for everyone to see in the GC world. Thanks, Mayank.
Oh. We have another change of bowling. It's going to be the occasional bowling of Sean Bennett, I think. I'll just see if he's got jingle. I'm jingling him up. Brian Bennett, sorry, not Sean Bennett. Anyway, here's his jingle.
He's just a regular, everyday Zimbabwean. His name's Brian Bennett, motherfucker. Sometimes plays tests, but not often. His name's still Brian Bennett, motherfucker.
Bowling
Bowling
would be slow off breaks. That did a bit of turn there, and that did turn into Pope, who just punched it down the ground.
Yeah, fairly ugly looking off spin, and I think they're hoping that he might have the sort of Madaveri effect where they go after him and buy a wicket.
Again, nice action actually, but a bit more floaty outside off stump, and Pope defends. Yeah, if the people have not seen him and they don't know what to expect, then this could have a kind of a shock and awe value.
Yeah, and I think that it won't be too long till Ollie Pope decides he likes the look of one of these and really goes after it.
There's one to mention, and a bit of village fielding there, and a lovely drive by Pope, who comes back for two, fielded by a big bowler's boot at mid-off.
Got to use all the tools at your disposal.
Yeah, we've all done it.
Is that Nyauchi or Ngarava? If that's Ngarava, I'm not surprised it was a boot because he doesn't want to bend. What was there? That was floated up and just half punched by Pope, but he couldn't beat the man covering the one on the onside. Very much a sort of one day on in outfield now a little bit, and that's a lovely little dab by Pope. That's a wide ball by Bennett, and he's just waiting for that, giving it the full blade, and he guided it down through third man, and it's raced away for four. England closing in quite fast on the 400.
Yeah, that was very delicate indeed from Ollie Pope, and it takes him to 99. One run away from 100, which seems to have come in the blink of an eye, and he'll feel really good, although the bowling has been somewhat pedestrian.
I do think England's record of 500 runs in an innings is at risk here if they want it, and that is full and nice length and just pushed out by Pope. He's on 99 as we speak. He's waiting for a chance to scamper that single to get to 100. He's not going to do it this over. That 71 overs gone, and England are 396 for 2. Will, what are you thinking about this?
Well, I was just thinking about whether sort of having the spinners bowling a kind of more ODI T20 kind of save the runs kind of strategy, whether that would have been better from the beginning, because like it just seems that going after the wickets has really cost them, and they've not really kind of, I don't know, I was just thinking about it. I don't know what you guys think.
Well, I would love to know the thoughts behind Captain Sean Irwin's planning for this, whether it's in relation to the weather today versus the weather tomorrow, or wanting to see what the wicket does first, or...
I think he got conned by the clouds, and it's a really bad decision in hindsight. I wonder whether there might have been sort of a time where they just go wide with a packed offside field, a couple of men catching in the covers and try and bore England out. We've seen it work against Harry Brook a bit.
What, bowling dry?
Yeah.
Just bowling really dry, make it really dull, make them reach for it. We know England want to score, and they're going to attack those sort of balls.
Well, I think the chance to do that effectively is gone now. They've already got 400 runs.
It's long gone, hasn't it, Jace?
Yeah.
You're not missing any play, by the way. It's I think it's a drinks break at the moment.
Yeah, and let me do a couple of socials. I think they're still mainly about my shorts and what's underneath them. Farong is saying if the camera was raised 0.1 DHM, my mind would be at ease, as would mine, Farong. Jay is saying I can't say I noticed Nick's shorts, but now I'm like a moth to a flame. George is saying bowling 68 overs a day would mean Zimbabwe get fined for a slow over rate. Muttley's saying did somebody say sausage? Wham is saying a sausage with no roll. It is indeed. Jay is saying we forgot the summoning word. Lockie's saying for the love of God, chocolate eclair and give the lad the ball. Eric saying my dog can say sausages. George is saying that's the first Zimbabwe maiden in a long time. It might even have been the first of the day.
I don't think so, but we'd have to check when the scorecard comes up.
Mayank is saying I'm in Nottingham until Monday for this test. What's a good boozer recommendation for those that know this town?
I don't know, and if you find one, tell me, because I'll be there later in the summer. And in fact, Nick will be there tomorrow.
I'll be there tomorrow, Mayank, so do give me a shout if you see me in the crowd. I might be sort of 4 or 5 pints deep by the time you get to me, but we can have a nice chat, hopefully not about my shorts. What else have we got? Eric is saying Pope playing for his place in the Surrey lineup. Kieran's saying shit, 2 down now. England are always prone to collapse, disgraceful performance. And Lockie is asking, are England trying to kill cricket?
No to the last, I think. There are arguments that the ICC are probably trying to kill Test cricket.
And Messi's telling us there have been 4 maidens. Thank you, Messi. I can always rely on you for a reliable stat.
Messi, have you finished driving on the M4 yet?
Is Messi in England already?
He's been in England for best part of a fortnight, I think.
Oh, welcome, Messers.
He's on his grand tour.
How are you enjoying the weather, mate? It's been pretty nice, I've got to say, for May in England. I think it's the best one we've had on record, isn't it?
Certainly the best one we've had in the last 5 years, I think. Anyway, play is about to resume. Route to face, he's on 14.
Raza's interminable spell continues. You can't tire him out.
Well, it doesn't exactly put a lot of his bowling, does he? That is skidded on and punched back by Root.
You say that, Jace, but after I've bowled 5 overs of off spin in the nets, I'm aching, and Sikandar Raza's got 5 years on me.
Well, I was aching on a fortnight ago when I had my first game, and I was only given a poxy 4 overs, but I felt good at that point. That's sort of wafted down by Root. Classy shot, but not enough power to beat the man at mid-on. And it's all the 5s for the run rate. It's 5.55 at the moment. England become briefly, and Root again struggled to get Raza away. That one scuttled on him a little bit, and he just got the bottom of the bat on that to mid-wicket.
Pope suddenly eagerly backing up now he's on 99, wants to get down the other end.
Raza is holding the ball behind his body, and that is worked away finally by Root, just behind the square on the leg side. The boundary rider comes in, picks the ball up and lazily throws it back to the keeper. We've not really said much about the keeper. I'm trying to remember what he's called. Is it Seeger?
Yeah, I think that's right, Jason. He's been pretty tidy all day, hasn't he?
Apart from the one that swung, got him on the end of the hands, and the wide that had no real chance, he's not been particularly noticeable, which generally means a good thing.
Yeah, always good when you don't notice keepers, as we get a look at the New Zealand trio, Jeetan Patel, Tim Southey and Baz McCullum.
Oh, and that was nicely played by Pope. That's going to be his ton. good work by Rata bowling around the wicket to try and tuck him up, but Pope backed away, cut it off middle stump, through the offside for one of these.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100.
Congratulations, sir. You are a centurion.
And just as good banter, he cuts the next ball to the boundary rider for 1. He's now on 104 of 110 balls. That's 72 overs gone. And England have gone through 400. They're 402 for 2.
And Steve is saying Starmer has just tuned in. Now he's heard that sausages have been mentioned. Muttley is saying, I wasn't paying proper attention then. Like Mr. Juice, I had my summons. Mayank, I'll look out for you, mate. Please do. Should be a good day. Eric is telling me not to forget my shorts. It looks like it might be trouser weather, Eric, which I'm fuming about. Messers spent 90 fucking minutes on the M25 from the M40 to the A22 junction, knackered but appreciative of the weather. Thanks, Nick. I'm sorry about the M25, Messers. It's an absolute shit show. Lockie is saying 50% tariff on sausages is bad. Jay is saying, I'm sacrificing a chipolata to your dread presents, mate. Possibly a Cumberland and all, can't be too careful. And Richard is saying, someone please tell Bear that I've just sent a jingle through for Chimvanga. Excellent. Thank you, Richard. We will get it on.
Bennett to continue. That's nicely floated up on off stump and punched down the ground by Pope. But fielder at mid on runs around and covers that. Pope surveying his
surveying his
theatre of dreams. That's his 8th Test 100, and that is again short and flayed off the back foot. There's a good diving stop by one of the cover fielders, and they will pull it in just inside the boundary by, I think that was Ngurava, who sort of very labouredly picks it up and holds it back.
There's some sore bodies out there. I haven't seen Blessing since he went off. I don't know if he's back on the field or if he's taking a spell out. He'll want to be taking the new ball, which isn't too far away now. What, 7.4 overs?
Yep. Or will they take a new ball? Well, I think they will, but there is that question to be had. Bennett bowling again.
I think that's Gorava there, who can hardly walk.
Yeah. That's worked nicely into the square leg area, and the man on 45 and the cover boundary rider convene, agree which one's going to pick it up.
I went to an England over 50s game once, and they were moving around quicker than these guys. So
swept nicely by Pope. The square leg, who's about 3/4 of the way in for the mistimed sweep, comes in, fields that. Pope takes a single. He moves to 108.
Well, yeah, you'd think taking the new ball would be a no-brainer, but they might have no one to bowl with it at this stage.
That is the question. Yeah, there's potentially no Mizurabani, no Ngurava. We've only got Naichi, and that's cut again off the back foot by Root after the keeper's gloves yet again, and that's fine enough to beat the man at third. Root collects a boundary.
One, two, three, four.
And there seems to be no end to this innings at the moment. Seems to be no threat, no real attack from.
It's endless torment, isn't it, for the bowlers and the fielders?
Round the wicket by Bennett. He's trying something different to stem the flow of runs, and that's worked into the vacant mid-wicket area.
Well, Blessing is back out there, but he doesn't look too keen to get down and field the ball.
And that's the end of, I think, Bennett's over. 2 overs for 17. I'm not sure we'll see too much of him more.
But it's the walking wounded. I think it's the time where the captain's looking around the field saying who's going to put their hand up and bowl.
Get Curran on. He
Really
must be able to
frightened.
bowl, surely.
You would have thought he could bowl sort of 70 miles an hour like his two brothers. As what do we got here? Jay is saying, Blessing reminds me of John Embry's comment about fitness training. If you've got no fucking muscles, you've got nothing to fucking pull, have you?
Yes, plenty of loads of F words whenever you hear John Embry.
And Leah's saying, could be worse, could be a Chris Ray two-parter. I don't quite know what that's in reference to. I don't know the reference. Chris Ray, all I know about him is Driving Home for Christmas.
Yep.
That's Chris Ray, isn't it?
Road to Hell.
Road to Hell.
I think, which might be described as this pitch for Zimbabwe. And
It's certainly a hellish road, and I mean, I wonder if you're Ben Curran now.
Ross is going to continue. He's bowled 21 overs. I'm not sure if they're consecutive, but it feels like it.
It's
Certainly.
been a very long spell.
That's angling into leg stump, work towards the man on the 45. Root can't get off strike. England 4-12 for 2.
Well, I've been on since the start of the session, Jace, which is coming up to an hour and a half, and I think Raz has bowled non-stop.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has.
Yeah. That's floated nicely onto middle and off, and Root punches that down the ground to the long on, takes the agreed single.
Was Curran Senior as sort of busy in the field as his 3 offspring?
Curran Senior, sorry, is not busy at all because he's turned his
Passed.
toes up.
And I can't say I don't think I've ever saw him play. I think I'm a bit young.
He was a bit of a.
Do you remember him, Jace?
I do. Bustling all-rounder, hard-hitting batsman, bold. A bit like Tom Curran. Had some pace as that ball was worked for a single, and that's short. And that was the throw-down ball with the seam behind it. That's gone straight to square leg at some pace. Take another single. Pope moves to. Root moves to 23. Pope's on 109. Yeah, he was a all-action cricketer, and his sons are very much in his vein.
Yeah.
And so you must think that Ben knows how to bowl a ball or two.
Yeah, that was what I was thinking. Is how can you have Sam and Tom as brothers, and also because Ben's the middle one, right?
Yeah.
So, you'd think that
Punch
he's
down
had
the
to do a
ground
lot
for a single.
Yeah, it always seems wrong when you have sort of a line of batters or bowlers and then someone comes out differently. Like I think of the Headleys. You had George and Ron, beautiful batters, and then Dean comes out who bowled quickly and couldn't hold a bat.
Yeah, because he had a bowl to his dad and the captain and the granddad probably, and that last ball was punched down straight. But Raza fields, and that's no run at the end of the over.
And what have we got here? Leah's saying Jason got the reference, but the context was Eric J calling the M25 the road to nowhere. Talking Heads reference. And Eric J is saying Wicked Games was Chris Isaacs, not Chris Ray. Jay is saying added a Chris Isaac reference, which I like via Lynch. Jay is saying Wicked Games seems less epic on the A25.
Now that's interesting because Ben Stokes is on the balcony.
He's
not in his whites, and he's in theory carded to come in next.
No, Harry Brook before him, right, Jace?
Yeah. But even so, he would be carded to come in at 6.
At 6, you'd think.
Anyway, they changed the bowling. Actually, he's going to come back and have another spell. First ball is on a good line and outside off stump, and Pope gives it his due respect and just taps it on the head, knocks it in the ground, and there is no run. All these guys are going to sleep very well tonight, I would think.
Oh yeah. Well, I reckon they'll have very long ice baths.
A few long baths and probably a few sore bodies come 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
I mean, the question I'm asking myself is, have they found a bed big enough for Blessing? So, again, another nice ball from Nyachi. I think he's the economy merchant in this attack when he's not getting the ball to swing in, and that was just defended off the back foot again, and there is no run.
I always think when Joe Root bats, it's amazing because you don't notice a shot he plays, and all of a sudden he's 25, then he's 50, and
this is very much what I think about Ollie Pope when he's batting well. You don't notice him accumulating runs; they just happen.
They just
they just magically get added to his score. That's short coming in, and Pope tries to pull it. I think he's got a bottom edge onto the unmentionables there.
He was onto it very early, wasn't he? And it certainly struck him somewhere where
I think that might not have come through quite as quickly as he thought it would, and he's either got a bottom edge or it's missed entirely to hit him just above the bits that really hurt.
Well, he's seeing the funny side, so there wasn't any lasting damage.
Everyone seems to be joking and jovial, and we are due a change because I think Tony is wandering around.
Tony's hanging around, and Pope. Wow,
that's very much a one day run down the wicket and have a flamingo. At that, down through the square leg, and takes a single. Maybe some message has gone out to the players.
Well, that certainly looked like a slight change in tempo, didn't it?
Yeah. Leaves Pope on Nelson, though.
Yeah,
Pope's on the end.
Pope's on the Nelson. Are we going to see a gear shift from Route 2 and maybe a little something over his head?
Might have the scoop, reverse scoop. But there's not enough pace really for him to do it well. Nyauchi. No, he's just going to play a prod dot defend shot dot no run.
I've never seen someone's run up be so sort of aggressive for such little outcome at the end.
It just comes kind of a powder puff ball that comes out of his hand, isn't it?
Yeah, but like, my God, the steam's coming out his ears as he runs in.
It's like the reverse Bumrah.
Good ball, but well played by Root. That was angling in towards off stump. Root just about managed to get his bat down in front of his front pad in time, and that was worked to mid wicket, and that's 75 overs gone, and Tony is coming in. I'm moving to do something else, and Tony is going to join me. So, did you enjoy that half hour of not actually doing stuff you were meant to do?
Well, yeah, but also, hang on.
You were just having a little rest, weren't you?
Not having a bear nap.
I was sorting out to make sure tomorrow's rotors were sorted out. I was making sure we tweeted pictures of the new studio to our followers, fans, friends, and listeners. And I was doing some other rotors. Yeah, rotors for tomorrow. Making sure they were all in order. 417 for 2. We're still looking at a very thoughtful looking Ben Stokes. He hasn't really changed expression, but no one around him seems overly stressed as in
he's
comes.
Not changed his kit either.
Secunda Raza. Yeah, he's still got his Whole Earth. I quite like that. I like the idea. If they're sponsored by Whole Earth,
that's a green
it's
company.
All green and nicely sustainable peanut butter.
Yeah.
That was pushed back and no run.
Raza.
Will, are you on with us?
No.
I don't know.
Us three.
No, I don't think you are, Will.
No.
But thank you.
Sweet.
We shall see you tomorrow.
Cheers.
I think.
I couldn't see Bear, to be fair.
Cut.
So
the bear is there.
Ah, yes.
Cut beautifully by
Right.
Pope. He'll move on to 100 and
See ya.
See ya. He'll move on to 115. England will move on to 421 for 2. And this is really somewhat shooting a fish in a barrel territory. But on we plod. In, he has a slip on the drives, quite full, fielded in athletic fashion at short extra cover.
Yeah,
and there won't be a run on this occasion.
One of the non-broken Zimbabwe fielders.
It is. It's Sean Williams. Not well. The bear. Don't fall over the stuff. We can't afford to have more breaking. As that one's cut to deep backward point. That looks to me like Blessing Muzarami, Muzrabami Army. That must be the name of his followers, isn't it? The Muzrabami Army.
Quite
it would have to be.
Terrible.
Yes. It would be a tall order having to follow him. Right, as that one is defended into the offside by Joe Root, who has been calm and untroubled and just 100% Rooty-like, really.
Yeah. He's just going to go in his own Rooty pace of about 90 runs, 100 balls.
He has indeed. We're getting plenty of close-ups of Sam Cook, who has his mirrored sunglasses raised above his eyes and on his forehead at the moment. That's worked away to leg. Well, I don't think... Who is that? Is that Rooty or is that Pope?
I think that's...
Well, he definitely looked troubled there then, because that was all very much yes, no, and after you, Claude. And poor old Rooty was halfway down the track, pretty much convinced that as Pope leant forward, pushed a leg, then Ollie Pope's changed his
sold
mind.
him an absolute dummy there. He's made it, but...
he did, and it was the right call, to be fair. It would never have been a run. So all of a sudden, the unflappable, swan-like Joe Root didn't look quite so graceful.
He was flapped.
He was indeed. He was indeed flapped. 423 for 2 after 76. That new ball is due in 4 overs. I can't see a world in which Zimbabwe wouldn't take it, can you?
The only one we thought of on air was if either their injured bowlers were not able to bowl.
Well, that is a problem.
Then they've got, because they've only got one other pace bowler to bowl then. I'm not sure the value of the hard ball to the spinners is that worth that much.
In comes Niachi. And it's defended very well by Root. Niachi, beg his pardon, Niachi. That's probably more the way to say it, isn't it?
Yeah.
Defended into the offside anyway. Again, there was no run.
Lots of ouchies for Zimbabwe today. They are.
Victor. I think Victor Niachi may not be the victor in this game, but you don't know. Who knows? It's a very untried attack. I mean, if they're having injury troubles and
working
fitness
hard.
concerns,
he's given his all. You have to give him his due for that.
Yeah, he certainly is, and that's waited for. Cut late by Joe Root down to backle point. Ben Curran is the man there, and they take a single. Centurion Ollie Pope, third Centurion in the England team. Am I right? Crawley, Ducket, yeah, they all got tons, and now Pope's
this is having
got
very
himself a
shades
ton
of
as well.
The first test in the Pakistan tour, where the first 4 batsmen all got hundreds.
It is. On this occasion, though, no one's going to suddenly say we're going to play the same game on the. We're going to play 2 more games on the same ground and play on the same wicket to give our spinners a chance.
That wasn't that tour, but that I know what you mean.
Oh yes, it wasn't.
But
they did. England won.
Faisalabad, Multan, and
yes,
Lahore.
Yeah. That was into the offside again. There was no runs. Well fielded. The run rate pretty much on the money for 5.5. 5.54 if you want the exact number. So England have been sharp about their work today. This one's full and whipped nicely by Pope away through mid wicket. I think it's going to beat the man there.
Not the place to bowl to Ollie Pope.
And it is not the place to bowl. 4 runs, says umpire Dharmasena in his splendid hat. What do you call one of those hats?
Aren't they almost contractually obliged now to wear Panamas? I mean, you don't see the flat cap of Dickie Bird and the others anymore. Who was the other person who used to have it?
Well, no, Arthur Fagg. Shepherd did. That was
Shep did, definitely.
David Shepherd. That's inside edge onto his toes by Ollie Pope, and he felt that for his trouble as well. I think that hurt him a little bit. He's still out there. Maybe he's looking for a reason to not be out there now. He's made 120. It's difficult though, Jace. So if he's there trying to prove a point, you know, I'm your man for number 3. Forget all this Bethel talk.
Just keep going. Yeah.
He could get 300 and everyone would go, yeah, but it was Zimbabwe. It was Zimbabwe, by the way, shorn of 2 of their main bowlers and struggling away. It's a no-win situation. Rock and a hard place. That one's pushed to wide mid-on. And there was no
I do
run.
think they picked a fairly strong batting attack for this test, precisely because their bowling attack is so inexperienced.
Well, it's the end of the over. It's 428 for 2. Jason, I think you are our man on socials, are you?
In which case, I will nick that. Oh, I can't nick that. I do not have my. Do I have my phone? I do have my phone.
There you go. You can do it on that.
I can.
The good news is the weather, which has been, you know, occasionally quite overcast, and certainly was for a while early this morning. There's some fluffy white clouds, but
little fluffy white clouds.
Little fluffy. Well, they're sort of medium-sized fluffy white clouds, but they're floating. In fact, they don't seem to be floating very far at all. They seem very still which I suspect means there's not any breeze at all above Trent Bridge. Those kind of sunflower lights have the clouds around them, but there's enough blue sky to suggest that it's probably really quite a pleasant evening there now. And the new ball is 3 overs away. 4:28.42. 3 centurions for England. Who missed out then? Have I missed out? No, no one's missed out yet. I mean, only... Yeah.
The only 2 people who've lost their wicket.
Yes. The only 2 people who've lost their wicket have both got their tons.
Yeah.
So, yes, it's been a tough day.
Eric
for
J
Zimbabwe.
brings it back to us and says, puts some context saying, this could be Perth in November. Probably with England being on the Zimbabwe roll in that situation.
Well, that was looking to be work to leg from Joe Root. There was a flurry of interest from, I think, Irvin at slip and from wicketkeeper Seeger. But I really don't think Wyatt looked to be going down leg by a street. And indeed, that would have been the case.
Yeah, he's just bowled the scrambled seam slider there. That's not turning and not swinging.
Scrambled seam slider.
Yeah. All the F.
It sounds like a good name for a cocktail. That's pushed through as well, and Root played it off his middle stump, but there was plenty of the stumps visible while he did it. He pushed it into the offside. There was, again, no run. It's his stock ball, really, Sikandar Raza. Is very much the one he tries to push through pretty much wicket to wicket, isn't it?
Yeah. He does get just a little bit of movement.
And that, again, doesn't really hurry Root because his footwork is exemplary. Steers it out to mid-wicket and takes a single. He very much has the Sunil Narayan, I'm going to hide the ball to try and fool you approach, doesn't he? Sikandar Raza. I think his full name is Sikandar Raza Bhatt, if I got his Bart.
Yeah.
He's England's 3rd
Anyone
centurion.
remember the original Sikandar Bhatt played for Pakistan?
Yes.
Rangy fast bowler?
Yes, maybe that's who I'm thinking of. Whipped off his toes. There is a man at short fine leg who does the fielding. They will probably not even take a single. No, they don't. I think Root and Pope had that one mix-up that could easily have cost Joe Root his wicket. He won't thank anybody when he needs 28 to reach the 13,000 club. He doesn't want to be out for 25, does he? That again hurries in. He's leaving a lot of stumps visible. Plays himself into the offside.
I think they've worked it out. They've got primarily a defensive field on the leg side.
Yeah.
And he's trying to push for value runs through the offside to straight balls, and just can't pierce the ring fielders at the moment. Oh no! I've just said something I wish I hadn't.
Yes, I heard. Yes, indeed. I'm sure the pawn bot will be alerted as that's pushed to mid-on by Root. It's the end of the 24th over of Sikandar Raza Bhatt, and we can go for some more social messages. Whoever's on the case here.
I will do that. Lockie 6 says, a 4-day test is an insult. Declaring that 900 is racist. Well, I'm not sure what the racist thing is about, apart from perhaps against Zimbabwe. If we declared 900 against Australia, I think everyone would be very happy and not racist. They're also talking about getting a 4th book quote, and Jago was saying to Lockie, if I could work out how to do it for my camera, I'd volunteer, as my flat is all bookshelves and clothing.
Ah, well, there you go.
Mine says, sun's out, it's warm and relaxing. I took a little nap for about 3 overs whilst listening to you all in my ear.
Oh.
This is how Test cricket should be.
Well, I'm sure England would probably not disagree with you. You know, if they could always, in most tests, be 4:30 for 2. But can they do it against India on a Tuesday night?
Daz Reynolds asked the question that everyone wants to know, basically. Oh, Blessing's going to bowl.
It is. Blessing's back in. He's wicketless so far.
Or jigging him up after his first ball.
He's over the wicket. Short, it's wide, and it's cut by Joe Root, but there is a man in the shape of Ben Curran who's at deep backward point. And they just get a single.
And here's his single.
Bet you're very quiet.
A blessing on your head, Muzarabani, Muzarabani.
I was just trying to log into the back end so we could see what the scores were on a GPL from here.
That
but
would
for
be
some
good to
reason
know.
it's not letting me into the back end of the website on a phone or the iPad.
Just one more problem to solve there. I know
another
you will.
one, yeah.
It's a Java thing.
In comes Mr. Abani up onto his toes. Goes route. Steers into the offside to back point. It'll be Ben Curran who's stationed there because he's been quite busy in the last few deliveries.
At the end of the over, do you want to swap places with me, Jason?
Yeah.
And then I might be able to log in on a computer. It might be something to do with the fact it's a tablet and a fucking phone.
Yeah,
Could
because
be.
they don't like using Java very much.
4:32 for 2.
Your
I've been able to do it before. I've always been able to log in on my phone. All of a
There
sudden
were
I can't.
there was the chap who has messaged us. And that one is late dabbed by route. I think that might go all the way. You know, there's no third man. It's being chased from point, and it is going to be 4 runs.
That's his 13,000th
And
test run.
that takes him into being a member of a very select club, indeed, including Tendulkar. I'm going from memory now.
Ponting and Dravid, that's it.
Callis, Dravid. He's the 5th. That's right.
Callis got there.
Callis got there.
I thought you got 12,900 or something.
4. Sangakkara, no, he's not there.
Sangakkara was in the 12,000s. He overtook about 4 or 5 people last summer who were all piled up.
All
to
did about 100
12,000.
runs of each other.
He did. He is some player.
Well, unsurprisingly,
In comes Mr. Barney. Work to leg, no run. There's a short mid wicket in place.
Unsurprisingly, there isn't a 13,000 jingle.
Wow.
Damn
I
it.
think we should complain to our jinglers. Say, why not? Come on.
Blessing looks knackered, doesn't he?
He
Well,
does.
that is in slow motion, though, Bear.
Yeah, he still
And
looks
he's-
knackered.
That's not much quicker when it's full pace, I don't think.
I'm not surprised, poor lad.
I mean, how many test matches do they play? They probably don't play that much, do
I
they?
tell you what, Rajasthan Royals, whoever he's joining, are not going to be thanking England if we break him. That one
That's
is
a shot and a half.
beautifully driven by Ollie Pope, sumptuously executed. You can hear Jason, the man of Surrey, enjoyed it, and it's 4 runs.
I would be
440's up.
I'd be declaring on 450.
Everything right about that shot.
Yeah.
That's played on the up, beautifully along the ground, pierces the field. What's not to love about that?
No, it is, or was, as they say, right out the textbook. Poor old Blessing, none for 86. One slip for him. He forces Pope at least onto the back foot. He guides the ball really straight to square leg. And there's no run. 16th over complete for Musrabani, none for 86. 440 for 2. There's a general shuffle-aroo as Jason walks. Oh, you've walked around the telly, so I can still see. Well, all I've seen is Root and Pope having a bit of a natter with each other. They might be thinking, should we be accelerating? Is it time?
Accelerating? Are they going at fucking
Nearly
even further?
nearly 6 and
5.6.
over? Yeah.
No, but if you're going to think about a declaration, and you might just slip into hit everything mode and see if we can rattle up a quick 60 in 5 overs or something. But there hasn't really, Jace, been any sign of that yet, has there?
No, and I think the decision will become with the new ball, and I think they also come if they lose a wicket. You'll see who comes in next, whether it's Brook or whether it's Stokes, because I think Stokes would be the better cold hitter potentially.
Yeah, that's an interesting thought. Or is the next wicket when they call
Time?
Call it time. We shall see. Anyway, it's 1 over left before the new ball. This
So many
over is gonna
phrases
be
in
bowled.
English language I keep talking about coming from cricket, calling it time,
Yeah.
state of play.
Well, indeed, it's going to be our friend Victor Niachi's bowling from the Radcliffe Road end to Joe Root, the Trent Rocketeer. And that's lifted. It causes the umpire at square leg to lift one leg to allow the ball underneath him. And guess what? It's our friend Ben Curran again, who's been a busy lad in the field. The cameraman has, I have to say, since lunch, stopped trying to find his 2 brothers every time he touches the ball.
They're probably stuck in corporate enjoying themselves. whilst his brother toils away.
Won't they be playing for Surrey tomorrow? One of them at least.
No.
Surrey got a match starting tomorrow.
Neither of them are in the squad. Neither of them have played a game this year. They've both been playing franchise cricket or being injured.
Well, fair enough. Right, Niachi in, driven. Oh, what a super shot that was. Ollie Pope just creamed that. Well, pretty straight, really. It was a gorgeous on drive. It beat the man at mid-on and has gone for 4 runs. As we wait for the bear to find a 4 jingle. He's on the case. There it is.
There's not one boy for me. I must have 2 or 3. I need 4.
Lovely weight transfer. I mean, the initial trigger movement's back, but when it ball is delivered, it's right. He's hitting it right under his eyes, and he's moving forward.
Oh yes, right. In comes Victor again, and that one is equally well dispatched by Pope. It really is just help yourself time here. The buffet's open, and Ollie Pope just clips this imperiously away through mid-wicket for 4 more.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Pope is just starting to put together his own highlights reel, I think, in the last 3 or 4
That's very uppish, actually.
Yeah, it was, but there was no one at mid-wicket, was there? So
we'll have a look. There was somebody there, but I don't think they were going to within catching distance of the ball. Right, poor old Victor. He turns at the top of his mark, and that is a good ball. And caught Ollie Pope in 2 minds, I think, neither of which were the right mind at that particular moment. The ball popped up.
Big inside edge, wasn't it?
Oh, I think it was a bit inside edge. Yeah, he's doing that classic batsman's trick of having a good old look at the edge of his bat.
To a ball he didn't read long enough.
As if that was entirely to blame for his one of his very rare, I have to say, 4 shots.
Yeah, I hit it. I did. Okay, I didn't hit it in the middle, but I hit it.
Oh, he did hit it. You're absolutely right.
Oh, he's got Stuart bat 12 down to a fine tee there.
Yeah, well, England 1 short of 450. Niachi's in. That's smashed, but smashed straight to extra cover on that occasion. So there is a dot ball and there's no run. 137.
A new ball due at the end of the over.
The new ball is due. You weren't here. We were just. Can you think of a reason why they wouldn't take it?
Yeah, they don't have any bowlers left.
Yeah, that was the main.
But that's about the only one. Plus, it'll go quicker to the boundary.
Yep. There is that. It would be let's call it a defensive move if they chose not to take it. That's for sure. In comes Victor Niachi. That's lofted up and over mid-wicket by Ollie Pope. That's going to go for 4 as well. That was definitely aggressive attack.
He's just starting to enjoy himself out there now, I think. He's got the 100 to
141.
Banish the
450 up for England.
Banish the devils and the doubters. And he's just starting to expand into some more expansive shots.
453 for 2. Who's our social wizard? That's you, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I can do that.
Yep, there's that 13,000 Tendulkar, 1591, Ponting 13378, Callis 13289, Dravid 13288. Just behind Joe Root, of course, is Alistair Cook on a comparatively modest 12,472, and Sangakkara just behind him.
At the end of this summer, he could just be behind Sachin, couldn't he? He's only got 370 odd runs to get in the entire summer. 5 tests, 10 innings. Joe Root.
Hang on, no, I thought Sachin's about 15,000.
Yeah, I said he'd be behind Sachin.
Oh, behind Sachin.
Yeah,
it'd be the next one behind.
Right, the new ball has been taken. It's available. Umpire Damasina shows it to the crowd, who I suppose just go. I think at this stage of the evening that may very well be the reaction it will have got.
Well, it depends how much you've had to drink this afternoon.
Have you ever fallen asleep watching a test match at the ground, Jason?
No. Generally because test matches are
Musrabani
so
has it.
in.
There is an extra slip for him. That doesn't trouble Joe Root, who just smacks this down between third and backward point. Curran can't get there, and the new ball starts its work by having to be retrieved from the boundary. 4 runs.
They look very down.
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
And whoever said the ball may travel faster was bang on. There was a bit more lift there, bit more bounce, but Joe Root's seeing it well and just glided it really. In comes Masrabani. Oh, now that did bounce and it was shorter, and given it's the end of a long day and he's bowled 16, well that was his the second ball of his 17th over, that did leap up at Joe Root, who had to play very watchfully.
It's only 77 miles an hour though.
Something clicked in my head though.
Oh,
you mentioned earlier that he was just basically ambling into the wicket. He was just conserving his energy. He knew he was going to have to bowl with a new ball. But now he's putting in a lot more effort because it's climbing a bit more.
And yet, as the bear says, it was only in the upper 70s. Let's see what he's going to do with this. Those two slips go down again. It's good line and length, worked off his hip by Joe Root. There's no fielders in sight at very short mid-wicket. The ball has stopped dead. Nobody seems to be troubled by it, and Joe Root certainly doesn't seem to be bothered about running.
What are they going to do here, England?
Well, they must have run a single.
They must want to get them in tonight for 20 minutes. You'd have thought, just because they'll be tired, and no matter how bad you think they are as a batting side and how easily you think you're going to bowl them out, a tired, weary batsman coming out with 20 minutes to go at the end of a long day when they're 460 odd behind.
Yeah, it's only 10 minutes time to change over, isn't it? Rather than
hand off the bat from Ollie Pope, but it's not going to stop the ball going for 4 though. Away through cover. 4 more. England are on the charge here. 4. I would have thought Atkinson, Tongue, and particularly
Sam Cook.
Sam Cook.
I don't think Sam Cook will get bowling,
to get out there.
It'll be Gus Atkinson, Josh Tongue opening up fast as they like, and they'll only get about
2
one
or
spell
3
overs each. Yeah. If they get a couple of wickets, so that'll be 3 overs.
Was Rabani in? And
that's
beautifully. Pope just leans back and periscopes the ball really over the slips and down for 4. And that ball, if that's the new ball, that's already looking well battered.
3, 4, shut the door.
Extraordinary shape. I mean, that's only an over and a bit old.
I'm not sure that's a new ball. I'm sure that is.
That has to be.
No, it is. They took the new ball. So that's the ball.
That's in a shocking state considering.
It's just got bruised very quickly. A couple of nice hits. It probably looks worse on camera than it is in real life. Really.
Maybe. Well, 466 now, England. No, we're not, hasn't it? I mean, we're literally it's only in its first ball over. In comes Blessing. No, it doesn't really connect with that one. He was looking to launch it over deep mid-wicket. As it is, he's still going to come back for 2. That was a lazy bit of fielding. Who was that? I think that was Javanga, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That's 150.
Javanga, the 150 for Ollie Pope.
We have a jingle for 150, don't we?
We do.
But I can't find it. I'm sure we have one.
It's there somewhere. It'll be in milestones.
You shall not shift me. You shall not shift me. I have made it to 150, and you shall not shift me.
Right, I'm going to move over the GHB and other dodgy drugs conversation that's going on.
What? I like dodgy drugs, chat.
Well,
he's had a funny season, Ollie Pope. 14 and 65, 45 and 1 against Somerset, a 1 in each innings at the Oval, but then 103 at Hove.
He wasn't required. Yeah.
Anyway, Jay, sorry.
Cockney rhyming slang as well. People didn't get the Rosie Lee reference in one of the previous messages.
Cup of tea.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a horrible ball, and it's been lofted by Pope, who just really seemed to go with the direction of the way it swung, and it's gone sort of.
I'm not sure.
6 over deep backward square.
I might have to disappear very briefly to turn that.
Is that your phone? I can hear this.
It's my tablet in my in the blue tablet holder and inside the
It's telling you need to take your tablets, is it?
It is telling me to take my tablets. It's being that time of the day.
I don't think even Ollie Pope knew how he did that. Old Victor Niachi's got his hands on his head going, how did you do that? And I think Pope went, I don't know. 475 for 2. Rumrick getting up towards 6 now. 64s and 460s we've seen today.
Yeah. Lockie 6 has got the answer. He says, declare and let the lad loose.
That's all right. Well, I think, and I hear what, Bear seems convinced it would be Tongue and Atkinson. I just have a feeling, right, Niachi short and wide of off stump. Pope doesn't really get hold of that at all. Bottom edges it. And not for the first time. Joe Root was quite keen for the single. And didn't have to put in a dive this time. He did have to turn fairly swiftly, though.
Steve Chilton's giving us a score update at the end of the innings.
Okay.
2,000 for 4 declared.
2,000 for 4 declared.
If that were true, 1107.
If that were true, then I think Root might well be on the tail of Sachin Tendulkar.
Or in Test matches, 952 for 6.
Harry Brook has his pads on, but he's still in his tracksuit. Interestingly, that one was worked towards mid wicket. No run.
You mean he got a tracky top on over his whites?
Yeah, I think so. That would be most likely it. Brendan McCullum has his feet up, as is his wont. So does Sam Cook. So does Ben Duckett. Harry Brook doesn't. He's sitting in the more traditional manner for a man with his pads on. Duckett's looking very content, a man who feels he's done a good day's work, and indeed he has. It's all very relaxed. Oh, that was a good ball by Niachi. Pope was looking to cut, and it just bounced a little bit more, and maybe went through a little bit quicker than he was expecting.
Maybe they're just going to bat until there's a wicket and then they'll declare, I don't know, but maybe there won't be a wicket. I still think it's wise to get out there tonight, man, and try and have a couple of overs.
Yeah. Atkinson and Jeetan Patel in deep conversation on the balcony. Can't be that warm. Jeetan Patel's got a woolly hat on with a pom-pom on top.
I think he had a woolly hat on in midsummer.
Ah, yeah, well, maybe. Right. Ollie Pope, 158 for him. Slams this away, but there is a man at deep point in the form of Masakadza, I think.
Is that Wellington?
Wellington,
or
our man.
Or Big Brother Hamilton.
The Duke, as we shall call him.
So I don't think Hamilton made the tour, did he?
Or the Grand Old Duke. Oh, no, that was York.
Yeah.
Not Wellington.
Who had 10,000 men, and he went again.
Yeah.
As the old drinking song goes.
476 for 2. I won't say tireless because he's obviously tired, but the determined Victor Niachi's in, defended by Root.
What other words could we use? Resolute.
Resolute. I said not tireless.
Determined.
Well, yeah, I said determined. If you just keep going.
Unrelenting.
Relentless. Relentless is good. It's the end of the over anyway. It's 476 for 2. And while we try and think of appropriate synonyms, we'll hand the.
Jay Grover says, "Help, Bear! Jason is editing my dodgy drug conversations."
Yes, don't edit Jay's dodgy drug conversations. We love Jay's dodgy drug conversations.
And Mayank says, 81 overs bowled by 6 p.m. Slow going, despite so many spinning overs. I still say Zimbabwe bowlers have tactically bowled only 68 or so by now in order to try to draw. Well, there's taking the time out of the game and that taking it to an extreme, I think.
Yeah, it is rather.
Mm.
I mean,
it's been hit about the park, but still.
Yeah, and there has been a couple of injuries.
Rabani, again, that gets decent bounce and brilliantly fielded.
No, it wasn't. You missed
it's
it.
Beaten him.
Yeah.
It's Bennett.
I think it went down to the boundary, didn't it? I presume it went down to
Brian
the boundary.
Bennett, Tony's lesser-known brother.
Was it full?
Yes.
Was it? Was it Root played the shot, or was it Pope?
No, it was, hang on, no, it wasn't. It was Pope, wasn't it? Now I'm really confused. Root's on 33. I don't think it did go for 4. No.
No, I don't know what happened.
477 for 2. Well, I'm ashamed to say neither do I. I thought Bennett had fielded it. That one's defended, but they'll get a run anyway. Just
because there's nobody in the ring in the leg side.
Works it around the corner. No, the field now deeply set. Which, considering the new ball is in play, I think Zimbabwe know very well that it's all about damage limitation from here.
They're expecting Baz Ball to occur.
I mean, even if they suddenly run through England aren't going to be that troubled because they think, well, we're going to have a bowl anyway. Or the counter argument to the declaration tonight might just be the
Continue to
conditions.
bat on tomorrow.
Well, the conditions for bowling might be better first thing in the morning, which is what Zimbabwe thought, and it didn't work out well for them. As that one slapped 2 backward point, Curran Fields, they take a single.
Well, if you either declare now, basically, or you declare half an hour into tomorrow, either way, to give them 10 minutes changeover time
rather than settling into we're going to bat straight away. I mean, this is it. I think it's wiser to. I don't know.
There's plenty of schools of thought this time of night.
Yes.
You get them in, the ball's still fresh in the morning, and you might pick up a couple. Is quite conventional wisdom. That's lofted because it was short. Root might be in trouble here. It's going to be taken. He's taken deep fine leg. Blessing finally has his wicket. He's got Rooty with a short ball which he couldn't resist. I think in his defence he was trying to crack on with things. He's gone for 34, and Musrabani, the tireless warrior that he is, has got his wicket for the day.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you're out.
Yeah, it's right at the top of the bat, almost on the handle, just below that on
Was
the
that Brian
splice.
Bennett who took the catch?
And no, if he got that it
was Williams.
If he got that 6 inches lower down the bat, that would have gone over his head for 6.
Yeah. Well, I don't think Rooty's got to that 13,000, so he's ticked his box for the day. His
Let me get
place
through
is not
some
in doubt.
messages whilst we're doing that. Where are we? Now that I have Tony on comms, I hope you saw the pictures with Ajit. You could have taken some with me as well, but you seem to be too good for that kind of thing.
Hang on, hey?
That's
Who's
his
this?
Leia. Don't know what that's about.
Oh, yeah, Leah. Yes, my trip to Cologne lasted one night, and I came rushing back because my other half was very seriously ill, taken ill on the day after. So I had a very curtailed trip to Cologne. Alas.
Steve Chilton says, imagine Lara and Co against this lot. Lol. Well, not lol for Zimbabweans, I don't think.
Right, is it Harry Brook? I think it is. It looks like Harry Brook.
It looks like we're batting into tomorrow, doesn't it, really?
You're sending Brook out there, that would be a signal that you might as well just carry on.
Just slap it about and see what happens. Here
Eric
we go.
J.
It is indeed Harry Brook. Averages nearly 59, well 58 and a half. 800s to his names. Had that phenomenal start to his career, of course.
800s and 1050s in 25 matches is pretty fucking phenomenal.
It is.
It's not even 50 innings, I wouldn't have thought.
No. And he's kind of tailed off a little bit recently as well, hasn't he?
He had a bit of a poor Pakistan. No, was it poor Pakistan?
No, he got
poor summer.
317. He didn't have a great time in New Zealand, I don't think, did he?
No.
After Pakistan tour. Oh no! Or did he get a ton in the first test in New Zealand?
I think
And
he
then
might
it
have got an
tailed off.
FU ton, and then it all went pear-shaped.
Yeah, I didn't get a lot after that. But then we won the first 2 tests, and the last one was a dead rubber, wasn't it? So
That one's defended by Harry Brook. So he's avoided a dodgy start, a golden duck.
And then he had a pretty poor time in India, didn't he, when we went over for the...
Yes, he did.
The one-dayers.
For the one-dayers that preceded, was it the World T20?
Yes, it was.
We didn't do too well in either. God, was that the beginning of this year? It was, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. It was January, and then the T20 was in February.
It flies around pretty quick. Defended again by Brook at the top of his off stump. Bit more of a spring in the step of Blessing Musrabani now. He's got that wicket. And he's earned it.
Eric J says, Let's face it, England fans would always find something to moan about. It's glass half full or glass half empty. Well, we know which one I'd prefer if I'm drinking.
Well, yes, indeed. Just the one championship game for Harry Brook this season, where he made 33 and 20, so nothing particularly special.
Yeah, I think they were allowed by the ECB a maximum of 3 games in the first 6 or first 5.
So it's restricted. Okay. Yeah, he didn't have a great tour of Pakistan given his previous escapades there. 9, 16, 5 and 26. Oh no, he got 171, didn't he? Yeah, that was against New Zealand in the first test. Then 123, so he came roaring back to form against the Kiwis in the series down there. Nyonchi's in. Pope steers it around the corner.
Well,
Wicketkeeper
whisper it
Seager
quietly
chases
in
it. They
case
take
we
a single.
don't jinx him, but Pope could conceivably be on for his first double that he didn't get last time.
Yeah, we
That
shall
for
see.
was it 196 in India or something?
196 or 198.
I just saw.
And Mayank asks, what's everyone's predictions for the India versus England tests? I reckon the first 3 tests will be absolutely ruined by rain. We're talking under 50 overs per test total. I think you are optimistic.
Where is
Although
this?
we will get 1 test ruined
Against
by rain.
India, is this?
Yeah.
I think that is very pessimistic. Nyonchi's in. Flicked off his toes. Straight to mid-wicket by Harry Brook. No run. Yet to get off the mark.
And Mayank says, no declaration after that for that wicket.
No. Well,
presumably with a disappointed emoji that they haven't put on it.
Well, of course, the other school of thought is if you don't get them in tonight and have a dart and then come again fresh in the morning with the still new ball. The other one is if it's going to be overcast tomorrow, that's going to shoot your bowling. You might as well wait and everyone's fit and fresh and ready to go. That one is Brooks' first run. He steered it to backward point. Got a single anyway, and he's off and to the races.
And Jago talking about route says Sheffield falls. Thus does the nation. Respect to Muzambani, but ... And Mike thinks England will go for 600. Well, not tonight they won't.
That really would be pushing it.
Well, they might be figuring.
In comes Victor. Ollie Pope just manoeuvres the ball to mid-wicket.
Well, they might well
There's
think
no run.
600 just before lunch tomorrow, and then we'll bowl them out twice. You know,
bat once.
Bat once, but 500 might be enough to bat once. I suppose safer with 600. I guess having got 481 in a day, you might as well carry on and just put it out of reach.
And Mayank says, Ruti falls again. What an overhyped Englishman. Slightly with a tongue-in-cheek in their face, I would have thought.
Worked away again, down to backward square. I've just realised.
He's the first person not to get 100.
Yeah.
Bear, you should have been doing ball by ball, because 6 o'clock has come and gone.
Oh, right, okay. Yeah, that's true.
I've had 15 minutes of your spell, having had all of your spells this morning.
Yeah, that's true. All right, I'll take over.
So you can take over on ball by ball.
I can do. It's fine. Zimbabwe, it's a pretty sparse crowd at Trent Bridge on day one, isn't it? They had to draw back from the stand and it was pretty empty. That's down leg side, clipped nicely. There's a little bit of swing in the air, but followed by Brook down to long leg, get himself a single.
Wow, I think it's all to do with the pricing, isn't it? I mean, I don't know how much they were.
Presumably this is quite cheap, isn't it?
You really would hope
Nick would be able to tell us off air because he's going for the next 2 days.
Ticket prices. How much? 45 quid.
Well, that's decent.
40, 45? Yeah, it's not bad for
a day's
test
whole
cricket.
day's sport, is it? Yeah.
No.
Compared to 130 are paying for England versus India later on in the year.
Yeah. Taylor Swift will cost you about $2,000. So,
well, yes. Any concert will cost you 50 quid generally normally.
But how many runs has she made in Test cricket?
Well, precisely. That's my point. How much entertainment do you get out of Taylor Swift? An hour and a half, 2 hours? You get a whole day plus lunch and the sunshine with the cricket.
I mean, I don't mind Taylor Swift, but a whole day of
I can't stand it.
Might push it a bit.
Don't really know much of it. Although you probably play me a song and I know that one. But I wouldn't know it's her.
Stop being so miserable, Bear. You've got to shake it out.
No, please.
Don't forget
I
you're
know
on
that
ball by
one.
ball now, Bear.
Yes, I know that.
All right, I'm just checking.
Blessing is in, and it's left by Brook through the keeper, and there's no run.
Bags a lift again.
Yeah, well, it's not surprising he's so high. 82 miles an hour. Not exactly rapid, but it's workmanlike.
I'm not sure that's his major threat. I think.
Is there a reason we've tilted the
Oh, that's so I can see
monitor
it
so
from
much?
over there.
But you're not over there.
I know,
No,
but it doesn't really matter because you're not actually. There's no one out there who's with us, is there?
Right, okay.
I mean, it's only there so people can see us and we can see them.
Yeah.
And there's only 2 seats because when there's 3 in the studio, there's no need to show the 3rd street, is there? So. And the camera won't go wide enough to show all 3. That's left alone again by Brook through the keeper, and there's no one. He's playing for time. I suppose
playing for Stumps.
There's also, by the way, I've just realised that Nick was supposed to be on as well. We've all become rather lazy, haven't we? You were supposed to be on for the last session, Nick.
Yeah, but he did take an extra session off you, didn't he?
Oh, we did. That's true. It's up to you. It's up to Jace. Jason,
I'm
if you're
happy to vacate if Nick wants to come on.
I'm happy to make way.
Who's supposed to be on?
It's supposed to be me, you, and Nick.
Yeah.
Okay. And Nick took your place earlier, so if Jace wants a little break and Nick wants to come in, that's fine. If
Do
not,
you want to
that's
finish it
also
off?
fine.
Yep. ND over.
And there is no run. So who's supposed to be doing socials? Are you back on socials? Or?
Good question. I don't know. I am.
Okay.
Now I realise that is my job.
Well, I've been locked out of the back end of the website, you'd be happy to know. Apparently our IP address, because it's a new one, has clicked off some fucking security measure.
Oh, he thinks you are a spammer or a hacker.
Something like that. Although I'm logged in on those 2 computers over there, which is kind of weird. That's left alone through the keeper, and there is no run.
Surely it's down to your browser, not your IP address, isn't it?
Yeah, but they've got some catch software at the back, presumably, that goes so we don't recognise
me.
this.
I won't log into the back end of our website unless I have to while I'm here then.
Let's have less talking about back ends, please.
Yes.
Or the prawn bot will be on us again.
He's got 52 wickets in 13 matches. I'd like to know who those are against, though.
Probably Bangladesh, Ireland,
plenty. Ireland, Afghanistan.
Ireland and Afghanistan most recently.
West Indies?
Left alone through the keeper and there's no run. They played the West Indies. They did go out to the West Indies, didn't they? Zimbabwe?
I think they did.
Or West Indies went out to Zimbabwe.
Yeah.
Before today, this year, he's taken 26 wickets at 18 and a half.
So let's talk about so if this new World Test Championship comes in and they have 2 divisions of 8, which are the top side? West Indies would be in Division 2, wouldn't they?
They would, based on current rankings, I think.
So who would be the top 8 sides? Presumably India, England, Australia, South Africa,
New Zealand.
Then you're talking
Sri Lanka.
Sri Lanka. I don't know. That's the thing.
I think they would. Sri Lanka and
Square on the outside,
Pakistan.
and there's no run. Pakistan, maybe Pakistan.
And then
Sri Lanka. That's 7.
Yeah.
So then you got 1 out of what? Bangladesh, West Indies, Afghanistan. I don't think they were in a test thing.
Is that the end of the over?
That is the end of the over.
Right. Okay. Jay Grover. Or Mayank first of all. Most expensive I saw was 58. Cheapest I saw is 38. India tests are 200 plus right now for whatever's left at the non-Lords tests. Wow. That's a lot. Right. Nick's off making a Perrier Bong. Tell thou down south.
A Perrier Bong?
A Perrier Bong,
nice.
says Jay Grover.
Although, I don't know.
Locky 6 says, I would rather Super Chat GC than pay to go to a match. Well, all right.
Excellent. Super Chatters then.
We'll have that, and thank you. We take that as a big compliment. England should be playing a 5-test series versus Zimbabwe, says Mayank. I'd love to see that. Yeah, I mean, we're having a great time. However, I'd like to see a more competitive Zimbabwe than we've seen thus far in this one, to be fair.
My question there is, I guess, if someone like the West Indies went into Division 2, would that just kill Test cricket in the West Indies, though? Would they not be asked?
It's already on life support, isn't it?
It is on life support, but I mean, will more players go, well, fuck that, I'm just going to play.
Yeah.
I'm just going to play T20s and become a mercenary. Any of the good ones, anyway. That's into the pads. A Pope tries to whip it into leg side, misses it, and there's no run.
I think that's the issue, Bear, is if you're fringe Division 1, and I thought they were talking about it maybe being 6 rather than 8, I think it really hurts those teams. And those are the countries where like Test cricket's already sort of hanging on.
Well, as long as you have promotion, I suppose, maybe that adds a little bit. I mean, the whole premise of this as well, isn't there? There has to be some more money in the game for the
Yeah, I
teams
think
that-
it has to be sort of financially propped up by T20 cricket for it to work.
But the problem is you've got fucking Jay Shah at the top of the ICC, haven't you? That's a big inside edge. He was booming it down the ground, but ended up getting a chunky inside edge that's gone down to long leg instead to Popey, and he'll get a single.
I agree with you though, Bear. I find England's approach here curious, and I think if you're not going to declare and have a go tonight, should at least be going a bit harder at the bowling.
Well, maybe they think, we'll just rest tonight. I mean, they got let's be honest, they got 484 in 85 overs. They're going at 5.67. It's not exactly slow, is it?
Slouching.
And it is a 4-day test, and this is it. I mean, if they're getting roughly nearly so they've got 150 a session plus. That's into the pads. Maybe kept a little bit low, jagged out by Brook to mid-wicket. He's just come to the crease. Maybe he's playing for Stumps to come back fresh in the morning. If they're getting 150 a session tomorrow, by lunch they're over 600. Then you go, okay, that's a score. We can bowl them out twice and not have to bat again. Whereas 450, actually, even Zimbabwe might get to 250. You don't really then want to force the follow on at 200 behind, because you've probably been out there for because they're not going to bat at this pace. So for them to get to 250 probably takes them 80, 90 overs maybe. That's driven nicely. Good bit of timing by Brook. Beats the man at cover. Didn't want to dive. There's not a lot of diving, is there, by the Zimbabweans. They'll get a single. So they're probably thinking 600 then. Okay, we've pretty much got 500 in a day. We can get that before lunch tomorrow. That gives us 2.5 days to bowl them out twice, even with weather around. And the likelihood is that they bowl them out once tomorrow, and then they've got 2 days and weather to try and bowl them out once more.
Compelling argument.
Compelling argument, I suppose. I've just answered my own question. I'd just quite like to see them bowl tonight, because I just think you could probably bowl them out for under 400 twice, would be my surmise. But
me too. I'd like to see them have half an hour tonight just to try and push the game forward, but I suppose it's not necessary.
It's not necessary. Defended into the offside and there's no run. Exactly that. When you've got 486 in one day, I mean, you think in the past that would take a lot of teams 2 days to compile by tea on day 2, so you're miles ahead of the game. But
how much play have we got left tonight?
About 5 minutes.
I was about to say, it should finish around 6:30.
Yeah, it should finish at 6:30. So we got this over, maybe 2 more if they start the last over before 6:30. Driven nicely by Brook. Good timing. Bounced just before mid-on, and he can't beat him, so there is no run.
486 for 3. Right. Brian Bradshaw, 13 of Muzabani's wickets are against Ireland, 5 in Belfast last year and 8 in Bulawayo in February. That is correct. Jay Grover, Lear, I'd never thought. Oh, okay, that's a conversation that's going on there. I don't know if Test would die in the West Indies, said Mike, because it's already so dead. 20 to 25 years ago, Test matches were sold out daily everywhere in the West Indies. Are we looking at replays? I thought so. Were sold out daily everywhere in the West Indies. Last year they sold less than 10,000 tickets across all the tests.
Wow, that's sad, isn't it, really?
Eric J says Tyson and Larwood. Two admirable bowlers, Eric. Why? I can't see the context of where they popped up. Larwood, obviously, and his association with Nottingham, I suppose. What's that? Oh, Sheffield.
Oh, is that out? No. He wanted to appeal, though, didn't he, behind the stumps? And Blessing has kind of half appealed too. That cut Pope in half, considering he's on 163. That's not a bad delivery, is it?
Best one he's bowled all day, I reckon.
Yeah. You're going to let me in, you fucking stupid machine. No, you're not, are you?
Got really nice carry and just a little bit of jag away.
Yeah. He's done reasonably well, hasn't he? I can't get into our website. Anyway, attempted cut by Pope, and goes down towards the keeper, and there's no run. I wonder if I actually. I'm just trying to think if I come off of the network and go on to 5G, will it let me do it then?
Oh, I might do, because it won't know you're.
No, exactly, and I've done that,
address.
and I've certainly done that before.
Are you sure it's just not a website channel problem?
Well, I know, because I emailed Thingamajiggy. I emailed Steve to ask him. That's a beautiful shot from Pope. Sat up, said hit me. He did hit me, and it went all the way out to the full cover boundary for 4 more runs.
Right, I think there's a problem with our website there.
No, I got onto the website. The website I can go onto. It's just the back end tone.
Well, I'm looking for Gorilla Cricket, and all I'm seeing here is Safari can't open the page because the server can't be found.
Well, I've just got onto it, so that's fine by me. That's driven out to cover, and there is no run. What I can't do is get to the fucking end of the bit on.
Yeah, but it's clearly having some issues.
Well, maybe he's doing something as we speak.
Well, we're in trouble here. Ollie Pope is growing in confidence. He's
terrific,
crashed some
isn't
balls
he?
through the offside, and I reckon it's been the pick of the 300s.
Yeah, see, I can get in. Please solve that math problem. 5 plus 4 equals 9.
Applause that man.
Oh yeah, now it is heading me in, but it wasn't before, so...
It's Blessings short, and Brooks slams that through the leg side. But the man on the fence, Sikander Raza, is going to field, and it'll be just 1.
Right, all I'm trying to do is get into the fucking GPL to see what's going on. Gorilla Tools. Competitions. There we go.
Who's in play, Bear?
I don't think anyone is.
I think it's further than anyone. From what you told me earlier, I don't think anyone was as high as 492.
No. Highest score was 413, which is a message edge score. That's attempted work into the leg side by Pope. Maybe inside edge, maybe pad. Hit the pad, maybe. I don't know. Mizabarani, Blessing thought maybe it'd appeal. But nothing happened. It wasn't given out. And there is no run yet. So 413 was the highest score. So I can enter the result now. I'll just call it whatever it is now and close that down in case I can't do it later.
So are we looking at the close of play? I mean, I'm not sure Zimbabwe's body language
No,
is that of a team that's rushing to get another over in.
Well, 6:29 and the over has ended, so they'll get to the other end.
Oh.
By the way, are they bringing in the minute between... I thought
Oh,
they
is
were
that-
bringing the minute between overs into test
Into
matches
test
this
cricket.
year.
That would be a real positive.
Well, they're clearly not doing it here. So
But I think, can they not go to 6:45?
I don't think so. I think it's 6:30.
Well,
I mean, it's always been 6:30. This should be, as far as I can tell, because they only get the extra half hour, I think. So, I mean, this should be the last over today. And it's Chavanga who's going to bowl this. I'm not sure if that's a leg bye or he got a bit of bat on it. Let's have a look at the umpire. It's just worked its way out to square leg. I think it's going to be given as a leg bye because Brooks' score hasn't gone up. Yeah, I don't think he's got any bat on it. It just came off his toe. That could be quite painful. So I reckon there's now, my clock has ticked past 6:30, so I reckon this is the last over the day, and Stumps should be here. Well, we got 500 and what was it we got in a day in Pakistan? 507 or something?
Somewhere around there, I believe, Bear.
We're not far off it, are we,
504,
really?
504, so
yeah,
a couple of maximums here could take them past it.
Could indeed.
Don't forget our friend Tanaka Chavanga here. He's he was a replacement in the squad anyway because he replaced Trevor Gwandu, the right armour, who was out with a groin strain. So he didn't play in the practice game. In fact, his last cricket of any kind, I think, was in the early April in Harare.
Maybe that reflects that he's had a fairly light workload, just 12
12
overs.
Well, he's coming in.
Ooh.
Cut Pope in half. Maybe Pope's tired as well. He's been out there since, well, he only came, when did Pope come out? Middle of the afternoon session?
Yeah.
No,
They didn't
or-
lose,
yeah.
Yeah, because they didn't lose a wicket in the morning.
No, they didn't lose a wicket in the morning.
And he came first drop, which was Ducket.
About halfway through the afternoon session, wasn't it, when Ducket got to 140. That was a pretty poor shot. But then he's on 100 and... What is he on? 170 odd now? They'll tell me in a second when the screen comes back up.
168, I believe, Bear.
Yes, well remembered. Of 161 deliveries, so that's not bad innings, is it, in a test match, eh? Chavanga. He's coming in, bowl to Pope. It's full and nearly Yorker length, but it was wide. A little bit shorter, and he'd have driven it through the offside as a half volley, but jammed his bat down on it instead and goes nowhere, and there ain't no run. 2 balls left in the day. Our first day in a new studio. It's been reasonably successful. There's been a bit of a fucking kerfuffle with the sound.
Got to have a couple teething problems.
Yeah, this morning was a bit of a white knuckle ride, but
it was a bit.
I think we got through it.
Plenty of runs.
Well, that's true.
Aye.
He's a big lad, old Chavanga, isn't he?
He is indeed. Comes into bowl to Pope, who pulls. Second last ball of the day. He's going to get 4 runs. Lovely. Oh, no, he's not. There's a man out of deep square leg.
Ben Curran.
Ben Curran. And it'll just be a single. So Brooke should get last ball of the day. It's bloody snail's pace, Brooke, compared to everyone else, isn't he? 5 off 17. What's going on, Brookie?
I thought we were going to see 20 minutes of him crashing it around, but
I
he's
think
been diligent.
Well, presumably Stokes told him what was going on before the end of play, and he thought, you know what, I just want a beer in the morning and give it a...
I would have thought he'll give it a bash tomorrow morning.
Yeah, exactly. Get himself in and then go a bit Burko. I mean, there's no reason to be fucking slow at 494, is there? For 3. Well, he's going to get 4 for the last ball of the day, though, because it was a shite one down leg side, and he's just helped it on its way. Very fine, down to the boundary. And it's 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
And that is Stumps on day 1. 88 overs bowled, so they were too short, even with the extra half hour. England end on 498 for 3, a run rate of 5.66, nearly Pakistani style. And, England has just bossed it, haven't they?
Yeah, it's been a bit of a mismatch from the early goings. I think Zimbabwe struggled to maintain any sort of consistent line and length. They lost Garava just after lunch, which was really damaging, and had to resort to sort of lots of spin, which didn't look particularly threatening. The second new ball showed a bit of seam, but it's been a one-way pounding, really. And I mean, I guess the story really is that Zach Crawley and Ollie Pope, both under a bit of pressure, both come up with big runs.
Wow.
And does that change anything in terms of what Stokes said yesterday, Bear?
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, it's difficult, isn't it? I mean, it's good for them that they've got a bit of batting practice in the middle in an international in front of the TV and da-da-da-da-da. Will it mean anything when they come up against the likes of Bumrah and Shami in the summer? I don't know. The other thing is, if they bring back Bethel at 3, Pope looked all right at 6, to be fair, but then does he keep his slot? Because presumably Jamie... I mean, the thing is, Pope was keeping, wasn't he? And that's why they kind of dropped him down at 6.
Yeah, because I think Smith was away with his baby being born.
Yeah, exactly. So...
Oh, yeah, that was right.
If you bring Bethel in at 3... then where does Pope go? Presumably, Jamie Smith's your keeper.
I think it's harsh to drop Jamie Smith, isn't it?
Yeah, it
but
is.
I think equally you'd say Ollie Pope, your vice-captain, who's just scored 169 not out. It's not a great time to drop him.
Well, no, exactly. The same with Crawley, isn't it? I mean, you can't say to Crawley, oh, well, you scored 124, we're going to drop you.
Yeah, so it's... I mean, why did he say what he said about Bethel yesterday?
I didn't hear exactly what I didn't hear.
No, neither did I. I've just seen a sort of headlines. That
Some final messages, if I may.
Yes.
Because you can chat on. I need to get
out.
No,
I think we should
Nick
end
Vickers,
the day.
Nick Vickers, great job, Gorillas. And whilst the kerfuffle in the studio went on in the morning, Crawley and Ducket put their heads down, batted properly, and don't let the chaos get out to the middle. Fair enough. Jay Grover, thank you all very much. Grand to have you back. That were greatly missed. Mayank, if they bring in the minute rule between overs, it would begin in the next World Test Championship final. Okay.
What? No. The next World Test Championship leg or whatever, which will be starting against India.
Right. But that's us for now, I think.
It is indeed.
You can
I don't know
you
anything
can
to
chat
add.
on. I have to make a move.
England's Day.
England's Day, funnily enough.
And they were put in, don't forget.
And they were put in, but I mean, we kind of expected this to happen, didn't we? That's it for the day. We're out. We shall see you bright and bushy-tailed in the morning. 10:50 we'll be on air. I don't know who I'm on with. I'll have to have a look at the rotor tonight, but I'll see you all in the morning. Bye.
Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another